Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if neglected Naruto has sealed legacy? Part 8. Hope you love previous parts. Check out full playlist. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. A week later in Konoha, Hiruzen was going over the reports of the recent attack that happened a week ago in Kusugakure by the hands of the Akatsuki. The report explained how the Akatsuki ambushed and attacked an army of Kusa ninjas during a field mission before attacking Kusugakure directly. Their two attacks combined resulted in the deaths of almost 300 Kusa ninjas, the village leader of Kusa, the village's hospital director, and 14 civilians, while injuring 23 civilians, 12 of which were critical. Hiruzen though was well aware why the Akatsuki attacked Kusa and dealt them a devastating blow that was going to take them more than months to recuperate from. After learning from Jiraiya's secret letter explaining that Kusa had planned on attacking the Uzumaki clan directly with hired help and their reasons for it, Hiruzen himself acknowledged their actions as an outright act of war against Konoha. But after learning how the Uzumaki clan so thoroughly as a whole dealt with Kusa while cleverly pinning the blame on the actual Akatsuki, Hiruzen saw no need for Konoha to get involved or to war with Kusugakure. The next thing that Hiruzen was contemplating on was how their mission to find and retrieve Tsunade resulted in Naruto finding more of his surviving clansmen, all of whom proved to be very formidable ninjas ranging from high A-class chunin to S-class elite jounin. It was clear to the Sandaime that the Uzumaki clan, collectively and individually, never lost its edge and was still a force to be reckoned with. He knew that news of Tsunade joining the clan as an official Uzumaki member by birthright was going to make headlines all over Konoha. The very fact that Tsunade willingly and knowingly yielded herself to Naruto as the Uzumaki clan leader wasn't going to be looked at lightly by anyone in Konoha either. Having a Sannin, the granddaughter of the late Shodai, also known as the Slug Princess, as part of the Uzumaki clan was going to raise a lot of awareness of the Uzumaki clan's existence and reputation. Hiruzen knew that neither the Shinobi Council, the Civilian Council nor the village hierarchy would rightfully be in any position to oppose Tsunade's decision in joining the Uzumaki clan since her direct ancestry to Uzumaki Mito gave Tsunade that birthright to. Hiruzen knew he was going to have to prepare a lot of paperwork for the new Uzumaki members entering and joining Konoha and Tsunade's change of name and clan status from Senju to Uzumaki. And with that in mind, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Hiruzen called out as 5 shadow clones materialized before his desk. As the clones gathered around the desk, a small cute-looking chipmunk entered the office through the opened window and ran up to the top of Hiruzen's desk. "What the?" Hiruzen shouted as the chipmunk grabbed one of his small patch of grapes with its mouth and ran off the desk to the top of one of the tall bookshelves in the office before it started eating the grapes there. Elderly Hokage sighed and shook his head before he decided to let the small woodland creature be and enjoy its catch for the day. "I'm losing my edge and feeling my age if even small chipmunks can outweigh me for fruits," Hiruzen remarked to himself. "I'm sure it would give Naruto and Konohamaru something to surpass other than us," the first clone joked before Hiruzen and the other clones chuckled in good humor. While eating the grapes, the chipmunk looked and stared down at Hiruzen and his clones from the top of the bookshelf. "All right now," Hiruzen instructed as he got down to business, "we have new incoming Uzumaki clan members entering Konoha and alongside with Tsunade changing her status and name from Senju to Uzumaki. The Senju seat will be left vacant as a result," one of the Hiruzen clones said. "We'll have to put a suitable substitute in Tsunade's place as the occupier of the Senju seat of that clan. We can summon and use Yamato for the job," another Hiruzen clan suggested. "He has Shodame-sama's bloodline limit genetically infused into his being as a result of Orochimaru's experimentations on him. That question is, would Tsunade be willing to accept something like that?" A third clone asked. "While she chose to be acknowledged in Uzumaki by name and status, it still doesn't change the fact that she's still the granddaughter of Shodame-sama. We'll have to discuss that with her and Naruto when they arrive back in Konoha," Hiruzen suggested. "If it's mutually agreed on, we'll follow through with having Yamato being a surrogate Senju clan member," Hiruzen added, to which his other clones agreed. "With the new arrivals of surviving Uzumakis, this will further establish Naruto's clan in Konoha, and with Tsunade joining the Uzumaki, that makes it a total of 10 official members. That this raises several issues of concern. First off, Uzumaki Seijiro is the bounty hunter known as the Bloodhound. Like Naruto, Seijiro has strong affiliation with Haru no Kuni, and like Naruto, he has direct connections with that nation's daimyo, Koikiheim. From Jiraiya's report, the fifth clone brought up, Seijiro is a spy master and expert tracker whose skills rivals those of his own. He has strong patriotic loyalty to the Uzumaki clan and now serves Naruto as his new right-hand man and second in clan hierarchy. While Seijiro, however, possibly won't join Konoha's shinobi ranks since it would conflict with his profession as a freelance bounty hunter, the third close brought up, through Naruto, though there could be things we could ask of Seijiro so long as they don't cross whatever limitations Seijiro may have in his willingness to be compliant. The shinobi council and village hierarchy may not agree to such a compromise, the fourth clone considered audibly for everyone to hear. They might consider Seijiro to be a lost end and a wild card, as he would have no actual allegiance to Konoha but solely to the Uzumaki clan. And that brings up the issue concerning Akio, Akemi and Akira, who refer to themselves as the AAA sisters. Hiruzen said they're official ninjas of Nadeshiko no Sato, not Konoha, but they're Uzumakis by birthright. If those four are discriminated against because of their foreign allegiances, Naruto and others no doubt will raise hell, and if Kokiheim and Nadeshiko were to get wind about how those Uzumakis were mistreated, Kokiheim might retaliate and cut off all of her trade and resource alliance with us. Konoha would lose a major benefactor, considering that Haru no Kuni is very famous for its advanced technology and minerals. Nadeshiko wouldn't stay quiet to this either, as they would demand an explanation as to why their kunoichis were unjustifiably discriminated against. Perhaps those Uzumakis can serve as emissaries living in Konoha, the fourth clone suggested. We can't force them to become full-fledged ninjas of Konoha for the reasons stated earlier. But Naruto, being both their clan leader and member of the Konoha's Shinobi Council, can have substantial influence on their decisions and actions. But it must be within reason, Hiruzen reminded. Though Naruto is a Konoha ninja and Shinobi Council member, however, he won't hesitate to challenge me and the village hierarchy directly and all of Konoha if he feels whatever we're asking of him will intentionally put his loved ones in peril. And with more Uzumakis being found by Naruto, it will raise a lot of attention and awareness to his clan, causing Naruto to become more protective of them, but rightly so considering that horrific atrocity that befell that clan and their homeland. Yuzu no Kuni, the second clone, commented, they were a powerful nation with no known rival clan or nation. Even the Uchiha clan as a whole never once dared to challenge the Uzumaki clan directly, whereas the Senju and the Uchiha clan had rivaled and slaughtered each other throughout the chaotic years of clan wars before the era of Hashirama-sama and Uchiha Madara. And even Madara himself never tried to challenge the Uzumaki clan. Madara was strong and very formidable, Hiruzen said, but even he himself knew that challenging a clan of veteran seal masters and grand seal masters alone would be outright suicide. And even if he used Kyuubi at full power and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uzumaki clan would still easily subdue Kyuubi before having Madara killed and devoured by the Shinigami. It was a great loss for Konoha when Yuzu no Kuni fell, the fifth clone remarked soberly. But honestly, Hiruzen replied with a contemplating tone, deep down I always suspected that Danzo was part of the reason why that nation and clan fell to their enemy nations that sought their destruction. Despite being our allies and oldest sister nation existed long before Konoha did, that Warhawk Danzo was always suspicious and distrustful of that clan because of their power and longevity. Especially since the previous Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina-sama, vehemently refused to allow him to have any of his clansmen as part of his Root A and BU soldiers. And Ashina-sama warned and threatened Danzo that he would personally kill him and exterminate his entire Root A and BU organization if he ever learned that he tried or did anything against Kushina when she was brought here to Konoha to succeed Uzumaki Mito-sama as the next Jinchuriki. Danzo couldn't manipulate or do anything against Kushina without provoking the deadly wrath of Ashina-sama himself. The second clone commented, Danzo couldn't stand that the Uzumaki clan exercised dominant authority over their Jinchurikis and that he couldn't have Kushina as one of his subordinates. Even after becoming the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito-sama, when summoned back to Yuzu no Kuni, obeyed without question or resistance. But when asked why she was being summoned back immediately, all she said was that it was important clan business that involved all Uzumakis and for Konoha not to get involved as third party. It was later learned that the Uzumaki clan declared war on the Chitsurugi clan for their crimes against them, and as a result, the Uzumaki clan completely exterminated them and destroyed everything belonging to them. Danzo knew that as long as Yuzu no Kuni continued to exist, he couldn't get any Uzumaki Jinchuriki into joining his Root A and BU and indoctrinate them into seeing things his way, the fourth clone said. That was why he was so adamant in his argument in not allowing Naruto to be adopted into any of the clans here in Konoha, but instead insisted that Naruto be taken under his wings and trained into becoming Konoha ultimate weapon. Do you suppose Danzo sold confidential secrets of the Yuzu no Kuni and the Uzumaki clan to their enemies in exchange for military favors? The fifth clone suggested, like diverting their attention away from Konoha solely to one clan and foreign nation? There's no clear proof that he did, Hiruzen answered. And even if that were the case, then it didn't have the desired success as Konoha was still at war with the same enemies as Yuzu no Kuni. Let's not forget his failed assassination attempt on your life that one time 8 years ago, the The second clone replied, "You spared him the deserved death sentence only because Konoha was still in need of ninjas after Kyuubi's attack. It's also true that Danzo made Naruto's early life difficult and miserable from shadows by switching the blame for Kyuubi's attack from the Uchiha clan to Naruto. I'm sure it was him who leaked out and twisted the information regarding Naruto's status as Jinchuriki to the public, undermining the Minato's final wish for Naruto to be seen as the hero of Konoha for jailing the Kyuubi and giving Naruto a chance to remotely have a normal life. Isolating Naruto and having the village populace turn on him had a psychological effect on Naruto's mind, especially after he was kicked out of the orphanage," Hiruzen stated. Danzo was plotting to use Naruto's situation as his opportunity to suggest having the boy given to him in order to recruit and indoctrinate Naruto into his route in BU. "That was why I bought that apartment and gave it to Naruto with the monthly allowances I gave to the boy so he could support himself. It was to keep Danzo from having his way in getting Naruto to be handed over to him to become part of his organization and turned into an emotionless human weapon. If Danzo had his way in getting Naruto to be handed over to him, like Naruto declared, he would have truly turned on Konoha at some point and become the very monster the villagers had always wrongly labeled him as. I would have truly failed the Uzumaki clan, Kushina and Minato had I not stopped Danzo from having his way. Well, thankfully things didn't deteriorate to those levels, so we have no need to worry about that," the third clone remarked. "But this idea that Naruto masterminded for Sasuke to become a double agent posing as a missing nin to infiltrate Otogekure is rather ingenious, and I can see it working to our advantage. Sasuke is clearly willing to follow through with Naruto's plan for him, as they clearly discussed with each before presenting to us," the fifth clone stated. "But like Naruto said, he purposefully sabotaged the Genin team formations and requested that his actions be reversed in order for his plan for Sasuke, Hinata and himself to work perfectly. The paperwork for that and the new Uzumakis joining the village and Tsunade joining the Uzumaki clan and Yamato becoming a surrogate Senju clan member will be paramount." Hiruzen groaned before he and his clones discussed Naruto's infiltration plan in further details, along with what was to be done with Taiya, who also played a major role in Naruto's plan. When they were done, Hiruzen had his clones gather and put all of the needed paperwork and documents together for the new Uzumakis and Yamato. As this was going on, the chipmunk from earlier, having finished the grapes, dropped the grape twigs to the floor and climbed down from the bookshelf and ran out the office through the window. It climbed up to the roof of the building headed over to Anokakage Bunshin that sat there waiting for its arrival. The chipmunk ran up to her awaiting hands before she scooted the animal up into her hands. "Good girl," the Anoka clone chimed before a Naruto clone appeared next to her on the rooftop. "I'm assuming that your little animal friend completed the task that the boss asked of us," the Naruto clone said. "She has," the Anoka clone confirmed. The Anoka clone retrieved the hidden micro-video and audio recording device she planted under the chipmunk's fur in top of its head. That device was one of the advanced spy technology gifts Koikiheim gave to Naruto and his clan, and Naruto equipped his spy clone network with them. Because of Anoka's special animal pheromone chakra, Naruto had her supply him with some of her clones in order to utilize her special chakra into having certain animals and insects infiltrate areas that were inaccessible to him. This, however, helped further develop and strengthen Anoka's abilities and control over animals and insects. The female clone handed over the recording device to the Naruto clone. "But you and your animal friends are an invaluable asset to our clan Anokane," the Naruto clone remarked, "and your control over animals and insects will soon be unrivaled." "It's a work in progress, Naruto-kun," the Anoka clone replied. "If there's nothing more, I'll return to my post in the Forest of Death now." The Naruto clone nodded his head in acknowledgement before the female clone shunshined and left the scene. The male clone did likewise and returned home to study the footage the chipmunk managed to record. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, all of the Akatsuki members were summoned together via telepathic connection through their proxy leader Deva Payne. They presently were discussing the recent attack that took place in Kusugakure, and how Sasori and Deidara were clearly identified as the terrorist attackers. Neither Deidara nor myself had anything to do with the attack on Kusugakure, Sasori argued. "It's beyond me how we were set up to take the fall for whomever were the actual culprits who attacked Kusugakure. On top of that, we were many miles away from Kusugakure when the attack took place. But you got to admit, Sasori, that whomever were responsible truly understood the true meaning of art," Deidara remarked with a level of admiration and respect. "They turned Kusugakure into a true fleeting moment of beauty that withered into the wind. A true artistic masterpiece that honored my name and image." "Idiot!" Kakuza insulted. "That only means that whomever was responsible knows both you and Sasori enough to be able to frame you guys for whatever crimes they commit." "What does it matter?" Deidara retorted. "We're all missing nins anyway. That attack on Kusa will only make us more feared and add to our reputation." "Perhaps we can use that attack to our advantage," Pain commented. "While Kusugakure is a minor shinobi village, The recent incident that took place there will raise aware of our organization, and with it we can potentially draw the attention of potential clients who'd want to hire us for our services. Keep in mind that Kusugakure, like any other shinobi village, isn't without enemies, and they don't have enough resources or manpower to pose as a threat to us in any way. They lost their village leader and other important figures in their village and hierarchy, Itachi commented. They'll be too busy trying to re-establish their village and strengthen their defense forces because where it stands, they're completely vulnerable and open to attacks by their enemies. Not to mention that they recently lost in their skirmish for territory against the Land of Iron, Kakuzu added. That defeat no doubt had a significant blow on their financial assets as well. Regardless, Pain interjected, nothing had changed. We will resume our original objectives as before in accepting missions at lower rates and gathering resources to expand the awareness of the Akatsuki. Later that day, Naruto and his entire group were making good timing in their return trip to Konoha. During their 4-day journey, Naruto, his clones and Karen finalized the first book with its 13 chapters and did all of the required edits, illustrations and grammar checks. All they had to do now was find a reputable book publishing company willing to print and sell copies of his first story of his new series. During their trek to Konoha, Karen spent her time talking and being around Erasure. The two Uzumaki started to get to know each other better after Kane decided to give Erasure a chance. In those 4 days that passed, Erasure hadn't flirted or groped any other girl in front of Karen or anyone else. But like Jiraiya, Naruto and Karen, Erasure was still an open pervert. As the group continued walking, Tsunade thought about what Jiraiya revealed to her, and everyone about him becoming Konoha's Godame. While doing so, she thought back to her genin days with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. She remembered how Jiraiya was not only their class dead last, he was also the worst student Hiruzen had. She recalled all the times he failed at getting things right and the amount of times Hiruzen scolded him for his dangerous blunders and remarked how he ought to be more like Orochimaru, comments she knew Jiraiya hated. Then she thought back to the countless times Jiraiya tried to impress and convince her to date him, only to be met with her violent retorts to his efforts. Tsunade admitted to herself that in the years she had been away from Konoha after Dan's death, her life became an absolute mess and her wayward lifestyle almost plunged into financial ruin. She threw back to all the years of her life she wasted drowning herself in debt, self-pity, gambling, alcohol and running away from debt collectors. When she looked at Jiraiya now, Tsunade found it hard to believe that he changed so much and became far more than she ever believed he would. She never imagined that Jiraiya would not only train a man who later became one of Konoha's strongest Hokages, but that he himself would become the next Hokage who's training his late student's son aiming to become a future Hokage. Tsunade was no fool though she knew that Jiraiya was much stronger and faster than her despite her monstrous strength and medical knowledge. She then thought about Jiraiya's late wife Yuzumheim and his daughter Konohana Sakuyaheim who was currently living in the central citadel of Nadeshiko. And when Tsunade thought about Jiraiya having a wife and daughter who were royal descendants of the ruling monarch family of their village, it made Tsunade see how much Jiraiya accomplished in his life and where he was today in the ninja world as an author, seal master, spy master, sannin and sage. He succeeded in areas and feats that went far beyond any of her past expectations and thoughts of him. Tsunade! Jiraiya called out, "Hey, Tsunade!" Tsunade snapped out of her train of thoughts and looked over at Jiraiya. "Yes?" Tsunade asked, "You called me for something?" "We're approaching the village gates," Jiraiya said. "Are you ready to step foot back into Konoha as a member of the Uzumaki clan? Do you have to ask?" Tsunade replied, "You're free to blow trumpets' horns if you want." Uzumaki Tsunade, Naruto tested the name. "It'll take some major getting used to for the whole village. Maybe I ought to call you Uzumaki Bacon instead of Tsunade Bacon." A thick vein appeared over Tsunade's right eye on hearing the alternative name Naruto was considering addressing her as. "You got a lot of nerves addressing me like that," Tsunade retorted. "You'll come to get used to it in time, I'm sure," Naruto replied. "Besides, I've been called far worse things as an orphan growing up, some too dehumanizing to repeat." Tsunade felt a bit humbled on hearing that revelation. "Your early life as a young Jinchuriki was no paradise, I'm sure," Tsunade replied. "I learned to put the villagers in their place with all the pranks I pulled on them," Naruto said. "With others who truly stepped out of line with me, I blackmailed them after finding some deep dirt on them that they didn't want others to find out about." "So you become a skilled extortionist," Tsunade remarked. "In your case," Naruto shot back, "I don't need to blackmail you into doing anything. I just have to sucker you into bed I know you'll lose to." Tsunade was about to retort when, but on a side note, Naruto said, "I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that Eroji-san is going to become the Godame. I'm concerned about how you'll make time between your new duties as Hokage, your Uchiha book series and your needed research. Where will your priorities be, I wonder?" Tsunade frowned at Naruto's perverted humor, and her frown deepened when she saw the look Jiraiya actually gave when he took a moment to actually consider what Naruto said. "You need not worry too much about that, Naruto-kun," Karen assured. I'm sure Jiraiya-sama will have everything scheduled and put in place. A man of his caliber can surely handle the challenge, no doubt. Thinking back, Jiraiya said as he recalled some fond memories from his past, my late wife Yuzumheim was actually a huge fan of my book series. In fact, she was my biggest fan. She was. Tsunade and Shizen asked in surprise. Does that really surprise you too? Jiraiya asked. During the few years I was away before I returned to Nadeshiko to challenge Yuzumheim for her hand in marriage, she secretly used to buy and read all of my stories. She even bought and read my first book, Jiraiya remarked with a sense of pride. She was my first biggest female fan back then. It was all the more reason why she was so happy when I returned to Nadeshiko to challenge her for her hand in marriage. Jiraiya smiled fondly. Oh, the things she wanted to act out and role play in those books with me after we married. Naruto, Hinata, Karen, Erasure, Shizen and the AAA sisters all sported deep blush on their faces. Naruto, Erasure and Karen gave perverted giggles and Naruto asked, Eroji-san, how about us Uzumaki men have an all-guys hangout and hear all about it? Really, Naruto? Shizen asked with a sigh. You males are shameless, Tsunade remarked. Don't you females be double-standard hypocrites? Naruto shot back. You women be having your girl talks about sex, men and other things all the time, and besides Tsunade, Seijiro added, you drink and gamble excessively. Therefore, you're in no position to judge anyone in this group. Tsunade snorted and decided to ignore Seijiro's comment. Jiraiya-sama, Akio inquired. In public, Yuzumheim always carried herself as a strong, dignified and exemplary woman, a model every young girl like my sisters and I always sought to follow before her death. What was she like in her private life, if you don't mind us asking? She was everything I ever wanted in a woman, Jiraiya answered with a candid tone, and in a number of ways she was more than that. How so? Akira asked with curiosity. She was a real capable woman with class, Jiraiya said fondly, one I truly didn't deserve. When Konoha was born, we were so excited and happy that we were going to be parents together. But Yuzumheim did have her moments of mood swings during her pregnancies. One moment she was all happy, another moment she's all moody, Jiraiya sighed as he added. And there were times she was just as violent and frightening as Kushina, but instead of using chains she used swords when chasing me around the citadel. Naruto and the group burst into fits of laughter on hearing how Jiraiya had to deal with his late wife's mood swings during her pregnancy with their daughter. Turning to Hinata, Naruto whispered into her left ear, when we have our first child together in the future, you're not going to try to use Jukin on me during your future pregnancy, will you? I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing to you, Naruto-kun, Hinata assured in a whisper. You say that now, but I'll keep this day in mind after we decide to have little Uzumaki Hyuga children together, Naruto teased. Naruto-kun. Hinata relied with a heavy blush. But beside those minor pregnancy mood swings, Jiraiya continued, Yuzumheim was a very loving, respectful and capable wife. She helped me to see life beyond what I used to perceive it for during my younger days. She believed in my dreams and goals and saw them better than I did. She helped motivate me to not give up when I used to get discouraged and frustrated over certain failures or mistakes I made and to keep moving forward. Yuzumheim was truly my best and closest friend, whom I spent the best and happiest years of my life with. As a parent, Yuzumheim was a loving, nurturing and protective mother and teacher who would have done everything and anything to ensure that our daughter had the best upbringing and training as her heiress. Our daughter was her most precious treasure, and as we both saw Konoha as the living embodiment of the love we had for each other, raising our daughter together helped us to grow closer as a couple and family. Even though my wife was tragically killed by one of Kirigakure's 7 swordsmen whom I killed during that very same incident, her memories and the love we shared will forever live on in my memories and in our daughter who's our living legacy. Tsunade and everyone listening to Jiraiya's words found what he was saying so endearing and touching. They would have never thought of him as being a self-proclaimed super pervert with the way he was talking so lovingly of his late wife. Tsunade was honestly expecting Jiraiya to say some rather perverted things he and Yuzumheim used to do with each other as a couple. What she was listening to was nothing like she was expecting to hear from Jiraiya. As she listened to how Jiraiya spoke so fondly and lovingly about his late wife, part of her couldn't help but feel jealous. But she knew she was in no position to behave rudely or indecently towards Jiraiya, considering that she never once gave Jiraiya a chance to prove what kind of man he could be. It was true that Dan spoke fondly and lovingly to Tsunade when he was alive. But it was never as her husband, since they never married while he was alive. Jiraiya, however, was speaking legitimately as a widower and father. Tsunade couldn't even address herself as a widow since she was never married before. Hearing and seeing the way Jiraiya was talking made Tsunade see Jiraiya more differently than how she used to. I never knew Jiraiya had this side to him, Tsunade privately thought with feelings of regrets. My hard-hearted stubbornness and violent refusal to acknowledge him, and see past his flaws blinded me to see his potential. I always looked down on him despite his best efforts and intentions, and wrote him off as an unchanging pervert. In end, Jiraiya was right about me. I never knew him as well as I thought, and as a result, I was the one who missed out in what we could have had together. Tsunade took a moment to look at Jiraiya and saw the glow that was in his eyes and face as he happily continued relating his time and experiences raising his daughter with Uzumheim. It was the first she ever saw and heard Jiraiya speaking as a true father and husband. She saw how everyone gravitated to Jiraiya as he spoke about all the good times he had in Nadeshiko. Even Seijiro and Shizen were interested in listening to Jiraiya's life story in Nadeshiko as Akio, Akemi, and Akira related their own experiences to Jiraiya's story as they themselves were around for Jiraiya's courtship, marriage, and life in Nadeshiko. As Tsunade watched and listened, she started seeing all of the deep qualities that Uzumheim saw in Jiraiya that she, Tsunade, failed to see because she was always looking on the surface. She never saw underneath the underneath when it came to Jiraiya, and after realizing this, Tsunade was starting to wish she had back then. 3 hours later, the group finally started approaching Konoha's main gates. As they were coming closer, Izumo and Kotetsu were sitting cosily at their post when they noticed Jiraiya and his team consisting of Naruto, Hinata, and Karen approaching. When they took notice of Tsunade, Shizen, and Anoka, along with 6 other red-haired they didn't recognize. But upon seeing the insignia of the Uzumaki clan on their clothes, Naruto found more survivors of his clan? Izumo asked in surprise, and 3 gorgeous-looking triplets to say the least. Kotetsu remarked, but then took notice 3 new Uzumaki males with him. Clearly Uzumaki females weren't the only ones Naruto found. And Tsunade-sama is also with them. It's been years since she's left Konoha. Izumo said, I never thought she'd ever step foot back here again. As Naruto and the others began entering the booth Kotetsu and Izumo were stationed in, Jiraiya greeted, Good day to you both. Trust nothing happened while we were away. Everything has been peaceful since your departure with Naruto and the rest of your team, Kotetsu said. I see you and Naruto brought with you quite a company of friends. Surviving brethren of Naruto's clan, Jiraiya stated. We came across them during our mission to find Tsunade. In all, the mission was more than a success. Izumo turned to Tsuwanda and greeted, Tsunade-sama, it's great to have you back in Konoha. Many will be surprised about your return. More surprises are in store, I assure you, Tsunade replied. I never thought I'd be back in this village again after all these years. In any event, Kotetsu said, welcome back. Anyway, Jiraiya interjected, we have to make our appearance before the Hokage. So we'll be on our way now. As the 2 Chunins watched Jiraiya and the entire group enter through the gates. You did notice that older Uzumaki male with them who was dressed in all black, right? Izumo asked his friend. I did, Kotetsu answered. Something about that guy really unnerved me. I don't know why, but that guy gave me the feeling that he'll bathe the nation in an ocean of bloodshed and sorrow if they pissed him off once. Next to Naruto, that guy might be the strongest Uzumaki in village now, Izumo said. Things are really going to get interesting in Konoha now with more Uzumakis making the scene. Kotetsu just wordlessly nodded his head in agreement. Meanwhile, as the group walked through Konoha, the new Uzumakis took in everything as they followed Naruto, Karen, and Anoka from behind. While they were making their way through the village, they were getting onlookers staring at them also, acknowledging that not only were they foreigners but surviving members of Naruto's clan. The villagers were already whispering about the fact that there were more Uzumakis entering the village. But that wasn't all. The villagers were also talking and bustling about the fact that Tsunade was back in the village again. News of her return and the arrival of new Uzumakis were spreading like wildfire through the village. Konoha looks almost the same since I last saw it with my own eyes before my self-imposed exile, Tsunade remarked. The only major difference is Minato's face on the Hokage monument. My face will soon be the 5th one added to it, Jiraiya commented. Are you really looking forward to shouldering the office of Hokage? Tsunade asked. You've always been more of the free-spirited type who's always going from place to place in one adventure after another. Being a parent can change one's thinking and perspective of life sometimes, Jiraiya said candidly. As a father, I have responsibility to my daughter. During the time Uzumheim was still alive, I had to reset my priorities and balance out my responsibilities as a ninja, being a husband and father. Having that free-spirited attitude that I had back then wasn't going to work for me anymore now that I have a family besides my godson Naruto. It wasn't easy readjusting my thinking and mannerism that was so deep-rooted into my personality. But Uzumheim was loving, supportive, and patient in helping me to readjust to life as a family man. I can't imagine how I would turn out had she not been a huge positive, influential part of my life. Believe it or not, she's one of the major reasons why I decided to become the Godame Hokage. While masking it completely, however, Tsunade couldn't help but feel jealous of Jiraiya's late wife. Since their time in Tenmangu up till now, Uzumheim was all Jiraiya talked about, and he hardly mentioned anything about any of his future 7 dates with her. Tsunade had always hated the position of Hokage, scapegoating that and Konoha for the many losses she had in her life until her encounter with Naruto, who helped her to open her eyes to her blind foolishness. And now she was hearing from Jiraiya's own mouth that his late wife's legacy was one of his influential factors that moved him to decide to become the Hokage. Were there other reasons that moved you to want to become the Hokage? Tsunade asked, hoping that there were perhaps personal reasons that could also involve herself. There were, Jiraiya admitted. My daughter and Naruto were also my major reasons. Your daughter and Naruto were your major reasons? Tsunade asked. Kano Hasakuya is my late wife's heiress, Jiraiya explained. She has the responsibility of ruling and governing Nadeshiko with the help of the governing council of her village. It would have been her mother teaching her this as the ruling princess. But with her deceased, that won't be possible. Therefore, as her father, it's now my responsibility to teach her by action and example in how to be a watchful and protective governing figure and leader, looking out for the interest of the people before her own. Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage one day, but with his father Minato deceased, Naruto doesn't have a proper fatherly role model and teacher to follow and learn from directly. Therefore, as Naruto's godfather, it's now my responsibility as well to fill in for Minato. You've never been a Hokage before, Tsunade replied. We were both taught and trained by the Sandaime, Jiraiya reminded, but then stated, however, I trained Minato who become the Yondaime. And unlike you, I was married to a ruling monarch before and I learned a lot from Uzumaki over the years. As her husband, she taught me a lot about politics, the governing system of Nadeshiko, diplomacy between foreign powers and many other things that comes with governing authority. It's not like I'm taking the position of Hokage haphazardly or ill-prepared, Tsunade. It's one of the reasons why Sarutobi-sensei believed that I was the best choice over you. Over me? Tsunade asked and they replied, but I never sought or desired to become the Hokage. While that's true, however, Jiraiya said, during a meeting with the daimyo a few days ago, your name was brought up. Sarutobi-sensei explained that despite you being the granddaughter of the Shodai and the grandniece of the Nidaime, you were disqualified from being considered and nominated as a potential candidate because you willfully abandoned Konoha and haven't been active as a Konoha ninja for quite a number of years. From what I learned, Danzo wanted to protest my nomination, but he had no grounds on which to argue and he couldn't name anyone else who could have filled in as Minato's successor other than the very man who trained Minato himself. Were those the only major reasons why you decided to accept the position of becoming Hokage? Tsunade asked. Whether or not there are more reasons behind my actions, Jiraiya replied with a teasing grin, remains to be seen. Tsunade took his answer with a grain of salt and just accepted it at that. Giving it some thought, Tsunade admitted, it's rather hypocritical and two-faced of me to expect Jiraiya to say that I was one of his reasons in light of the fact that I had a hatred for that position. And when we were younger, I rejected all of Jiraiya's offers to travel with me as my means of protection and companionship. I have no right to be outraged or angry at Jiraiya for not including me as one of his influential reasons for his decision. I never did anything for Jiraiya to deserve it. Naruto! A voice called out. Naruto and the group turned to see Sasuke approaching the group with a calm and collective expression. Sasuke, Naruto greeted, it's good to see you again. I trust everything was serene during my absence. Nothing beyond what I could handle on my own, Sasuke replied. I can't help but notice the group in your company. They're obvious not from Konoha. No, Naruto said, they surviving brethren of my clan. They're Uzumakis? Sasuke asked. Very strong ones too. Naruto replied with a huge grin on his face. They really know how to kick some ass. Flattering choice of words, Naruto. Sejiro remarked. Sasuke turned to the older man and said, I take it that you're Uzumaki Sejiro. You heard of me? Sejiro asked with a cautious tone. From Koikihime when she was here during the Chunin finals weeks ago, Sasuke explained. She showed up a picture of you, herself and her late father once. And Naruto here said he was going to do whatever it took to find you and evidently he succeeded. It's more like I found him and the others during one of my missions, Sejiro corrected. And you're the Uchiha whom Itachi let alive for reasons unclear. My brother will be dealt with in due time, Sasuke replied. Till then I'll continue strengthening myself until I'm strong enough to face him. Sejiro just nodded his head to Sasuke's words. Sasuke then looked at the other new Uzumakis present with Naruto. Then he took notice of Tsunade and Shizen. But Sasuke to verbally acknowledge the slug Sannin. Maybe I ought to properly introduce you guys, Naruto suggested. Everyone, this is Uchiha Sasuke, my teammate on Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, these are my rescued Uzumaki brethren, Sejiro, Akio, Alkemi, Akira, Kansui, Erashur, and Tsunade Obeiken. Tsunade? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. She's of the Senju clan Naruto. Her grandmother was also Uzumaki Mido, Naruto emphasized, the wife of the Shodai. Tsunade legitimately has blood ties to my clan and therefore can stake her claim as an Uzumaki descendant. While that's true, Naruto, Sasuke said, but everyone in Konoha acknowledges her as Senju Tsunade. Until a few days ago, when I decided to legally change my name and status to Uzumaki Tsunade, Tsunade declared, gaining Sasuke's attention, I'm officially part of Naruto's clan and from now on I wish to be acknowledged as an Uzumaki. This was a surprise even for Sasuke. Naruto had the Slug Sannin, also known as the Slug Princess, as a legitimate member of his clan. Even those in hearing range heard Tsunade's declaration. Did she say what I think she said? A female citizen asked. Unless we heard wrong, Tsunade just said that she wants to be acknowledged as Uzumaki Tsunade and not as Senju Tsunade. Another female citizen said, but she's the granddaughter of our late Shodai. One villager argued, could she do that? Another citizen asked, I mean, there's nothing to question. Tsunade stated firmly to the citizens with potent bloodlust leaking out, I'm not only a descendant of the Senju clan, I'm also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan by birthright. As was my late brother Nawaki. I will not have anyone question or challenge my heritage. Do I make myself clear on that? The villagers gulped and nodded their heads fearfully, not wanting to suffer Tsunade's wrath. I think that got the point quite clearly, Tsunade Bacon, Naruto remarked. I have the Toad Sannin as my godfather, and the Slug Sannin as an Uzumaki. Let the villagers talk about the resurrecting might of the Uzumaki clan for a while. While it's great that you're finding surviving remnants of your clan, Sasuke remarked, I can't say I can relate to your feelings of joy since my clan is all but extinct. I'd be happy to adopt you into my clan, Sasuke, Naruto suggested. As clan leader, I'd welcome you into my fold with open arms. Thanks, Sasuke replied, but I already established my future goals of rebuilding my own clan and restoring its greatness. I'm sure you can understand my feelings on that, Naruto. Without question, Naruto said. Anyway, Sasuke continued, much happened while you and Hinata were away. I'll explain as we walk to the Hokage Tower. And with that, Sasuke joined the group as they continued on their way to the Hokage Tower. And as that was going on, Tsunade's declaration as an Uzumaki started spreading around the village fast. Hinata? Sasuke invited, join Naruto, and I sense what I have to explain also involves you. Hinata hurried over to Naruto and Sasuke as they walked a little further ahead of the group to form their own trio. So Sasuke, Naruto asked, what happened while Hinata-chan and I were away? Sakura was reassigned to Team 8, while your girlfriend here has been reassigned to our team, Sasuke said. You, Hinata and I are officially Team 7 now. It's official already. Hinata asked in surprise. I was taken out of Kurenai-sensei's team and placed with Naruto-kun, you and Kakashi-sensei? I thought the process would happen after Naruto-kun and I returned with Tsunade-sama. After hearing how Hinata was speaking, it was very clear to Sasuke that Hinata was in on Naruto's plan in reforming Team 7 and becoming the next generation of Sannin. Sandaime didn't want to waste his remaining time as Hokage as word got out that he's retiring and stepping down as Hokage once again. Sasuke explained, he didn't want his next successor to have to deal with that headache of replacing and reassigning our former female teammate with Hinata, so he took care of the matter himself. We're a team of Chunins now. Naruto declared loud enough for only Hinata and Sasuke to hear. Sweet. When did this happen? 3 days ago, Sasuke said, when Team 8 along with Sakura and myself were called into Sandaime's office for our team's reassignments. But needless to say, neither Sakura, Kurenai-sensei nor Kiba were happy about this. While Shino didn't say much, but I was able to sense his displeasure by what was happening. I admit that part of me does feel bad about this, Hinata admitted with a measure of guilt. I know Kurenai-sensei didn't want to lose me as a member of her team. You were always her favorite, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, even before you were part of her team. Kurenai-sensei always treated you like you were her own child, and she always had that strong maternal bond with you after your mother passed away. And that was all the more reason why Kurenai-sensei voiced her objections against this change. Sasuke explained, she argued that she and her team already had a working team dynamic with Hinata and that rebuilding that with Sakura would be difficult as Sakura didn't get along with either Kiba or Shino. Kiba and Sakura vehemently objected to this change also, while Shino said only a few words about his displeasure of the team's changes. How did Sandaime-jizan handle their objections? Naruto asked. Like a true Hokage, Sasuke replied, he didn't succumb to their objections and he firmly silenced them after having heard enough from them. He explained his reasons behind his decision along with everything you explained about how you masterminded having the original formations of Teams 7 and 8 sabotaged. But he purposefully left out the part of you requesting to correct and reset the teams to the way they were originally supposed to be. He chose to take the fall and the heat of their anger in your place by saying that this was entirely his decision based on his assessment of your past actions and how you coaxed Hinata into cooperating with you. He didn't want Team 8, Sakura and Kurenai-sensei to target their anger at you, Naruto, since they believed your actions had done them a huge service. Sandaime explained to Kurenai that based on Sakura's level in chakra control that she would be well adept in genjutsu if properly trained in that field. He also mentioned how Sakura needed a strong female figure as her sensei to serve as her role model and instructor. How did Sakura-san take to being taken from our team and placed on my former team? Hinata asked. She surprisingly held on to her dignity and didn't go on crying and weeping in front of everyone about not being on the same team with me anymore, Sasuke answered. Had she become expressive emotionally like that? I can't say for sure how Kurenai would have handled Sakura's behavior since Sakura doesn't have the same relationship and friendship with Kurenai like you do, Hinata. I'm sure Kurenai-sensei would have handled the matter in a dignified way, Hinata said confidently. She was patient with me during the times I pretended to lack confidence in myself and acted weak. That's the thing, you acted, Sasuke said, but Sakura's behavior is no act. Kurenai-sensei will need to be firm and resilient if she's going to get through to Sakura. I hope she can succeed where Kakashi-sensei didn't. She'll have to if she doesn't want Sakura to become a liability or worse yet, a casualty in one of their future missions, Naruto remarked. Sakura has a long way to go, but if she really puts forth the effort, she can go far. I just feel sorry for Kiba and Shino since they'll have to put up with Sakura from now on. Kurenai-sensei will have her work cut out for her in removing Sakura's fangirl behavior and develop her into a true kunoichi. It was a major area where Kakashi-sensei failed at, and there were times I was tempted to do the job myself. Why didn't you? Sasuke replied. It would have done me a great service. I didn't because you were after my girlfriend at the time and I needed her to keep you distracted back then, Naruto reminded. Please don't remind me of those days, Sasuke retorted with self-disgust. It's water under the bridge, Sasuke, Naruto reminded. We already made peace with each other and settled those issues publicly in front of a huge audience that included the Hokage, many ninjas and civilians of Konoha and foreign daimyos, diplomats and dignitaries from other countries. So basically, that one-sided love triangle the three of us were involved in made us quite a theatrical spectacle during the Chunin finals before it ended with a standing ovation leading to our promotions to Chunin. You have an interesting way of putting things into perspective, Naruto, Sasuke remarked. Looking back, it's hard to believe how things started out between the three of us. But don't think for a moment that I won't continue to train to become stronger so that I can one day challenge and fight you and leveling the playfield between us. Get in line, Naruto grinned. Tenten has already self-proclaimed herself as my eternal rival and already she's been coming at me many times to do battle with me. You might want to consider joining forces with her if you want a shot at possibly giving me a good fight. Pfft. Whatever, Naruto, Sasuke retorted. Jiraiya, Tsunade and the rest of those in their group watched how Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata were interacting with each other. They looked to be getting along, Kensui commented. You should have been around during their earlier days, Karen said. It was nothing like this and back then, they never got along. How were things when they didn't get along? Akira asked quizzically. It was quite a show, Karen said, and back then Sasuke was always an asshole trying to steal Naruto-kun's girlfriend. This Sasuke was that big of a scumbag? Akemi asked. He was, Karen continued, but Sasuke matured and changed a lot since the Chunin exams finals and now he and Naruto-kun are really good friends and allies. He's not the way he used to be anymore and Naruto-kun and Sasuke completely trust each now since their promotions to Chunin. Then I suppose we can also give Uchiha Sasuke a chance seeing that Naruto chose to forgive, make peace and ally himself with the Uchiha, Sejiro commented. I don't find it noteworthy that every ninja in this village wears our clan's insignia. They have to, Jiraiya stated. Our Shodai made it an unchangeable law that every ninja in Konoha regardless of their rank wears the emblem of the Uzumaki clan no matter which clan they from. Fascinating, Akio remarked. They're not part of our clan, but are ordered to wear our insignia by law. Had it not been for Naruto-kun choosing to forgive this village for their mountains of sins against him growing up, I'd have felt insulted that they wear our insignia. Every Uzumaki would have felt disgusted and angered by it, Anoka stated. But Naruto-kun has already fixed much of the damage done with me providing re-education of our clan's entire history at Konoha's academy. Later at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was sitting at his desk enjoying the new book Jiraiya finished published, especially since it was the limited platinum edition with 2 alternate endings and the author's commentaries. He only read the first 3 pages and already he was hooked to the story if his smile and blush weren't indications enough with an occasion giggle coming out of his mouth here and there. His enjoyment of reading was sadly interrupted by a knock on his office door. This always happens when the plot starts getting sweeter. Hiruzen sighed before closing and putting his book away. After straightening himself out at his desk, Hiruzen answered, "Yes, you may enter." The door opened and soon after Naruto and everyone with him entered the office. Sasuke was also part of the group entering the office. After everyone entered the office and closed the door behind them, Jiraiya started off. "We've returned and our mission was more than a success." "I can see that," Hiruzen remarked. Naruto clearly succeeded in not only convincing Tsunade to return to Konoha and join his clan but he also found other surviving brethren of his clan as well. We were overjoyed that we all found each other and that Tsunade Obeiken chose to accept her Uzumaki heritage, Naruto said. Obeiken? Hiruzen asked with a raised eyebrow as he looked at Tsunade. Well, I suppose she is of age, all things considered. Tsunade felt a vein appear over her right eye as she heavily frowned at her former sensei. Don't encourage him, Tsunade replied. It's bad enough that he jumps between that and calling me Uzumaki Obeiken. Now you know how I felt when you used to call me Gigi back then. Hiruzen shot back, silencing Tsunade when she found that she had no grounds to give a justifiable retort to her former sensei on that note. Anyway, Jiraiya interjected, there's a lot that must be discussed with regards to the new Uzumakis and the roles they'll play here. I already took care of preparing the paperwork and citizen documents they'll need to fill out, Hiruzen said. But because Akio, Akemi and Akira were made citizens and ninjas of Nadeshiko, prepared different documents for them to establish and acknowledge their ties to Nadeshiko and be recognized as Konoha citizens. I'm sure Nadeshiko won't mind my sisters and I serving as emissaries for them while living here in Konoha, Akio suggested. They'll understand since our clan resides here in Konoha and they knew that we would leave their village to search out for our surviving brethren. I'll see to it that's taken care of, Hiruzen promised and then looked at the oldest Uzumaki male among the group and stated, Seijiro, you're a freelance bounty hunter known as the Bloodhound who isn't bound to any village though you, like Naruto, have ties with Koikiheim of Haru no Kuni. Though I'm a bounty hunter however, Seijiro said, that doesn't change the fact that I and the rest of my brethren are still in subjection to Naruto as he is both our clan leader and a member of your shinobi council, thus putting him under subjection to the Hokage. Whatever instructions you give through Naruto we will follow and obey so long they don't violate our clan rights and privileges. Perhaps you can serve as one of our secret hunter-nin seeing that your skills and expertise is on par with the Sannin, Hiruzen offered. I was an expert hunter-nin before in Kirigakure in my previous life, Seijiro said, before one for Konoha would be child's play. I wouldn't doubt that, Hiruzen stated. You are in Kirigakure's bingo books after all, and you made quite a reputation for yourself during your time there. It's past history, Seijiro commented, and I'm sure there are ninjas from this village who are wanted dead in Kirigakure. Like Kakashi-sensei, Naruto spoke in. Hiruzen nodded his head in agreement, and said I'll register you as a S-class hunter-nin set apart from the ANBU. But I'll grant you travel privileges like that of Jiraiya in connections with your profession. Thank you, Seijiro replied, but seeing that Jiraiya will become the new Hokage after you step down from that position again, it'll be difficult for him to manage his spy network and fulfill his future duties as Hokage. It's for these reasons that I was chosen to fill in for him and carry out his work. Seijiro and I have discussed this in great details, Jiraiya confirmed. Seijiro's skills and caliber as a spy master is on the same level as my own. Seijiro is my best successor who will serve to carry out my work, and it helps that he already has his own efficient spy network in place. It's reassuring to know that you took care of your spy network ahead of time, Hiruzen said. We couldn't afford you looking for a successor during the transition of you being inaugurated to Godame. Be that as it may, Jiraiya replied, but we still have other matters to settle, like Tsunade's change of name and status from Senju to Uzumaki and where the rest of Naruto's brethren will be staying. I already have a solution to that predicament, Hiruzen stated before he opened his drawer and pulled out a wrapped and tied scroll. He handed it over to Tsunade and said, This is for you, Tsunade. And what's in it? Tsunade asked. Your grandfather's will that was left with Uzumaki Midosama, Hiruzen revealed. My grandfather left behind a will? Tsunade asked in disbelief. Yes, Hiruzen said. Shodame-sama always knew there would be chance that he would die in battle someday, and he left nothing to chance. Tsunade quickly opened and unraveled the scroll to read the contents written in the scroll and signed by Hashirama himself. This written will entailed that should my grandfather die in any way that all that belonged to him, including the Senju district, would be in the ownership and care of his wife Uzumaki Mido Obasama. And since Naidame-sama died long before Mido-sama did, Hiruzen said, it's undeniable fact that the Senju district and everything in it is now in the ownership of the Uzumaki clan, considering that you're now Uzumaki Tsunade. But since that entire estate hasn't been touched in years, you all will be in for some major cleaning and upgrading. That's why the Uzumaki of the olden days developed Kage Bunshins, Naruto remarked. We'll form an army of clones to help with the cleanup and upgrading work. We just need you to handle the paperwork to have that estate officially acknowledged as now belonging to my clan. That district can accommodate more Uzumakis should other survivors be found in the future. No more staying in hotels or motels anymore. Kansui remarked in relief. A new home to live in at last. Erishur said happily. By the way, Naruto asked, how's Kakashi-sensei doing? Nothing changed with his condition, Hiruzen answered. He's still in that comatose state that Itachi placed him under through his Tsukiyomi attack. I'll take care of that, Tsunade offered. It's not a problem I can heal. Kakashi will regain consciousness by today. After we leave here I'll make my first stop to the hospital and take of his condition. The hospital will be happy to have you on board as part of their staff, Tsunade, Hiruzen offered. Your healing and medical skills remains unrivaled and it can serve to benefit Konoha. It can benefit Konoha more if there's one person on each ninja team that can administer medical treatment during missions, Tsunade suggested. There's no need to put this heavy load on Sarutobi-sensei now, seeing that his remaining time as Hokage is short. Tsunadeheim, Jiraiya promised. I'll establish and implement a medical training facility during my reign as Godame. You will do that? Swanda asked. Leave that responsibility to me, Jiraiya said. What you're requesting will take far more time and preparation than Sarutobi-sensei realistically has. After I become Godame, I'll make sure that Medical Training Institute gets organized and established as you always wanted. I'll make you the presiding headmistress of that institute, and appoint reputable experienced doctors and medic field ninjas to serve as instructors and trainers in that school. It'll be a requirement that all ninja teams must have a medic ninja as part of their team. Tsunade smiled appreciatively and said, Thank you. Hiruzen stood up from his seat and went over to the front of his desk. He handed Tsunade and all of the new Uzumaki specifically put together paperwork for them to fill out accurately. While you're all here, we can begin the process of registering all of you here and making Tsunade's status change from Senju to Uzumaki official and documented, Hiruzen suggested. Later that day, being one who searches for the latest news and gossip in town, Ino was on her game in finding out what everyone was talking about. Before long, she learned all that she needed and made her way to find Sakura. And speaking at Sakura, I still can't believe I was replaced with Hinata and placed on Kurenai-sensei's team, Sakura sighed. I tell you, it's not easy working with either Kiba or Shino and Kurenai-sensei like a disciplinarian when it comes to me. Currently, Sakura was at a pastry parlor with Tenten. Both girls were sitting together at a table eating a slice of cheesecake with whipped cream and strawberries with some ice cream served at the side. I'm sure it can't be that bad, Tenten remarked. You just have to get used to how they do things, I'm sure. Kurenai-sensei treated Hinata so kindly from what I heard, but treats me like we're at boot camp, Sakura retorted. She and her other students were adamantly displeased when Sandame-sama rearranged the team formations and had me reassigned to their team. But Sandame-sama stated that, Yo, forehead! Ino called out as she entered the pastry parlor and joined Tenten and Sakura at the table they were eating at. The two girls turned to look at the arrived girl who was sporting a large grin on her face. Ino pig, Sakura replied. What bring you here? Just some juicy news that I just had to share with you girls. Ino replied before she started sharing all that she found out with Sakura and Tenten at a pastry shop. After hearing Ino out, both girls found what they heard hard to believe. Are you serious? Tenten exclaimed as if someone dropped a case of explosive notes into a building and detonated them. Tsunade-sama returned back to the village today and wants to be acknowledged as an Uzumaki? Considering who her grandmother is, Ino said, it's not far-fetched. I'm still finding it hard to swallow that Naruto has a Sannin, Tsunade-sama no less, as a member of his clan now. Tenten commented, I mean, she's the ideal kunoichi I want to be like. What's more interesting is that with the exception of Karen, Ino added, every current member of Naruto's clan is older than him and are seasoned ninjas. But Naruto is their clan leader and that subjugates them to him, Tenten pointed out, but it's not like they're being forced to. I guess we'll just have to go to the horse's mouth and find out the truth from the source himself, Ino suggested. Do you even know where Naruto is? Sakura asked. He'll be with a bunch of other redheads who'll stick out in the crowd, Ino replied. They won't be that hard to find. Then let's go and find Naruto, Tenten suggested. It'll give me the chance to finally meet the legendary kunoichi Tsunade-sama. So what are we all waiting for? Let's go! Ino cheered, getting Sakura and Tenten to finish their desserts and pay for the treats before quickly making their way out of the pastry parlor. At the Senju district, Tsunade and the rest of her Uzumaki-kin were standing together with her in front of the land that was once occupied by many members of the Senju clan, the land that once housed the Shodai and his wife Mito, and the Night Aim. So many memories came flooding back to her mind as she stood in front of the estate that was empty as the Uchiha district. It's hard to believe that I'm back at the very land that was once the proud home of my Senju ancestors, Tsunade remarked. Now it's reduced to a silent tomb, and now we'll revive it as the Uzumaki district. Naruto declared, this is just a new chapter in our reviving clan's history. Tsunade Bacon, you know this district better than any one of us here, so it would be best if you lead an army of clones around to see what has to be done to clean and update this place. I have been here in a long time, Naruto, Tsunade replied. Nevertheless, I'll do my best, Uzumakis. Naruto called out, get ready. Naruto, Tsunade and all of their Uzumaki brethren form a signature hand sign, and collectively as one they exclaimed, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A massive burst of white smoke appeared that covered the surrounding region. After a brief moment, the smoke cleared to reveal an impressive army of 10,000 clones. Facing and looking at the legions of clones, Naruto declared, hear my words please. We have a major undertaking in renovating and cleaning this district, which is now our new home. We need this entire district up and ready for use before the end of week. Tsunade Bacon's clones will guide all of you in around the district, and explaining everything you need to know, where everything is and what has to be done in order to make this place look alive and active again. You'll divide up in groups with each of Tsunade Bacon's clones taking lead of the groups in this massive project. Now all of you, please divide up into teams with a clone of Tsunade Bacon in each group and proceed into the district to begin taking surveys and what has to be done in order to restore the prestige of district, and revive it as the Uzumaki district. And with that, all 10,000 clones divided into many groups and paired up with a Tsunade clone before making their way into the district with Tsunade's clones leading way to begin their work. You Uzumakis are aware that all of you will experience exhaustion and lose consciousness by the time all of your clones are done for the day, right? Jiraiya warned. If that should happen, we trust that you'll be a good surrogate clan member and watch over us, Naruto remarked. You are the next Hokage after all, and Uzumaki Tsunade will be dating you. So I trust you won't let anything happen to us, Eroji-san. And Shijiroji-san? Yes, Naruto? Shijiro replied. There are some very important matters of business I need to discuss with both you and Eroji-san in private later this evening, Naruto said. Will you be available to come by my house later? I'll be there, Shijiro confirmed. As soon as you tell me how to get to your home. Not a problem, Naruto said. In the meantime, let's get you newcomers familiar with this village. But first we need to make our way over to the hospital so Tsunade Bacon can heal Kakashi-sensei from Itachi's Tsukiyomi attack. Kakashi? Shijiro asked. As in copycat Kakashi? The very same one, Naruto confirmed as they started on their way to the hospital. Meanwhile, Sasuke was returning home where Taiya was waiting for him. He entered the house quietly after removing his sandals and Chunin flak vest to hang it up on the hanger post. He walked further into the house to find Taiya in the kitchen cooking some food for the both of them. You're home, numbnuts, Taiya greeted in her normal demeanor. Just came from meeting with Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke said. They returned today and Naruto brought with him more survivors of his clan during his mission to find Swanda. There's more Uzumakis out there? Taiya asked as she faced Sasuke. I thought he and those two females were the only two left. The Uzumakis were said to have scattered around the world, Sasuke explained. But even Naruto doesn't truly know how many from that scattered remnant is left alive if they weren't already hunted down and killed by their enemies. What shocked me is that he even got Tsunade to join his clan. Tsunade? Taiya asked with complete disbelief. Are you shitting me? He managed to persuade a Sannin to become a member of his clan? Tsunade has Uzumaki heritage and ancestry from her grandmother's side of the family, Sasuke revealed. Therefore Tsunade choosing to join Naruto's clan as an Uzumaki instead of as a Senju isn't so far-fetched. But you said that Naruto is the clan leader of the Uzumakis, Taiya recalled. Then that would mean that Tsunade placed herself under Naruto's subjection. I didn't see Tsunade having a problem with that, Sasuke stated. When you think about how Naruto is a shinobi council member who did all the things he's done up till now besides kicking your boss ass twice, getting a Sannin to fall in line with his lead wouldn't be much a challenge. To be honest, if I were my old self, I'd have been seething with jealous hatred and envy of Naruto right now. And you're not doing so now because? Taiya asked. Being jealous and envious of Naruto won't bring my clan back, Sasuke said. It won't change what happened on the night Itachi turned traitor and wiped out everyone in my clan. You know, Taiya admitted thoughtfully, that's always been bothering me. Your brother's motives for killing everyone in your clan while leaving your duck ass alive. I wasn't worth killing, Itachi told me, Sasuke reminded. And he told me that if I ever wished to kill him, I remember what it was he told you, numbnuts. Taiya interjected. And the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't make fucking sense out of it. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. The fact is that he willfully left you alive as a loose end instead of killing you along with all of the other Uchiha children that were of your age group, Taiya pointed out. What were Itachi's reasons for seeing that those other Uchiha children were worth killing instead of you? For the life of me, it doesn't make any goddamn sense as to why he chose to spare you as he killed every man, woman and child of your clan. What's more, Itachi waited until you weren't around before the act of slaughtering your brethren took place that very night, and then he instructed you to get stronger, and to one day come after him if you ever wished to kill him. To test the limit of his ability was his reason for killing everyone while leaving you alive so you could one day come after him and kill him. That has to be the dumbest, most fucked up shit I ever heard. Then some days ago he came back to Konoha after years of being away only to attack your sensei Kakashi and put his ass into a coma before tracking down and attacking your teammate Naruto. And temporarily while in Konoha, not once did Itachi sought to find and attack you. He just left Konoha with his partner Kisame after his battle with Naruto, and that was before reinforcements came to aid Naruto. My brother joined some secretive organization made up of S-class criminals called the Akatsuki, Sasuke explained. That organization is after Jinchurikis like Naruto for unknown reasons. Naruto just happens to be one of their targets. And now that I've heard this, Taiya stated, That only helps to confirm my suspicions of Itachi's motives. I've been trying to figure it out, but something about Itachi's motives for his recent actions doesn't add up. Care to elaborate? Sasuke invited. Why did Itachi spare Kakashi and only put his ass into a coma instead of killing him like he did your brethren? Tayuya asked. Clearly Kakashi was no match for him since he got his ass handed to him. And since Naruto is one of the primary targets of that organization of S-class criminals your brother joined, then how was it that Naruto came out of his battle against Itachi completely unharmed? Even in his battle against Orochimaru-sama, Naruto didn't come out of it unscathed, and you saw it for yourself that Naruto was heavily weakened and vulnerable before getting his strengths and vitally completely restored by sources unknown. Now that you mentioned it, Sasuke considered thoughtfully, I honestly never questioned Naruto about that, and only took it that Itachi was making a statement against me that he could attack anyone close to me whenever he wants, and that there was nothing I could do about it. I know Naruto is trying his best to help both of us, and I'm not trying to paint him in the wrong light after everything he's done for us, Tayuya said. But I can't help but believe that something happened between Naruto and Itachi that allowed Naruto to come out of that battle without receiving so much as a scratch. Why would a cold-blooded missing nin like Itachi, who slaughtered his entire clan, choose to spare Kakashi's life and not capture Naruto like he was clearly supposed to? Why wasn't Itachi interested in having you know he returned to Konoha if he wanted you to find him and kill him if you could? These inconsistencies with Itachi's actions don't make sense. Sasuke had a thoughtful expression as he deeply considered everything he heard from Tayuya's mouth. After several moments of silent contemplation, Sasuke for the first time seriously started to question Itachi's motives and inconsistencies as he found everything that Tayuya pointed out to make absolute sense. You've given me a lot to seriously think about, Tayuya, Sasuke said, and again, you've helped me to see things clearer than I have on my own. Tayuya went over and kissed Sasuke hotly and then replied, helping your ass is my job, it's what I'm here for. But with everything you've said, Sasuke said, it only begs for answers to these questions. What were Itachi's true reasons for slaughtering my clan while sparing me? And what were his real motives in wanting me to come after him to kill him after slaughtering my clan? Those are questions you'll have to ask Itachi yourself if he's up to explain himself, Tayuya replied. Back at the Hokage Tower. So, Naruto found more survivors of his clan, Hamura said after he, Koharu and Danzo heard Hiruzen's explanation. And you're telling us that Tsunade chose to forego her birth surname as a senju for her grandmother's maiden Uzumaki name? Koharu asked as she couldn't believe what they heard. That's right, Hiruzen stated. Tsunade is joining the clan of her grandmother's birth, and she made it very clear that she wants to be acknowledged as an Uzumaki and an active member of Naruto's clan. Hamaru, Koharu and Danzo clearly didn't like what they were hearing. Does Tsunade have any idea what her actions will entail for her grandfather's name and the Senju clan? Hamura asked. Shodai and the Nidain were our senseis. Like it or not, Hiruzen said patiently, we can't deny her decision. It's her legal birthright, and the same would have held true of her late brother Nawaki if he was alive and sought to follow in his older sister's footsteps. It's Tsunade's right by blood and birth, and we can't force her to change her mind. So the Senju clan and name was assimilated into the Uzumaki clan, Danzo remarked, gaining the attention of the other three in the room. As a Sannin and granddaughter of our late Shodai, Tsunade have willfully subjected herself to Naruto's authority since he's his clan's legal clan leader. And everything that belongs to the Senju clan will now ultimately fall in Naruto's hand and come under his control. Do you honestly think that was a wise course of action in allowing this? You speak as though Naruto and his Uzumaki brethren are some form of threat, Danzo, Hiruzen retorted. In these recent weeks, Danzo replied, the Uzumaki clan has gained powerful allies and influences in foreign nations, nations that even went as far as to give them financial backing, stock and material support. I don't recall ever making that knowledge available to you, Danzo, Hiruzen replied sharply. I make it my business to know from the shadows what's going on in Konoha. Danzo shot back. Someone has to make sure Konoha stays safe and protected while making sure no clan within this village grows too powerful or too influential for Konoha to control. Hiruzen slammed his right hand down on his desk loudly as bloodlust leaked out of him in loads as it was aimed directly at Danzo. He gave Danzo a hardened death glare and warned, You've crossed the line with me more than once, Danzo, and despite this I was willing to look the other. But not this time. I'm warning you right now, you better not try anything against the Uzumaki clan. I failed and shamed Minato and Kushina enough with regards to their son, and I will not add your ambitions and actions against the Uzumaki clan to my list of failures. I will not allow you to do to the Uzumaki clan as you, Hamura and Koharu did to the Uchiha clan years ago. The Uchiha clan plotted a coup against us and a rebellion against Konoha. Danzo argued. It was your mistrust of them, and that of Hamura and Koharu along with Konoha's discrimination against the Uchiha clan for Madara's actions against the Shodai that led to their rebellion and genocide. Hiruzen argued. Our late Nidaime had good reason not to trust the Uchiha-chan. Hamura stated, He and the Shodai had a long history with that clan steeped in wars and bloodshed, and no such history exists between the Senju and the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen retorted, unless you've forgotten, our sensei the Shodai married an Uzumaki and sought to end the strife between the Senju and the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen then turned his attention back to Danzo. I will not risk Konoha's safety just so you can put a leash on the Uzumaki clan, Danzo. Naruto and his brethren won't stand by and allow history to repeat itself. Konoha has done enough damage with regards to the Uzumaki clan's name, history and reputation as it is. Your baseless mistrust and desired actions towards the Uzumaki clan will guarantee that they'll turn on us like the Uchiha clan. Such actions of rebellion would be condemned as treason like it was with the Uchiha clan and call for their execution like how it was with Uchiha clan. Danzo replied, let's suppose you succeeded in having Naruto and all of his Uzumaki brethren and Tsunade wiped out like the Uchiha clan if they indeed rebelled. Who do you think I and the rest of Konoha will blame if the Uzumaki clan's foreign allies and those nations' allies joined forces and declared war on us for our mistreatment and extermination of the Uzumaki clan? Hiruzen sharply warned, I and all of Konoha would hold you responsible, Danzo, if your actions against Uzumaki clan triggers an all-out fourth shinobi world war and Konoha's destruction as a strong response from those foreign nations. If that happens, the Fire Daimyo will not defend us for causing our own downfall and the fourth shinobi world war. On top of that, Kyuubi would be reincarnated and wreak havoc once again, and with all of the Uzumakis extinct there would be no possible way to seal him away. Am I clear on that, Danzo, or do you need that in writing as a Hokage decree? Danzo sneered at Hiruzen, both he knew not to test Hiruzen's patience further. Hamura and Kohara saw the thick tension between Hiruzen and Danzo. The heavy bloodlust Hiruzen was pouring out against Danzo was still present. I see that your age hasn't softened or dulled your strength and resilience, Danzo remarked. Since you're clearly aware of this, Hiruzen replied, you'd be wise not to act in presumptuousness or pry into affairs that doesn't concern you or endanger Konoha. Danzo said nothing to that comment as he held on to his own thoughts. Hiruzen, Hamura said in his efforts to calm the fierce tension in the room, Jiraiya's time as the Godame is fast approaching. Wouldn't it be best if your successor is here with now so you can properly train? Hamura was interrupted when a knock came from the office door. Hiruzen took a brief moment to calm himself, and then responded, yes? How may I help you? My apologies, Sandaime-sama, but you have foreign diplomatic visitors seeking to have an audience with you, the secretary replied from behind the door. Diplomatic visitors? Hiruzen asked, and there recalled, yes. I remember now. They were scheduled to meet here at this time. Should I send them up to meet you now? The secretary asked. In a moment, Hiruzen replied and then turned to Danzo, Hamura and Koharu. I have private meeting with a special guest at this time. I politely ask that I'm given privacy for my next meeting at this time. We'll discuss Jiraiya's training and inauguration at a later time. Hamura and Koharu nodded their heads in respects to Hiruzen, while Danzo silently turned and left the office without giving Hiruzen a second glance. Hamura and Koharu followed Danzo from behind and left the office soon after. After Danzo and the two advisors have left the office, Hiruzen took a moment to calm and clear his mind after Danzo had infuriated him earlier. After getting himself together, Hiruzen said, send them up, at once, Sandaime-sama. The secretary replied as he went and did as instructed. Soon the door opened to reveal an 8-year-old girl with long straight white hair dressed in a beautifully designed and decorated white princess kimono and a golden-toed hair ornament clipped to the middle of her hair like a crown. She was also wearing lace sandals. She was being escorted and followed by 2 older female jounins who were here entourage and personal bodyguards. The 3 of them entered the office and closed the door behind him. The young girl approached Hiruzen and greeted politely as she bowed, Hokage-sama. Kano Hanasakuyaheim, Hiruzen greeted politely. Welcome to Kanehigakure no Sato. It's an honor that you bear the name of my village as part of your birth name. My grandson bears a name very similar to yours. His name is Konohamaru, and he's just over a year older than you. My name was my father's choice, Kano Hanasakuya replied. It was a representation of his attachment to his home village. My late mother, however, used to call me Sakuya-bime for short. I'm sure Jiraiya will be happy to see you as you came for his inauguration into the office of Hokage, Hiruzen said. That, Kano Hanasakuya added with a bright smile, and I came to see Uzumaki Naruto-kun. I'm interested in meeting him. Uzumaki Naruto? Hiruzen asked as he had to fight the urge to raise an eyebrow. He's my father's godson, Hokage-sama, Kano Hanasakuya said respectfully. Your late yondaime and his wife Uzumaki Kushina-san chose my father to become their son's godfather. Technically that makes Naruto-kun my older god brother whom I never got to meet. Hiruzen saw Kano Hanasakuya's point, and where she was coming from. I'm certain Naruto will be very interested in meeting his godsister, Hiruzen replied before looking at Kano Hanasakuya's entourage, and you both must be her personal escort. Yes, Hokage-sama, The first older female greeted, "My name is Shizuka." Shizuka was a fair-skinned girl of average height. She had green eyes and waist-length black hair and a princess-style cut tied in a high ponytail with short bangs and chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a black forehead protector, and her village's form-fitting kunoichi uniform. It was gray-colored with a right shoulder guard, gray gloves, an opening in her shirt which reveals some of her cleavage. The second female spoke up and said, "And I'm Ami. It's an honor to meet you, Hokage-sama." Ami was also fair-skinned and the same height as Shizuka. Except she had blue eyes, straight shoulder-length brown hair, but like Shizuka dressed in her village's form-fitting kunoichi uniform. Besides being Kano Hanasakuya Haime's personal escort, Shizuka said, we're also her closest friends and bodyguards. We'll be with Kano Hanasakuya during her stay in your village until it's time for her to return to her home village. That's understandable and acceptable, Hiruzen said. You three will be granted diplomatic status was in Konoha. By the way, Shizuka asked, we received word that our sisters, Akio, Akemi and Akira, journeyed here to Konoha with Uzumaki Naruto-kun and Jiraiya-sama. Would you happen to know where we can find Naruto-kun, Jiraiya-sama and our fellow sisters? There's some important matters that Kano Hanasakuya Haime, Ami and I as representatives of our village's governing council have to discuss with them, Ami added. They should still be in Jiraiya's company, Hiruzen said. It's still early in the afternoon and I don't imagine they'll be hard to find since there'll be a group of Uzumakis with red hair. Point taken, Shizuka replied. I'll arrange for one of my trusted ninja to locate and bring Jiraiya, Naruto and the others here, Hiruzen suggested. An hour later, Jiraiya, Naruto and the rest of the Uzumaki and their company and Shizen were making their way through the Hokage Tower after being summoned by Hiruzen to report to the meeting chamber held for foreign diplomats. By this time Kakashi was completely healed by Tsuwanda and released from the hospital as he was allowed to join their company. After leaving the hospital, Hinata had left the ground and returned home after Ko appeared and informed her that she was being summoned by her father to return home for something important he wanted her to do. While in their company, Kakashi was briefed by Naruto on everything he missed while he was in a coma. It's hard to believe that so much has happened in relatively such a short time, Kakashi said. Besides more of your clansmen survivors being found, my team has been reorganized to now have Hinata as the female member instead of Sakura, which now makes Team 7 a full and complete Chunin team. That's right, Naruto said, with Hinata as the exception. I heard that Team 8 weren't all that happy with the changes made. I can't imagine they were either, Kakashi remarked. They lost their one Chunin in exchange for a Genin. I imagine Kurenai having her work cut out for her with regards to training Sakura. But I'm sure she'll make a competent kunoichi out of Sakura. Sakura is her responsibility now. If I didn't know any better I'd say you're happy about the two teams' changes, Naruto said. Whatever you say, Naruto, Kakashi replied with a shrug, but tomorrow, you, Hinata, Sasuke and I will have to have a Team 7 to discuss this new arrangement that the Sandaime has put into effect. With Sakura no longer on our team and replaced with another Chunin, this will completely change the team's overall dynamics. I'm even surprised the Hokage allowed for this since the last team consisting of the Byakugan and Sharingan failed. Hinata-chan, Sasuke and I already discussed that earlier today after Sasuke informed Hinata and I about the rearrangements of our two teams. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto revealed, Hinata-chan and Sasuke won't make the same mistake their clansmen made years ago. I'm happy to be assured of that, Naruto, Kakashi said, because all four of us will. We arrived, Jiraiya announced as they stood in front of the door they were instructed to head to. Jiraiya grabbed the knob and opened the door to come across an unexpected sight. In front of him were Hiruzen, Shizuka, Ami and Kano Hanasakuya? Jiraiya asked in surprise. Kano Hanasakuya, Shizuka and Ami turned to look at Jiraiya. Papa! Kano Hanasakuya greeted happily as Jiraiya hurried over to his daughter who in return hurried over to embrace him. The two reached and hugged each other in an affectionate father and daughter embrace. Shizuka and Ami were happy to see the family reunion between their village leader and her father, as were everyone else in the room. So she's Eroji-san's daughter with Yuzume, Naruto commented. Without a doubt she is, if the trademark very long straight white hair isn't a clue of the resemblance she has to her father, Kakashi commented. Kano Hanasakuya, I'm so happy that you made it safely to Konoha, Jiraiya said as she held his daughter. You and your escort arrived here sooner than I estimated. I wanted to make sure I arrived ahead of schedule before you're inaugurated into the position of Hokage. Kano Hanasakuya said, I wouldn't dream of missing it and Mama would have been so proud if she were alive to this. Not only will this make me known as the sage's daughter but this will make me the daughter of Konoha's Godame. Wow! Jiraiya remarked, I never thought that. I could only imagine the serious political implications this will have as a result. That's what we wanted to discuss with you, Akio, Akemi and Akira about. Shizuka spoke up, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. The governing council of Nadeshiko wanted Kano Hanasakuya Haime, Ami and I to discuss those important matters with you and the AAA sisters. Ami and I are both Kano Hanasakuya Haime's personal escort and bodyguards and the representatives of Nadeshiko's governing council. Shizukune, Kano Hanasakuya said, there's plenty of time to discuss political business later. There's no hurry for that. Kano Hanasakuya looked around to see Naruto and the other Uzumakis in the room. She went over to the AAA sisters and greeted, I'm happy to see you three again. So it's true that you found remnants of your surviving clansmen. We have, Akira said happily. It was a long and hard search, but we found other Uzumakis. I'm happy for the three of you, Kano Hanasakuya said, and Nadeshiko will be happy for you three as well. Kano Hanasakuya then turned to Naruto. As she was about to say something, however, her eyes caught sight of Tsunade. Kano Hanasakuya walked over to Tsunade and stood directly in front of the older woman. Just as Tsunade was about to say something, Kano Hanasakuya turned to Jiraiya and, permission to speak freely, father, Kano Hanasakuya requested with an unusually calm but solemn demeanor. Jiraiya sensed that his daughter wanted to get something serious off her chest, seeing that she addressed him as father rather than papa and was asking his permission to express herself openly without being reprimanded or scolded. Permission granted, Jiraiya said, as he saw the expression on Kano Hanasakuya's face slowly change to an emotionless one. As the daughter of the Toad Sage stared directly at the Slug Princess with emotionless eyes, the building tension between and around the two of them was so thick one could cut it with a knife. So you're the woman that my father who had once upon a time worshipped the ground you walk on, Kano Hanasakuya remarked coldly, much to Tsunade's surprise and that of everyone else in the room. Kano Hanasakuya continued, I heard from my late mother how before she met my father, he tried so hard countless times to gain your affections and love, even in your darkest days when you've lost your younger brother and lover. You, the woman who turned her back on her village and people just when they needed you the most. The atmosphere turned cold fast as the tension between Kano Hanasakuya and Tsunade grew. Shizen was about to say something to Kano Hanasakuya, but Jiraiya gave Shizen a stern look that told her, and everyone else, not to interfere. Reluctantly, Shizen complied and held her tongue. My mother once told me that the true measurement of a person is how they respond to the trials of their lives and face them head on, Kano Hanasakuya said. From my point of view of you, Tsunade, I see a selfish, spoiled, frightened child who instead ran away from her problems and shamed the names of the Senjus and Uzumakis, both noble clans that are the closest things to royalty who have accomplished wonders throughout history in the shinobi world. But you spent more than a decade of the hard and well-earned wealth of your grandfather's clan on gambling and sake just to escape the pain of your loss. What? Tsunade retorted as she looked ready to physically scold the 8-year-old. But she restrained herself as she had to quickly remind herself that Kano Hanasakuya was not only a foreign dignitary but she was a ruling princess, and touching her in any threatening form would lead to an international incident and Jiraiya's anger. I heard about your exploits and some of your accomplishments during your prime as a kunoichi, and I heard how you, my father, and Orochimaru got the title Sannin, Kano Hanasakuya continued undeterred. As a fellow kunoichi, I respect your past accomplishments, but knowing everything else about you and how you fell from grace, I find myself disgusted with you thinking you deserve my beloved father's love or his attention. Not once did I ever claim to deserve your father's love and affections, even now I don't. Tsunade argued, if anything, it was your father who was always chasing after me back then despite the number times I rejected his advances and didn't accept his feelings for me. I don't know what it was my father saw in you for such devotion back then, Kano Hanasakuya retorted, but I'm glad that you didn't return his feelings because I would have never been born nor would my father have met and fell in love with my late dearest mother. Kano Hanasakuya's tone grew colder as she continued. My mother once told me that some years before I was born you almost murdered my father, and came dangerously close to seeing to his murder by your own hands. Tsunade visibly flinched on hearing how Kano Hanasakuya addressed the infamous incident that nearly cost Jiraiya his life. In all her years, Tsunade never once thought that her viciously violent act of nearly beating Jiraiya almost to death would have been an actual act of murder. It was feminine justice, Tsunade retorted as she tried to justify her actions. In that incident I caught Jiraiya peeping? Kano Hanasakuya spat. You felt so violated for such a petty act that you felt justified in almost murdering my father. Even now you never apologized for it. I would have accepted that you slapped my father, but you don't regret what you did. Kano Hanasakuya looked directly at Tsunade. Feminine justice? That's your excuse? Kano Hanasakuya retorted with disgust. Such double-standard hypocrisy. I hardly believe such murderous violence would happen to a female if she were caught peeping on men while calling it masculine justice. Karen squeezed loudly after Kano Hanasakuya made that statement. Now you can't tell me that was only a coincidence, Erish remarked, only to receive an annoyed from his girlfriend. Kano Hanasakuya Haim makes a strong argument that even I can't refute, Hiruzen remarked. It's ironic that your harsh and brutally violent rejections of my father's advances and interest in you were the very things that drove him into my mother's arms, which led to my conception, Kano Hanasakuya remarked. I suppose that I should thank you, but it would be pointless since I wouldn't mean it. But like I said, I don't know what it was he saw in you and I still don't see it now. But I know this, Tsunade. My father deserves so much better than a bitter, disappointing coward like you. Kanohana Sakuya took a deep breath and calmed herself down, and regained her neutral composure. After what seems like hours when only a few short moments have passed, Tsunade was about to say something, but then Kanohana Sakuya raised her right hand to prevent her from speaking. I'm not done, so let me tell you this last thing I need get across to you, Tsunade. You blamed Konoha for the loss of your younger brother and lover, and cowardly deserted your grandfather's village as a result. Shizen got fast nervous when she saw the cold anger burning from Tsunade. Tantan oinked with feelings of dread after sensing the negative emotions radiating off of the slug Sannin. Tsunade doesn't look happy with Jiraiya's daughter, Erishur commented. What made you come to that conclusion? Kansui replied in sarcasm. Naruto quietly observed and listened to Jiraiya's daughter's speech and privately thought, she's boldly expressing everything I actually wanted to tell Tsunade Bacon myself when I first met her in 10 Mangamaki days ago. The only difference was that things wouldn't have ended peacefully in getting Tsunade Bacon to cooperate willingly if I had gone with my original intentions of telling her off because of her drunken, self-centered and disrespectful dash. How dare you? Tsunade replied indignantly with her anger flaring. How dare you come here and presumptuously judge me? You have no idea or understanding of what I suffered and went through before you were born, child. I have no idea or understanding, you say? Kanohana Sakuya retorted undeterred. We have all lost something and someone very dear and precious to us, not just you. I lost my dearest mother at a very young age, and not a day goes by without my missing her, and wishing she was still alive and here with me. My father lost his wife and the closest thing he had to a son and most prized apprentice. The Yan'ime Hokage, my god brother, lost his mother and father at birth and suffered traumatically for years from the mistreatment of this village's people. If I remember correctly, my father once said that you told him that your grandfather lost 2 of his younger brothers during his childhood during the Shinobi clan wars era long before he founded Konoha with your grandmother, your mother. Your grandfather's only daughter was killed and his brother, your granduncle's his wife, was killed while she was still pregnant with his children. The Sandaime Hokage's wife was murdered. The Uzumaki clan lost their homeland and most of their people, but we all continued to move forward and thrive for a better future. Yet none of us did what you have done and dishonor our families and loved ones' memories because they live on in our hearts. So what makes you so special for you to excuse yourself and make your past sufferings worse than ours? I may not agree with my father in looking to you as a new love interest, but I will respect his choice. In my eyes, however, you have a long way to go before I see you worthy of my father's love and attention. But know this, Tsunade, you'll never replace my mother even if you do marry my father and become my stepmother. Kanohana Sakuya turned to Jiraiya and said, I said all that I needed to say and get off my chest, father. Thank you for allowing me to freely express myself. With her speech spoken, Kanohana Sakuya walked past Tsunade and went over to Naruto. She hugged him affectionately and then greeted, Hello, god brother. I've waited a long time to finally meet you. I believe we have some catching up to do. With that, the god siblings walked out of meeting chamber with Kanohana Sakuya pulling Naruto along with her out of the room, leaving everyone else in the room with Shizuka and Ami giving a short bow before following about Kanohana Sakuya and Naruto. There was an awkward silence that permeated the atmosphere until someone decided to break the silence. Such strong words of conviction and emotions from one so young, Seijiro remarked. She reminds me of Naruto in some ways. What happened here was my fault, Jiraiya said. Before coming here, I informed my daughter through a secretly sent letter that I would be dating Tsunade soon and that I would become Konoha's new Godame. Kanohana Sakuya replied to my letter days earlier and requested that when the time comes if she could be allowed to freely express herself verbally to Tsunadeheim without my interference. My mistake was assuming that she wanted to say something positive about me and that she hopes things works out between Tsunade and myself since she considers my legacy as reflection on her, Jiraiya said regretfully as he turned and looked at Tsunade apologetically. I honestly had no idea my daughter harbored such hatred and animosity towards you, Tsunade. I'll talk to her and dash. No, Jiraiya, Tsunade objected, this is something between me and your daughter. To be truly honest, I didn't paint a good picture of myself for her to admire and respect considering the village she was born and raised in. But I'll change that. You're looking to prove yourself to Jiraiya's daughter? Shizen asked. Please don't tell me you're going to place a bet on whether or not you'll win Kanohana Sakuya over. It would be insulting and demeaning to both Jiraiya and his daughter if my efforts to win her affections and admiration of me were based on a bet, Shizen. Tsunade rebuked. Jiraiya would never forgive me if I did such thing, and her entire village would truly despise me. No, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and vowed, I will win your daughter's love and admiration sincerely, no matter how long it takes me or how hard and far I must go to prove that I'm not the same person I once was. Jiraiya smiled and said, You're truly serious about this, aren't you? I give you my sworn word with everyone here as my witnesses, Jiraiya. Tsunade replied, as an Uzumaki with Senju descent. And as you already know, an Uzumaki never goes back on their word once sworn. Jiraiya nodded his head in total acceptance of Tsunade's oath and thought, I can only wonder how things will be turned out in the future between Konohanasakuya-heim and Tsunadeheim after today. Meanwhile, Naruto and Konohanasakuya were walking together through Konoha streets with Konohanasakuya walked next to Naruto at his right-hand side. Shizuka and Ami were walking alongside Konohanasakuya at her right-hand side. After they got some distance away from the Hokage Tower, Konohanasakuya broke the silence. I'm sorry you had to see my display of anger and disgust towards Tsunade, Naruto-kun, Konohanasakuya apologized, but the sight her just served to piss me off. Don't worry, Naruto assured, I didn't feel any better than you did when I first met her, to be completely honest. I wanted to do what you did when I first met her, really. Except it would have ended with her and I fighting each other, Naruto then joked and laughed, but it certainly would not have been for my hand in marriage. I don't know what my father sees in that walking disgrace to all kunoichis. Konohanasakuya replied, from what I heard Tsunade has never once ever treated my father kindly. Part of this is really my fault, Konohanasakuya, Naruto confessed. If you want to be angry and blame someone, then blame me, not your father. What are you talking about? Konohanasakuya with a confused tone. I made a bet with Tsunade Bacon some time ago to get her to not only return to Konoha peacefully, Naruto explained, but to take my girlfriend Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Karen as her new apprentices and to go out on 7 dates with your father. This was your doing? Konohanasakuya exclaimed in shock. Why? To get Tsunade Bacon to make up for all the times she wronged your father, Naruto explained. I did this before your father told me about you and his late wife. I know your father isn't without his faults and imperfections, and in some ways, I'm able to relate your father because before I met and fell in love with my current girlfriend, the girl I originally tried to pursue also rejected me for someone else despite my best efforts and intentions. Originally your father told Tsunade Bacon that she didn't have to live up to her end of the bet in going out with him, and that he was going to ask me to call off that part of my condition of the bet. But I heard from your father that Tsunade Bacon asked for their 7 dates not to be called off. He told me that Tsunade Bacon said she wanted to go out with him, and not because of the condition of the bet. Why does Tsunade have a change of heart all of a sudden? Konohanasakuya asked. It's not because my father is going to become the Hokage, is it? Far from it, Naruto confirmed. Tsunade Bacon has no interest in the position of Hokage. But I think something happened between Tsunade Bacon and Eroji-san while we were in Tenmangamaki. While in Tenmangamaki, my father didn't sleep. Tsunade, I know that much, Konohanasakuya remarked, causing Naruto to trip and almost fall to the ground. Konohanasakuya, Shizuka and Ami looked at Naruto as he got back his balance and stood upright again. Please don't be surprised, Konohanasakuya stated with a toothy smile similar to Jiraiya's. I was educated about sex and human reproduction since I was 3. That's true about me also. No lie, your mother taught you about sex and human reproduction while that young? Naruto asked. No, Konohanasakuya replied. I learned about it in details from reading my father's Uchiha Paradise books. It was later on when I went to my mother and asked her if she conceived me by having repeated hot sex with my father. Konohanasakuya laughed. I can still remember, and see that shocked and embarrassed look on my mother's face after I asked her those questions and how many tries it took before I was conceived. I even asked her which position worked in conceiving me. You're definitely Eroji-san's daughter. Naruto laughed as he crackled at how the 8-year-old was behaving so carefree and free-spirited. Though embarrassed, Konohanasakuya continued, my mother asked me how I learned about what I knew, and I explained that I found and read one of my father's orange books and that I wanted to know if that's now they brought me into the world. My mother sat down with me and explained everything to me about marriage, sex, and reproduction. She left nothing out while telling me how much she loved my father and how happy she was that their love resulted in my birth. Tsunade never loved my father, and she always looked down on him. Even now, she shamelessly tried to justify her act of almost murdering my father at the bathhouse years ago with her feminine justice crap speech. She didn't have the decency or the humility of saying I'm sorry. Just thinking about that pisses me off. Her double-standard hypocrisy sickens me. I hate her. Tsunade Bacon is caught between two extremes, Naruto thought. A man who still loves her deep down and his daughter who despises her. Konohanasakuya took a moment to cool herself down and to get her emotion back in check again. After a few moments, Konohanasakuya sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for my behavior just now, Naruto-kun. I seem to forget myself whenever I think about that vile woman. It's okay, Naruto said. I have anger and rage management of my own to deal with, so I'm in no position to judge you. So why don't you tell me some things about you, Naruto-kun? Konohanasakuya offered. You can tell me about yourself over some ramen, my treat. And please, just call me Sakuya-bime. Are you sure about treating me Sakuya-ban? Naruto asked. After you're the diplomatic guest in my company, so hospitality should be my treat, Naruto there offered. I'll even treat your too cute, hot-looking entourage kunoichis with you. Complimenting us won't make us drop our guard with you, Naruto-kun. Shizuka replied, we women of Nadeshiko aren't as easy as to fool as those disgraceful fangirls who dare call themselves kunoichis. My 3 distant Uzumaki cousins have lived among you and your people for some years, and their characteristics testifies to the nature of you and your people, Naruto said. I'm sure if I were to challenge you for your hand in marriage, Shizuka, as is the custom of your village, I'd be more than happy to accept your challenge, Naruto-kun. Shizuka interjected with a grin. After all, I heard a lot about your exploits and reputation. You're very powerful ninja from what reports about you said, and since you're Jiraiya-sama's pupil, I'm certain he's been training you to become even stronger. I'll be happy to challenge and battle you for your hand in marriage if you're interested. After seeing the deep hole that he dug and almost plunged himself into, Naruto quickly replied, thanks Shizuka, but I already have a girl. Naruto! A female voice called out from behind him. Naruto and 3 females with him stopped to see Tenten, Sakura and Ino approaching the group. Tenten, Sakura and Ino had looks of curiosity after seeing the 3 foreign females with Naruto, with the youngest of the 3 looking like she was royalty. Tenten, Sakura, Ino. Naruto greeted, how are you 3? I hope all is well with you 3. We heard that Tsunade-sama returned to Konoha with you, Tenten explained. We thought she would be in your company. Sorry, she's with Eroji-san, Naruto said. I haven't seen her since I left the Hokage Tower. Drats, I was really hoping meet Tsunade-sama, Tenten complained and added, she's practically the ideal kunoichi I want to model myself after. Were you informed about the changes to our team's formation, Naruto? Sakura asked. The Sandame-sama replaced me with Hinata and put me on her previous team with Kiba and Shino. That means I won't be able to be with my precious Sasuke-kun anymore, and Kurenai-sensei is a stern taskmistress. Forehead, Sasuke-kun was never yours to begin with, Ino remarked, and you never got to even kiss his lips once, unlike me. Sakura glared daggers at Ino, who grinned back at her. Konohana Sakuya, Shizuka and Ami were forming first impression opinions of Tenten, Sakura and Ino, and so far their leaders' thoughts of them were, I know those 3 girls for a minute and already I don't like them, Konohana Sakuya privately thought. By the way, Naruto, Tenten asked, who are those foreign girls with you? Ino and Sakura dropped their petty argument after returning their attention back to more important matters with regards to the girls in Naruto's company. These girls are foreign dignitaries from the village of Nadeshiko, Naruto explained. The young 8-year-old to my right is Konohana Sakuya. She's the ruling princess of her village, and with her are Shizuka and Ami, her entourage and Nadeshiko's ambassadors. I wasn't aware that shinobi villages could have ruling royal families, Tenten commented. This wasn't taught at the Ninja Academy. There were a lot of things that weren't taught at the Ninja Academy, Naruto remarked, but that's beside the point. Konohana Sakuya and her entourage are here on very important family business, and I was chosen to give these ladies a tour of the village. Konohana Sakuya? Ino repeated as if she was testing the name out. Sounds similar to this village's name. My father named me after this village, Konohana Sakuya revealed. He was born and raised here after all, unlike my mother who was born and raised in the land of my birth. Your father is from Konoha? Tenten inquired. Thus the family business I'm here for, Konohana Sakuya said. I traveled all the way from Nadeshiko to Konoha to not only see and visit my father, but to also witness his inauguration in becoming this village's Godame Hokage. Say what? Ino blinked and replied as if the information didn't process properly. What do you mean that your father is going to become our new Hokage? In my village, Konohana Sakuya explained, I'm known as the sage's daughter because my biological father is none other than Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Konoha. Jiraiya-sama is your father? Sakura and Ino shouted simultaneously. And he's going to become the new Hokage? Tenten asked in surprise. When was this? Your current Hokage is going to step down from his position as the reigning Hokage with my father rising as his successor, Konohana Sakuya said. I came from the Hokage Tower after having a briefing with your Sandane, who personally explained this to me. You girls are more than welcome to confirm my words with your Hokage himself if you believe I'm making all of this up. We believe your words, Konohana Sakuya. Tenten said, but we never knew that Jiraiya-sama had a daughter. I can see that, seeing how the entire has no clue as to who I am except for the very few who met me so far, Konohana Sakuya remarked. I'm sure nobody here knows that Naruto-kun is also my god brother. Naruto is your god brother? Sakura replied in disbelief as she looked between Naruto and Konohana Sakuya. This guy? Really? Are you serious? You're very presumptuous, Konohana Sakuya remarked with a calm but cold tone. You clearly don't know your place in with Naruto-kun. Excuse me? Sakura retorted, looking at Konohana Sakuya menacingly the same way she would when Konohamaru got her mad. For Sakura, she didn't care whose parents the one younger than her was. Even if the grandparent was the Hokage, as was the case with Konohamaru, Sakura would still physically attack them if angered enough, while believing she would be in her right to physically hurt them. However, Shizuka and Ami weren't going to let Sakura have her way, as they were ready to use brute force against Sakura if she stepped out of line further. Naruto had no intentions of intervening, as he wanted to see how things would play out. The hardened look Konohana Sakura now gave Sakura showed that she was not amused with how Sakura addressed both Naruto and her as she continued. You clearly forgot your place in that. Naruto-kun is not only a chunin and clan leader but also a member of your village's shinobi council. Don't dare talk to us as if you're our equal. Give both us our due respect. Sakura was taken aback by how Konohana Sakura sternly rebuked her. Seeing that Sakura offended the visiting dignitary, Ino quickly stepped in. Please forgive my friend's rudeness and presumptuousness. She has a large forehead, but her brain isn't big enough to fill in the space. Sakura glared daggers at Ino and retorted, "What was that, Ino pig?" Ino turned back at Sakura and replied, "Do you want to cause an international incident because you thought you could rudely act and talk to a foreign dignitary in whatever way you want?" That silenced the pink-haired genin when she saw Ino's point. Sakura turned to Konohana Sakura, apologized. "I'm sorry for speaking rudely. I didn't mean to offend you. All is forgiven," Konohana Sakura replied, then warned, "Just don't do it again." Looking to quickly change the subject and remove the current tension, Ino spoke up and said, "Hey Naruto, the girls and I heard about your new Uzumaki brethren who arrived here in Konoha today, and how they're all seasoned ninjas." "They all are," Naruto confirmed. "They're very skilled in combat, and together they're not easy to beat. And while we're on the same topic," Tenten suggested with an air of confidence, "I challenge you to a battle at the training ground." "Just you and me, Naruto? You also wish to battle Naruto-kun for his hand in marriage?" Shizuka asked. "What?" Tenten exclaimed with a baffled expression before she pointed at Naruto and replied, "Marry Naruto. This ninja is my eternal rival." "Eternal?" Ami now spoke up after a long silence. "So you permanently linked and attached both yourself and your life to this clan leader and vowed to forever pursue his time and attention to better yourself and your combat skills. An admirable vow I respect after finding a worthy alpha male who no doubt bested you in combat." In Nadeshiko no Sato, Konohana Sakura stated, "Our people would consider your actions towards Naruto-kun as act of matrimony." "Say what?" Tenten asked with a nervous expression. Naruto smacked his right over his face as he saw the mess him and Tenten just got themselves into. "I'd better clear these misunderstandings now before things starts getting out of hand, even for me," Naruto thought. As the day progressed, the armies of Kage Bunshins were hard at work cleaning up the new Uzumaki district to have it ready for use. They spent many hours under the guidance of Tsunade's Kage Bunshins working to dust, sweat, mop and clean everything in district, since Tsunade herself knew everything about the former Senju district turned Uzumaki district. It wasn't until late into the evening when all of the work was finally done. But the clone, under Naruto's clone's advice, dispelled themselves gradually over a period of almost 2 hours rather than all at once to avoid memory experience overload to their makers, which would lead to complete loss of consciousness and depend on their maker's location. That could prove dangerous. The Uzumakis and Tsunade took residence in the now cleaned and ready-to-use district. Tsunade chose to be in her own house, while Kansui and Erishur stayed together in another house, and the AAA sisters stayed in a house close by to the twins. Seijiro also chose a house himself within district. As for Naruto, Anoka and Karen, however, they chose not to live in the district for now, as they had gotten too accustomed to living in the beautiful large house that they're currently residing in. However, Naruto hid and posted some of his disguised clones around the district as his means of security against trespassers. Later that evening at Naruto's house, Naruto, Jiraiya and Seijiro were sitting together into Naruto's study and work office. While in Naruto's office, they were listening and watching the video-recorded meeting that Hiruzen had with his 4 Kage Bunshin in his Hokage office earlier today, but they were particularly interested in listening to the part about Danzo, and everything about was said about him, and everything he did. Neither Naruto, Jiraiya nor Seijiro liked what they heard one bit, and it only fueled Naruto's and Seijiro's hatred of Danzo. After they were done listening and watching the video, Naruto said, "Danzo has committed more acts of treason than I would have forgiven if I were the Hokage. I see why predecessor threatened and wanted to kill him. Both your ancestor and Sarutobi-sensei saw that Danzo was scheming to have Uzumaki Jinchurikers and some of the Uzumakis themselves indoctrinated as loyal members of his root ANBU, Jiraiya said. I always knew Danzo was never to be trusted, but up till now I never knew how far he'd go to get his way. Yet we understand more why your life in Konoha was so bitter even after Sarutobi-sensei passed a law forbidding anyone from talk about the night of Kyuubi's attack. Danzo was behind this in his plot to later manipulate you into joining his organization. It's very clear that this Danzo is loyal only to himself and his cause," Seijiro remarked. He has no respect or loyalty to his fallen or living leaders. In fact, that he even plotted and attempted to murder Sandaime for the position of Hokage is proof that Danzo might even make an attempt at your life, Jiraiya, in the future. In Itachi's Black Book, Naruto recalled, Itachi explained how Danzo stole one of Shishui's Sharingan some time before the Uchiha clan massacre took place. And through my clone's investigation, I learned that Danzo even tried to steal the Sharingan from Kakashi. For someone who's been very distrustful of the Uchiha clan, his objective in stealing Sharingan eyes has raised a number of red flags and suspicions. But that's not the only thing about Danzo that bothers me. What else is there? Jiraiya asked. Why is Danzo heavily bandaged with only one eye to see with, and only his left hand that's usable while being clothed and covered in dark robes? Naruto asked. What happened to him that led him to look the way he does with the condition he's in? It's never been disclosed or explained why, and my clones couldn't find any records of Danzo being in any wars or battles that led him to be severely wounded or hurt by enemies that bad. Like it or not, Sandaime-san has turned a blind eye to this like everything else Danzo has done. If you asked me, Danzo is plotting something big. Sejiro turned to Jiraiya and asked, what will you do as Hokage? Will you continue to allow Danzo to serve his function as part of the hierarchy? I don't trust that man any more than either of you do, Jiraiya said, and I certainly wouldn't trust him with my daughter and her people if his actions against Sarutobi-sensei and Naruto as a child doesn't already speak volumes of what he's capable of. Even when I become Hokage, disbanding his root ANBU and removing him from the hierarchy won't be easy, as he undoubtedly has connections within and outside of Konoha. If I removed him from the hierarchy, I'm sure he'll make life for us difficult in one way or another. Speaking of your daughter Eroji-san, Naruto contemplated audibly, the hierarchy and perhaps others will see you being the Godame Hokage and the biological father of the ruling princess of Nadeshiko as an opportunity for Konoha through you to not only convince your daughter to open trade with Konoha but to exercise a measure of influence and control over that village. While opening trade between Konoha and Nadeshiko is going to happen, however, Jiraiya said, I will not allow the hierarchy to force my hand in having controlling influence in how my daughter governs her people. As Hokage and her father, I'll serve as her example and role model in how to govern and protect her people, since I used to live among them for a number of years and my late wife taught me many things in how the government, trading and the ninja systems work in her village. Speaking of ninja system, Jiraiya, Sejiro suggested, the Shinobi Council might request if you can to convince your daughter in allowing Konoha to have some form of influence in their shinobi system and training programs. Since it's female-dominated, they may want you to convince your daughter and her governing council to allow some of Konoha's most trustworthy kunoichis to be sent to Nadeshiko to exchange teachings and trainings between the two villages. While that might be an acceptable idea, however, Jiraiya replied, in the end, that decision will be entirely up to my daughter and her people, since they practically have their own self-contained culture and way of life. My daughter, along with her country's governing council, will look out and take into consideration what's the best interests of their people, not Konoha's. When the time comes, we'll have to see exactly how things play out, and where we'll go from there. That's understandable, Naruto agreed. Still, Jiraiya stated, as Hokage and Naruto's teacher, it will be difficult to continue my work as a spy master and keeping up with my spy contacts. Jiraiya turned to Sejiro and said, your skills and talent as a spy master and infiltrator are just as good as my own, if not far better. Would you be in the position to work for Konoha as our spy master and infiltrator? I don't know yet, Jiraiya, Sejiro said. I was inclined to train Kansui and his brother Arashir as my new apprentices. I'll have to give your offer some serious thoughts and consideration first, if that's alright with you. I understand completely, Jiraiya said. This is not something I would entrust to just anyone, Sejiro. Asking you to take over my role as a spy master shows the amount of trust and reliance I have in you. I hope you deeply consider my offer. I will, Sejiro promised. Jiraiya stood up from his seat and said, I'd better be on my way now. My daughter is waiting for me to go see her soon. How are you and Tsunade Bacon taking your daughter's hatred of her? Naruto asked. I can't imagine how you and Tsunade Bacon must feel knowing that your daughter is completely unhappy with you dating Tsunade Bacon. You may have forgiven Tsunade Bacon for everything she put you through, but your daughter doesn't appreciate how Tsunade Bacon never apologized about that bathhouse incident that nearly got you killed and how she tried to justify her actions during that incident. Tsunadeheim vowed that she will win my daughter's love and admiration sincerely, Jiraiya revealed. She said no matter how long it takes me or how hard and far she must go, she would prove that she's not the same person she once was. Tsunadeheim understands the situation and rift that exists between her and my daughter, but she holds no ill will towards my daughter. Naruto asked, will you talk to Sakuya-bime about Tsunade Bacon? And Tsunade asked me to allow her and my daughter to work things out between without me trying to influence my daughter's actions and view towards her, Jiraiya interjected. But but the best that I'll do is to encourage my daughter to give Tsunade a chance to prove who she truly is and to look past her past faults and mistakes at the same time though. I can overlook the fact that Sakuya-ban might think I'm trying to replace her late mother with Tsunade. As her father, I'll have to help her to understand that her late mother will never be replaced, and that she'll continue to live in our hearts. I wish the best between Sakuya-ban and Tsunade-bacon, Naruto said. I can only wonder how Tsunade-bacon will win your daughter's love and admiration. Tsunade-heim is the world's most renowned medic ninja after all, Jiraiya said confidently. She'll think of some way to fill in and heal the rift between them. Well, I'll be on my way now. Until next time, Jiraiya performed a smoke shunshin and left Naruto's office and house, leaving him alone with Seijiro. Naruto leaned back in his seat in front of his desk and remarked, I wish I knew what to do about Danzo. That man is practically a walking threat and obviously an unremorseful traitor that Sandaime-san tolerated for far too long. I'll keep a close eye on Danzo for you, Naruto, Seijiro offered. I'll monitor him with a more keen eye and a spy that I can effectively plant within his root ANBU. But I won't do a thing against him personally unless it's truly necessary. In that case, Naruto replied, I'll leave Danzo to you. The next day at the Hokage Tower, Naruto and all of his brethren were summoned to the Hokage Tower for an unscheduled meeting with the Hokage, the hierarchy, and the Shinobi Council. An hour before noon was when Naruto and all of his brethren arrived at the meeting chamber where all of the other clan leaders, the hierarch and Hiruzen were. When Karen's, Akio's, Akemi's and Akira's eyes fell on Danzo, however, a most alarming and uncomfortable vibe ran down their spines as they sensed a dark aura radiating from out of that man. They sensed a very dark secret hidden underneath Danzo's physical appearance. They kept themselves together but knew for a certain not to trust Danzo or agree to anything he suggested unless Naruto said otherwise. Welcome, newcomers of Konoha, Hiruzen greeted with Jiraiya standing to his right. The Toad Sage saw that Tsunade was standing alongside Akira while Seijiro stood by Naruto's right-hand side as his advisor and personal bodyguard. I understand that this meeting is on very short notice, Hiruzen stated, but I felt it was necessary for the Shinobi Council and the hierarchy to be properly introduced to all of you. As you're well aware, Naruto is also a member of the Shinobi Council of this village. Yes, Sandaime-sama, Seijiro replied politely. Naruto has well informed us of his position and role in this council. Good, Hiruzen replied as he nodded his head and continued, the meeting will commence and come to order now. We're here to not only introduce ourselves to the newcomers but also to learn some things about them and their history before arriving here in Konoha as surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. Seijiro was chosen to go first to explain his history and abilities. Seijiro explained his profession as a freelance bounty hunter who had no affiliation or allegiance to any country, though he had connections with Koikiheim of Haru no Kuni. Uzumaki Seijiro, Danzo interrogated, after hearing about you from Koikiheim from Haru no Kuni, some investigating was done into your background and we found that you have an active criminal record as an S-class missing from Kirigakure. You wanted for fraud, conspiracy and plotting against the established government of Kirigakure with a kill-on-sight order issued against you. Can you to explain those criminal activities to us? Hatake Kakashi also has a kill-on-sight order issue against him from Kirigakure as an A-class ninja wanted dead, Seijiro retorted. I don't see Kakashi standing before the council here being forced to explain himself. Danzo wasn't deterred by Seijiro's countering words as he replied, we're well aware of Kakashi's actions during the Third Shinobi War and his exploits against Kirigakure during the war. We don't know anything about your history with Kirigakure and therefore you pose as a possible security threat to this village's safety, especially since you have no affiliation or loyalty to any shinobi village. This man is a danger to Naruto, myself and the rest of my brethren, Seijiro thought as his mind began planning on how to deal with Danzo in the future. He's truly a snake whose head needs to be crushed. Naruto came to Seijiro's defense and explained, Kirigakure was one of the shinobi nations that sought to wipe out the Uzumaki clan in the first place. And before you or anyone here jump to wrong conclusions about any of my clansmen, I ask that you and everyone here first hear and know the facts about Seijiroji-san's past. I will remind you, Naruto, that I stated earlier before the council here that an investigation was done on Uzumaki Seijiro. Danzo retorted as I pulled out an official bingo book from Kirigakure shows Seijiro's records. None of what I said was made up, boy. Seeing how Danzo was trying to undermine him and criminalize his brethren, Naruto looked straight at Danzo and countered, your so-called proof of Seijiroji-san being a security threat to Konoha is as valid as me stating in front of everyone here that I have proof from a reliable source that you Danzo had ambushed Uchiha Shirshue, a loyal shinobi of this village, for his Sharingan before his death and the night of Uchiha clan massacre happened. Hearing that placed Danzo on the spot as all eyes turned to look at him. With his years of experience, Danzo was able to keep his calm without breaking a sweat of nervousness as he was replied, you make a fair point, Naruto. I have no grounds on which to refute you in saying that I still don't have enough proof of Seijiro posing as a threat to this village. I should hope so, Naruto remarked. It's my job as clan leader and a member of this council to defend my brethren from both enemies and potential enemies. Outwardly Danzo looked calm, but he was raging internally while wondering, how did Naruto find out about that? What else does Naruto know about me and my root organization that he shouldn't know? Don't make any accusations against my brethren without substantial proof, Danzo. Naruto warned, you may be part of the hierarchy, but I give you my word, I will not bend or cower to those who threaten my precious people. I'll defend them, even from you, Danzo. So don't test me. Naruto and Danzo stared at each other defiantly as though there was a standoff. Order in this chamber. Hiruzen commanded, we will not turn this meeting into a war room. There will be peace and order in this chamber. Am I clear on that? Naruto calmed himself down but kept his guard up with Danzo, as did all of the other Uzumakis in the chamber. Seijiro is no threat to Konoha at all. Jiraiya spoke up in Seijiro's defense. In fact, he's one of the contributing reasons why we found Tsunadeheim faster, and why she was willing to return to Konoha after years of being away. His skills as a ninja and bounty hunter are most admirable, and demand respect if I do say so myself. I've personally gotten to know Seijiro, Kensui and Erasure during the time searching for Uzumaki Tsunadeheim before and after we found that. However, I've known Akio, Akemi and Akira for a longer period of time while I was residing in Nadeshiko, but that was before they revealed to me that they're Uzumakis. These Uzumakis have lived hard and tragic lives with many enemies seeking their deaths before Naruto found joined them together as a clan again. I ask that everyone here please listen and hear their stories out. All of the clan leaders along with Hamura and Kohara listened to Jiraiya's speech and found his words meaningful. I agreed with Jiraiya-sama's appeal for the Uzumakis, Shibi remarked. It would be logical to listen with open-mindedness where our newcomers have to explain to us without having biased views of them from strangers to us. It would be too troublesome to do otherwise really, Shikaku commented. So then let's hear their story out, Chuza said. Let's start with Seijiro's life story. Seijiro was then allowed to explain his history but left out the part of how he triggered the war between Kumo and Kiri. He only told the Hokage and everyone else in the chamber only what he wanted them to know, and nothing more. The AAA sisters went and explained their history before and after joining Nadeshiko, and how Seijiro helped them avenge the deaths of their family and clan. The AAA made it clear that they're ninjas affiliated with Nadeshiko and are willing to serve as liaisons between the two nations. Kansui and Erasure then went and explained their past to the Hokage and council. But when asked about their abilities, they, like the others, only revealed enough but not a whole lot. Soon, Tsunade was asked by the hierarchy and council to explain her reasons wanting and choosing to join the Uzumaki clan and changing her name and status from Senju to Uzumaki. She explained that her time being with her brethren from her grandmother's side of the family gave her a new purpose, new bonds and a new family to be part of and protect as her precious people. She also explained that by birthright from her grandmother's side of the family she was within her rights to choose to join the Uzumaki clan and change her name from Senju to Uzumaki. She made it very clear that her decision to be known from now on as Uzumaki Tsunade was final and permanent. After the meeting, Naruto left the Hokage Tower and made his way to his next destination, while both Tsunade and Karen went to retrieve Hinata. Hours later at Root headquarters, Danzo stood in front of a black-haired pale boy dressed in black the same age as Naruto who was kneeling in front of him. I was told you summoned me, master, the boy said. I have a mission for you, Danzo instructed. As of today, your new name will be Sai. Sai, the boy said with a smile on his face. I like that name. Danzo frowned deeply at the youth in front of him and ordered, don't make fake smiles in front of me. Sai dropped the false smile and happy-sounding tone for a more neutral and emotionless tone and expression. My apologies, Danzo-sama. But it's just hard for me to express emotions. Never mind that, Sai, Danzo said. I'm giving you a secret S-rank mission. You're to spy and keep close watch on Uzumaki Naruto. I want you to stick close to him without alerting him that you're working for me as my secret root ENBU agent. May I ask what is it about Uzumaki Naruto that concerns you, Danzo-sama? Sai inquired. Danzo then thought back to when Naruto revealed in front of the entire council about his dealings with Shurshui and how he stole his Sharingan. While he kept a calm outward facial expression during the meeting earlier, inside Danzo was plotting to have Naruto ambushed and murdered as he saw the Jinchuriki as a dangerous threat to him and his ambitions for Konoha. But he knew that it wouldn't be easy to pull off when he recalled Hiruzen's warning about Naruto and Seijiro having connections with foreign nations that would retaliate against Konoha should a calamity that was Konoha's doing befall him and his brethren. During the meeting, Danzo saw that he would have to carefully buy out some time to plan out how he would effectively remove Naruto and later Seijiro, making sure it doesn't point back to him as the conspirator. The Jinchuriki poses as a dangerous security risk to both me and Root as an organization, Danzo replied. Further details on Naruto will be given to you at a future time. In the meantime, your primary mission is to keep track of Naruto's movements, and report back to me with anything important you discovered about the Uzumaki. As you wish, Danzo-sama, Sai said in obedient compliance. Danzo was no fool though. He knew how dangerous Naruto was as an S-class elite Jounin-level Chunin. But while Danzo knew Sai couldn't afford to underestimate Naruto at any time, he was willing to sacrifice Sai if it meant fulfillment of his ambitions and goals for Konoha. Elsewhere, Naruto was alone and out in one of the training fields, standing in front of a cable that was tied and being held up 7 feet off the ground. Tied across the cable were 10 flat square-shaped pottery plates, each of them being held up by small ropes tied through the one hole each of them had at the top corner. The plates themselves were a foot long and wide and being held 5 feet off the ground. Naruto went over to one of the 10 plates and stood in front of it. Clenching his right fist, he gathered his strength and lapped his fist into the plate, shattering it on contact. He repeated this with his left fist, and shattered the second plate to pieces. Naru-chan! Hanabi called out as Watch approached and saw what Naruto was doing. Naruto turned to see his girlfriend's younger sister approaching him with curious look on her face. Hanabi-chan, Naruto greeted, nice to see you. But what are you doing out here? I came to practice my drunken earth elemental juken in private without Wani-sama or father or the others knowing about it, Hanabi revealed. That was until I heard the sound of shattering pottery. So I came here to see what was happening, only to find you breaking these plates. This is an advanced physical training, Naruto explained. It's useful in building up pure raw strength without the use of chakra or elemental manipulation. It helps strengthen your blows, especially when in close melee combat. Do you like them? Yeah, I do, Hanabi said confidently. In fact, it sounds easy. Let me try. Alright, Naruto gestured to her to go ahead and try to shatter the third plate. But remember, absolutely no chakra or earth manipulation. It's pure physical strength. Wanting to prove herself to Naruto, Hanabi nodded her head and hurried to the third plate, and got herself ready to punch and shatter the plate like Naruto did. Clenching her right fist tightly, Hanabi got ready and punched it, and ow! 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 Hanabi squealed in pain as she quickly rubbed her now sore right knuckles after finding that not only were those pottery plates hard, but they also carried some weight to them. You think it's easy? Naruto teased. Go ahead, Hanabi-chan. Try it. Hanabi frowned deeply at Naruto and went back to the third plate, deciding to use her left fist this time. She threw a punch at it again and, ouch! Hanabi cried in pain as she now rubbed her left knuckles. Still think that it's so easy? Naruto mocked as he grinned at Hanabi. Instead of giving Naruto a retort, she tried a third time, but the result was still the same as she hurt her left fist again, giving off the same squeal like before. Naruto chuckled and turned away as he walked off towards his training equipment resting under a shaded tree. Seeing that Naruto's back was turned, Hanabi smiled mischievously as she grabbed the plate with her left hand to keep it in place. With all her might, without the use of chakra or earth manipulation as Naruto instructed, Hanabi threw her right fist into the plate and let go of it at the last second before her fist struck the plate. Ow! Hanabi shouted loudly as her fist not only stuck the plate but caused it to swing forward and upward fast over the cable and back down, leading it to shatter on the back of her head on contact with Hanabi being forced to her knees from the impact. On hearing the sound of shattered pottery, Naruto turned to Hanabi and congratulated proudly. Way to go! You broke it, Hanabi, while on her knees and looking up at Naruto with tears running down her face while holding her injured head, cried in pain. Yeah. And also my head too, the young Hyuga continued crying while she held her hands over the spot where the plate struck her before Naruto went over to treat and bandage her head injury. He made a mental note to have Hanabi's injury healed up by a medic later after explaining to her how to properly shatter the pottery plates without hurting herself. While both Hinata and Karen were currently with Tsunade to begin their new training with her, Hanabi was introduced to a new form of training she would implement into her Juken fighting style and eventually into her drunken elemental earth Juken style. A week later in Otogekure, Orochimaru was sitting in his chamber with a contemplating look on his face. He received word that Hiruzen was not only stepping down as Hokage again, but that Jiraiya was chosen to become the next Hokage. It baffled Orochimaru that someone like Jiraiya, who was always so free-spirited and bent on finding him, would suddenly have a huge change in his goals to become the next Hokage of Konoha. But that wasn't the only news that surprised Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin also received word that Jiraiya secretly had a daughter with a foreigner, and not just any foreigner, but with a monarch of a village governed dominantly by women. The irony that a womanizer like Jiraiya conceived a daughter amazed even Orochimaru, considering Jiraiya's poor history with women, especially with Tsunade. And speaking of Tsunade, Orochimaru also found out from his informant in Konoha that Tsunade joined Naruto's clan as an Uzumaki after embracing her Uzumaki heritage from her grandmother's side of the family. And on top of that, Naruto's gathered clan survivors have proven to be a force to be reckoned with. Dealing with Naruto and almost dying by his hands twice was bad enough, Orochimaru remarked. Even Itachi didn't give me that much grief and he severed by hand once. Now he's finding more Uzumakis with Tsunade joining his clan. A Sannin under Naruto's subjection. Just when I thought Tsunade couldn't stoop lower than she already had with her gambling and alcohol addictions, Naruto is gaining strength and influence with each day that goes by. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto commented. He even has ties with Jiraiya's daughter who's taken a serious liking to him as her older brother. The one called Konohanasakuya. Orochimaru said. Jiraiya kept the existence of his daughter a well-kept secret for a very long time. I'd have loved to have gotten my hands on her, and see what improvements I could have given her through a series of experiments just to stick it to Jiraiya. I'm sure you'd have found much amusement in seeing Jiraiya's turmoil and knowing his daughter was in your care, Kabuto remarked. Perhaps she would have referred to you as Orochimaru-ji-san. Master would be more suitable to my liking, Kabuto, Orochimaru retorted, but in any event, as of now his daughter is of no interest or concern to me. My focus is on Sasuke-kun, whom Guren reported on about to me. She explained how Taiyuya was almost successful until Sarutobi-sensei's promotion of Sasuke-kun effectively hindered her success in completely winning Sasuke-kun over and abandoning Konoha for Otogekure. I will admit that his promotion to Chunin was an unexpected turn of events after all the work Taiyuya put into seducing and manipulating Sasuke-kun. So what will happen now? Kabuto asked. Nothing has changed, Orochimaru said. Everything will continue as planned with regards to Sasuke-kun. So Taiyuya is still on top of things? Kabuto asked. And on top of Sasuke-kun from what Guren reported on, Orochimaru remarked with Kabuto almost missing the sexual connotation behind Orochimaru's words. My potent aphrodisiac serum I had you administer into Taiyuya before her mission effectively worked better than even I calculated. Sasuke-kun's love and focus is set entirely and loyally on Taiyuya. His promotion to Chunin is merely a temporary setback regardless how unexpected it was for Taiyuya. After all, I've gotten a whole shinobi nation to follow me to war against Konoha. So, what's Sasuke-kun's promotion to Chunin compared to that? I see your point very clearly, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied. You clearly thought this through. We'll leave Taiyuya to her mission and get an update about her progress at a much later time, Orochimaru said. In the meantime, I have to rebuild my forces since Naruto decimated it by resurrecting his bastard father to wipe out mine and Tsuna's joined army. It was my grave error that I didn't keep closer tabs on Naruto's developments over those years, and it costly me dearly. Naruto's skills and abilities have gained for him much fame, respect and love by those whose lives were affected by his actions on their behalf, Kabuto commented. Not everyone is fond of Naruto, Orochimaru replied. Danzo is very wary of the Naruto and for good reasons. It still bothers me how Naruto knows what he knows and has knowledge on things that neither myself nor Danzo ever told him. Do you suppose Jiraiya-sama told Naruto some things he shouldn't have known? Kabuto suggested. No, Orochimaru confirmed. This was before Naruto ever came in contact with Jiraiya. I don't know what Naruto's sources are or how he knows what he knows, but his insight has caused me much trouble and now Danzo is experiencing this for himself. Knowledge is power is an old saying, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto remarked. Such power that can be used against me is unacceptable, Orochimaru retorted. We'll plan things carefully this time around and avoid repeating past mistakes. Orochimaru stood up from his seat and walked towards the door of his chamber. Come, Kabuto, Orochimaru instructed. We have work to do in rebuilding my army and hiring new recruits. As you say, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said in compliance. Back in Konoha, it'd been a week since Naruto's and Jiraiya's return with their team and with the Uzumakis they found, which also includes Tsunade, who's now acknowledged as an Uzumaki. News of this spread through all the Konoha like wildfire, as many couldn't believe that Tsunade chose to become part of the Uzumaki clan with Naruto as the official clan leader. When they learned of biological descent from the Uzumaki clan through Mito, no one in Konoha had any grounds to argue, and even if they thought they did, it hardly lasted long. As for Tsunade herself, she spent the past week readjusting to life in Konoha and having her first actual date with Jiraiya, much to Konohanasakuya's disapproval. However, Konohanasakuya didn't say or do anything outright to stop her father or Tsunade from going out. Much to Tsunade's surprise, she actually enjoyed her time with Jiraiya, though he gave her a few of his pervy compliments about her breasts and body figure. But that was Jiraiya being Jiraiya. During their first date, Tsunade wanted to ask Jiraiya a number of questions with regards to his relationship with his daughter, hoping to find something to work with in getting Konohanasakuya to accept and start respecting her. Tsunade knew how much Konohanasakuya despised her, and over the week Tsunade was contemplating ways to change Jiraiya's daughter's view of her. As for the other Uzumakis, Anoka and Karen helped their brethren adjust to life in Konoha. Kansui and Arashir weren't part of any genin teams. Hiruzen knew they were seasoned ninjas with years of battlefield experience as freelance ninjas and bounty hunters. Making them genin would have been insulting, especially after reviewing both Naruto's and Jiraiya's reports on the twin Uzumakis. Taking their skills and abilities into consideration, Hiruzen decided to make them hunter ninjas under Shijiro's supervision. Meanwhile, Sai had been hard-pressed trying to keep track on Naruto's movements and studying how he does things and when. But Naruto's inconsistencies made understanding his pattern and routine difficult for Sai to figure out. While doing that, Sai worked to keep a low profile and drawing little to no attention to himself. At the Hokage Tower, the villagers, shinobi and civilian alike were gathering around the Hokage Tower. Today, Hiruzen was stepping down as Hokage again, with Jiraiya stepping up as Konoha's new Hokage. Jiraiya's face was scheduled to be sculptured on the Hokage monument sometime in the future. All of the genins were gathered with their respective clans, while Sasuke chose to stick around Kakashi. Sakura went looking for Sasuke, hoping to share the moment of Jiraiya's inauguration with him. When she finally found him with Kakashi, "Yes, I finally found him," Sakura said to herself happily as she made her way over to Sasuke and Kakashi while trying to keep her excitement under control. Sasuke soon caught sight of Sakura making her way over to them. Sakura greeted, "Sasuke-kun. Kakashi-sensei. It's nice to see you both." "Sakura," Kakashi greeted with his head glued to the page of his orange book, "it's nice of you to come see us. How's things working out with your new team?" "It's nothing like how things were when I was assigned to your team with Sasuke-kun and Naruto," Sakura replied. "Speaking of Naruto," Sasuke asked, "where is he anyway? I was surprised that I didn't find him with Hinata, and that's who he spends most of his time with." "Maybe he's with his brother Uzumakis," Sakura suggested. "I checked with them already also," Sasuke replied. "Naruto wasn't with them either. I wonder what he's up to." Knowing Naruto, Sakura remarked, "He's probably up to one of his old mischievous habits." "I doubt that," Kakashi countered. "As a Konoha Shinobi Council member, it would be both disgraceful and undignified of Naruto to resort to mischievous habits on such an important day as a Hokage's inauguration." Inside the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Konoha Sakuya, Shijiro, Shizen and Naruto were standing in front of Jiraiya. The Toad Sage was still dressed in his regular clothes, except he was wearing his red vest. Instead, he was wearing a white sleeveless coat that stretched down to his kneecaps. On the back of the coat were red kanji writings written vertically. In the middle of the coat that read Godame Hokage. "It's hard to believe that I'm becoming my late student's successor," Jiraiya remarked, ironic, "really, since I was originally grooming Minato to become my successor with the Toads." "Be that as it may, Jiraiya," Hiruzen stated, "but you've proven yourself more times than can be said. I couldn't have chosen a better successor to Minato than the very man who taught and trained him." "So far every Hokage was trained by a Hokage or trained a Hokage," Jiraiya remarked, "which will qualify me for my future inauguration into the office of Hokage," Naruto commented. "I'm already a ruler in my village, Naruto Naiken," Konoha Sakuya stated. "I'm sure I can teach you a number of things on politics and diplomacy." "Thanks," Naruto replied, "but I'm already getting personal lessons and hand-on experience in politics and diplomacy as a member of my Konoha Shinobi Council." "Point taken," Konoha Sakuya accepted. "I'll be teaching both of you by example actually," Jiraiya spoke in. "You both are already in governmental positions of authority. You, Naruto, being a Shinobi Council member and future Hokage as is your goal, and my daughter being a ruling monarch. Yuzumheim have taught me many things that will be of benefit to the both of you, and this will be a great benefit when negotiating an alliance and trade between Konoha and Nadeshiko no Sato. I look forward to first training in what being Hokage involves," Naruto replied. "It'll be nice to go back into retirement after having to retake the mantle of Hokage after Minato's death," Hiruzen said, "but I'll be Jiraiya's consultant during his time as Hokage. I will admit that it'll be a difficult adjusting my time between being Hokage, a father and teacher, a boyfriend, an author and spy master." Jiraiya turned to Shijiro and said, "Have you considered my offer and become my successor as our new spy master? If you accept, you'll report directly to me. Neither Danzo nor the hierarchy will have influence over your actions or the missions I'll request for you to carry out." "Even if they did, I still wouldn't obey them," Shijiro replied. "I would just make their lives unbearably difficult. I'll need a detailed account about all of your current spy activities happening under your spy network so I can properly assess the role as your successor and adjust my spy network accordingly." "Done," Jiraiya agreed. "I'll personally deliver a book with everything you need to know at the Uzumaki district. I'll also be taking Kansui and Erashur as my spy apprentices," Shijiro revealed. "I'll teach them everything need to know as SEAL and spy masters. In the event that I'm killed in action, those two will have the skills and capacity to continue and carry out my work." "It's not every day that S-class ninjas like ourselves are killed in action," Jiraiya replied, but concurred. "But it can be done. I'll leave their training at your discretion." Shijiro nodded. "Eroji-san," Naruto requested, "after you're officially inaugurated as Hokage, I request that you to send an envoy to Oni no Kuni to meet with Cheyenne the priestess to request her return to Konoha. I will like to discuss with her the offer she gave to me as clan leader directly. That can easily be arranged, Jiraiya said. I'm eager to meet the priestess myself. It reminds me of one of my old stories I wrote a few years ago involving Hikari the Shinto priestess and Daisuke the wandering samurai. I read that story last month, Kano Hanasakuya revealed with a measure of excitement. That story had a captivating plot and everything. Hearing those words come out of Kano Hanasakuya's mouth surprised everyone in the room. You read Uchiha Paradise? Shizen asked in disbelief. Kano Hanasakuya replied with a smile. I read all of Papa's books, and as his daughter I appreciate his creativity and works as an author. I even have a book club with other men and women in Nadeshiko who also enjoy reading Uchiha Paradise. You have an Uchiha Paradise book club in your village? Jiraiya and Naruto asked simultaneously with a tone of surprise and excitement. Wait till Kakashi-sensei hears this, Naruto remarked. While Hiruzen masked it completely, however, inside he himself was interested in knowing more about that book club. Even Shizuka and Ami are fans of my papa's work and members of my book club, Kano Hanasakuya said. You're too young to be reading that smut, Shizen remarked. I can't believe they allowed you to actually read those books, let alone have a book club with adults who enjoy reading such smut. Kano Hanasakuya turned to Shizen and gave her a cold, hardened look as she retorted, Don't presume to tell me what I'm old enough to read or understand or what I'm allowed to do in my own village, Shizen-san. You're in no position of authority above mine to tell me I'm too young to appreciate my father's work. Shizen immediately saw that she presumptuously spoke out of term with a very high-ranked diplomatic official of royal descent. Bowing, Shizen apologized. Excuse my rudeness, Kano Hanasakuya. I meant no disrespect. Apology accepted, Kano Hanasakuya replied. No harm done. The inauguration will start shortly, Hiruzen reminded. Jiraiya can proceed with his role as Hokage officially after the inauguration ceremony is over. After that we can discuss the details of this book club of yours. I'll make that a parental and Hokage decree, Jiraiya said. I will also love to know more about this book club my daughter started up in her village, and see what my female fanbase has to say about my stories and what suggests they have for it. Papa, my book club members have a ton of feedback they would love to give you, Kano Hanasakuya said, but won't your new responsibilities as Hokage take up most of your time? I'll make as much time for you and your interests as best as I can, Jiraiya said. Your mother did so while she was alive. Therefore I can also. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and said, I would like for you to be present on the Hokage roof with me alongside my daughter. You are my godson after all. Sejiro can stay along with Naruto since you will be working close with the both us anyway. Your presence with me will make it clear to everyone in Konoha of your role and status in the village. Thank you for the honor and privilege, Sejiro replied. It gives me great joy to see how the name of the Uzumaki clan will receive the recognition and honor that was stolen from us. Jiraiya nodded his head and turned to Tsunade and said, I would like for you to be there, me as also Uzumaki Tsunade. 3 Uzumakis at your side, Jiraiya, Tsunade said. As a reminder to Konoha of the strong ties the Shodai and the Yondaime had with the Uzumaki clan, Jiraiya started. And they both were married to an Uzumaki. Sounds to me like you're following the tradition my grandfather and Naruto's father started up, Tsunade said. I can't complain about that. Hiruzen went over to Jiraiya and said, You were your class dead last and my worst student who I used to wrongly compare to Orochimaru. But time again, you've proven everyone who ever underestimated and misjudged you wrong, and that includes me. You've accomplished feats others could only dream of accomplishing and succeeding where Orochimaru has failed. Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat from off his head before handing it over to Jiraiya. You're now the Hokage whom the daimyo, his court, myself and the hierarchy approved of appointing. You've surpassed all of my expectations of you and proven to me that even a dead last could beat and surpass a proclaimed genius through hard work and unbreakable will and determination. Jiraiya looked at the hat and took it from his former sensei's hand and replied, For what it's worth, Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya placed the Hokage hat on over his head and stated, A lot is being asked of me since I'm known for being a free-spirited man. And I'm sure you're just happy to finally get away from all the paperwork a Hokage is required to do. Hiruzen cleared his throat and remarked, So far I handled it longer than any Hokage before and after me since I outlived them all as Hokage. Only after I gave you the idea of using clones to handle your work when it didn't involve diplomatic visitors and foreign envoys, Naruto thought. You were angry at yourself for never utilizing your clones for that purpose since it gave you time to spend training Konohamaru. Whatever, Jiraiya remarked. One of my first acts of Hokage will be to release my new edition of my book series called Uchiha Paradise, The Warrior Mistress of the Hokage. You've written and finished that edition? Naruto asked as he, Kakashi and many of Jiraiya's diehard fans would do whatever it took to get a hold of that book. I'll have a massive book signing and everything, Jiraiya said, a personal signature from Konoha's Godame. I got dibs. Naruto shouted enthusiastically, I'm your godson, I got bigger dibs. Kano Hanasakuya retorted, I'm his daughter and a ruling monarch. That's nepotism. Naruto replied, that's cheating. Hypocrite. Konohana Sakuya retorted, you were going to using your status as his godson, you're using blood relations, that's worse. Naruto retorted, knock it off. Jiraiya replied, you both will be first in line, so no more god-sibling bickering between you two. Jiraiya then got emotional and added, but it gives me so much joy knowing my own family and sensei truly enjoy and appreciate my work and creativity. Tsunade was about to say something when a knock came from the door. Yes? Hiruzen asked, you may come in. The door opened to reveal Hamaru and Koharu. It's time, Hamura said. The entire village is assembled and awaiting Jiraiya's inauguration. Everyone in the room nodded their heads and made their way out of the room. Shizen took Tantan and exited the Hokage Tower to join up with the other Uzumakis. The rest went up to the roof of the Hokage Tower. Upon her arrival, Shizen came and found Hinata, Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura among the assembled Uzumakis. Shizen-san, Hinata greeted, have you seen Naruto-kun? We've been looking for him. Just as Shizen was about to reply, I can answer for the boss, a clone replied as he appeared behind Hinata. The boss is with Eroji-san, Shijiroji-san and Sandanger-san. He'll be with them at the Hokage Tower for Eroji-san's inauguration. That explains why we couldn't find Naruto, Sakura said. But why is Naruto and Shijiro allowed to be with Jiraiya-sama and Sandaime-sama for this event? To remind Konoha of the close ties that exist between the Uzumaki clan and this village, the Naruto clone said, which Konoha's Shodai had established long ago. The Uzumaki clan leader is the godson of the new Hokage and the godbrother of Eroji-san's daughter, the ruling monarch of Nadeshiko no Sato, the son of the late Yondaime who's the godson of the rising Godame. Kakashi remarked, Naruto is truly the son of Konoha. Son of Konoha, Sasuke repeated, that's a bit much, Kakashi. Be that as it may, the clone said, but in any case, the boss and Shijiroji-san will join you guys later. The Kage Bunshin puffed out into a cloud of smoke that cleared away. Everyone, the inauguration is about to start, Shizen said as some people beginning to assemble on the roof of the Hokage Tower. The rest of the villagers turned and looked into the direction of the tower after movement taking place on the roof of the tower. When everyone was assembled on the roof, Hiruzen approached the lookout end of the roof where everyone on the ground had gathered together. People of Konoha, Hiruzen began his address. For many years I served and protected the village as your Hokage. Once before I've chosen a successor who became Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, but after both he and his wife fell in battle protecting this village with their lives from Kyuubi's attack, I retook the mantle as Hokage once again. For another 13 years I governed and protected this village, but I'm stepping down once more as I've chosen a new successor to become Konoha's Hokage. Hiruzen stepped to the side and allowed Jiraiya to step forward and present himself to all of the villagers. With the Hokage hat over his Jiraiya raised his head up to face the villagers and declared loudly, from this day forth, I'll protect this village. I am the Godame Hokage. There were loud sounds of cheers and applause coming the everyone surrounding the tower. Naruto, Shijiro, Konohana Sakuya and Tsunade made their way over to Jiraiya and stood by him. Everyone got to see the three Uzumakis and Jiraiya's daughter standing by Jiraiya's side. By this time, many knew who Konohana Sakuya was and the connection she had with both her father and Naruto. Meanwhile, on the surface, Naruto and high-ranked members of his clan are standing with the Hokages. One Chunin said, it's like a clear reminder to all of us how the Hokages and the Uzumakis have marital and family ties and connections with each other. One Chunin said, something our Shodai made very clear as he made it law in our village's tradition for all of us to wear the Uzumaki clan's family insignia. Can you blame the Shodai? Sasuke replied, after all, it's only the Uzumakis who are strong enough to contain Kyuubi without dying unlike the rest of us. So let's swallow our pride and appreciate the self-sacrifices Naruto and his people have done on our behalf. The Chunin snorted at Sasuke but said nothing further. Hinata though was happy to see how Sasuke have truly become Naruto's friend after spending years being his enemy. Hinata then saw a Shijiro clone appear and cautiously signal for both her and Sasuke to follow him. Sasuke and Hinata discreetly snuck away from the rest of the crowd and made their way to where the Shijiro clone was. Sasuke and Hinata, the Shijiro clone said, meet with me, Naruto, Kakashi and the Hokages tomorrow night at the Uzumaki Mass Temple. Make sure you both aren't followed. What's happening? Sasuke asked, sensing the seriousness behind the clone's words. More will be revealed tomorrow night at the location I told you, the Shijiro clone explained, and Sasuke, bring your house friend with you too to this meeting. No questions asked? The clone burst into smoke, leaving both Chunins to their thoughts. Hinata turned to Sasuke and asked quizzically, your house friend? It's long story, Sasuke replied as calmly as he could only wonder if Naruto told Shijiro and Jiraiya. But then he scrapped that idea after reminding himself how Naruto wasn't one to break and betray his own word in keeping secrets, when absolutely necessary. Sasuke concluded that Shijiro and Jiraiya found out on their own. I know it's none of my business, Sasuke, but. Hinata asked curiously, is this house friend perhaps a female secretly living with you? Sasuke sighed and replied. Just ask Naruto. He'll explain everything. Sasuke took off via Shunshin. Evidently Sasuke didn't feel comfortable talking about his secret private life to a female chunin he once wanted to steal from Naruto, and have as his own. The following night at the Uzumaki Mask Temple, Naruto's clones and 2 armored toads were on guard outside the temple. At the small house that was a short distance from the temple, Naruto, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Sejiro, Kakashi, Hinata, Sasuke and Tayuya were gathered together in the living room. Team 7 and Tayuya. Jiraiya started off, I'm happy you 5 are here and that you Kakashi arrived on time. I'm usually late for team meetings, Kakashi admitted with a shrug, not when we're summoned by the Hokage. Whatever you say, Jiraiya remarked. In any case, you 5 were summoned here with Sarutobi-sensei and Sejiro to discuss Naruto's plan that we now officially labeled as Operation Black Fire. Black Fire? Tayuya repeated, you might as well call it Amaterasu. Sorry, Sasuke's clan already had that name trademarked, Naruto joked. But seriously, this is to discuss my plan to have Sasuke infiltrate Otogekure as a spy and Orochimaru's prized apprentice under the pretense of a rogue chunin. What more needs to be discussed? Sasuke asked. We need you to gradually go back to acting like the intolerable bastard you once were, Naruto bluntly said, going straight to the point. You want me to do what now? Sasuke replied. We need to convincingly act like you're being influenced by the cursed seal. In other words, Jiraiya clarified, we want you to give a convincing performance that you're gradually isolating yourself from everyone again and allowing ambition, pride, thirst for power and revenge to influence you because of the cursed seal's effects. We need to make it look like Tayuya succeeded in corrupting you into turning traitor and abandoning Konoha for Otogekure. The best way to show this is by staging a scene where you were forced to use the cursed seal and act out in the similar way you did in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams, Sejiro added. That can be done, Sasuke agreed. Who'll be the candidates to witness my staged performance? Team 8 and Team 10 along with their Jounin senseis, Jiraiya said. In a few days from now, you'll be assigned to them as a chunin providing extra assistance, protection and security in transporting cargo shipment to Konoha. Chances are you guys will become a target for a group of thieves and attackers. Exactly how am I deal with those attackers should they appear? Sasuke inquired. In whatever way to make it look convincing that you fell into the cursed seal's influence, Jiraiya elaborated. Turn into a berserker if you must, but don't violently attack your fellow comrades. But give them a scare. I can do that without a problem, Sasuke agreed with a sinister smile. What the hell is my damn role in all this? Tayuya asked. You'll make an appearance and taunt Sasuke in front of everyone about the power given to him from the cursed seal. You want me to blow my damn cover and reveal myself? Tayuya asked. Wear a mask, Jiraiya replied. You're one of Orochimaru's top ninjas. Just don't stay around too long to be captured. And if they pursue me? Tayuya asked. You're free to defend yourself, but you're not allowed to kill or seriously injure any Konoha ninja or civilian, Hiruzen stated. At the most, knock them unconscious. Orochimaru has spies lurking around the village, and no doubt they will either witness or get reports of Sasuke's actions concerning this security mission. What will be my and Hinata's part in this? Kakashi implored. You and Hinata will act like there's discord happening within your team, Jiraiya explained. Kakashi, you'll report how Sasuke's behavior has started becoming gradually problematic because of the cursed seal corrupting influence, and how it has caused friction between Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata. We'll stage a few physical fights and battles and scenes where I had to intervene to stop them from taking things too far, Kakashi suggested. That ought to be fun, Naruto remarked. I've been meaning for some rematches and payback on you, Dobe, Sasuke shot. And you're already getting into character, Naruto joked. It's always easy doing so when it involves you, Sasuke replied. In any case, when is this mission? In 3 days, Jiraiya said. You'll hang out with Teams 8 and Team 10 on that mission. According to my sources, those band of thieves are experienced, skilled fighters, so don't underestimate them or drop your guard. If they manage to push Sasuke into a position to force his hand and get him into using the cursed seal, Sejiro suggested as he turned to look at Sasuke, it'll give more credence to believe that you're succumbing the seal's affects. I'll have to see how the encounter play out should we actually get attack out there, Sasuke said. Besides that, what type of shipment is being imported that will attract the interest of thieves? Tropical grapes that are specially grown overseas once a year, Jiraiya said. Why would imported fruits attract the interest of thieves? Kakashi asked as he wondered why it would require 2 genin teams and their Jounin senseis with Sasuke being added for already explained reasons. These very rare tropical grapes are hard to grow and nourish, Jiraiya explained. When the harvest of these grapes is done, they're fermented and treated in huge specially made oakwood barrels with additional minerals mixed in with them that help in the fermentation process. What's produced is one of the finest and most expensive exclusive red wines produced. Because of its very high rarity, and that it's imported overseas, just one bottle can sell for huge amounts of money in the black market. And the likelihood that these thieves will come to steal those rare wine because? Sasuke asked with a bit of skepticism. The fire daimyo himself ordered a whole crate of those exclusive red wine, Jiraiya explained. What's this red wine called? Naruto inquired. Lunar eclipse, Jiraiya said. Lunar eclipse? Naruto repeated. I've heard of that exclusive rare wine. I've been meaning to get a bottle or two myself. For a mission like this, Kakashi remarked, I'm surprised you didn't ask Tsunade to be in charge of. The mission would be compromised and Tsunadeheim would have a massive debt she'd owe the fire daimyo, Jiraiya said. She'd steal a few of the bottles herself and deceptively try to play amnesia. At a casino in the red light district. You lose, the dealer said to Tsunade after she rolled a pair of dices that resulted in a pair of snake eyes. This happened due to Tsunade being distracted from a bad feeling of irritation she felt for reasons she couldn't explain. What the hell you mean I lose? Tsunade screamed unprofessionally with Shizen shaking her head while carrying Tantan in her arms. You freaking cheat. This game was fixed. What my father sees in that deplorable disgrace to the Uzumaki clan is beyond my understanding, Konohana Sakuyaheim openly remarked disdainfully for Shizen and others to hear as Tsunade argued with the dealer who refused to do the game all over. Shizen wanted to come in Tsunade's defense but her teacher's current behavior wouldn't help support her case. Meanwhile, after that mission Sasuke, Jiraiya explained, you'll have to gradually detach and isolate yourself from your fellow comrades and citizens. Naruto, Hinata and Kakashi will pose in trying to give you help and bring you back to your senses. But you'll show yourself growing ever more distant and colder towards them and everyone else. Will we inform the other genin teams about this secret mission? Kakashi asked. No. Jiraiya instructed, the fewer who know about it, the more convincing your performances will be and the easier it'll be for Sasuke to make it look convincing that he's becoming corrupted by the cursed seal's influence. Why doesn't Sasuke just say he accepts Orochimaru's offer and leave with Taiuya to Odogekure to begin his mission? Hinata inquired. Because Orochimaru-sama will become suspicious of Sasuke's sudden change of heart and wanting to desert Konoha for Odogekure, Taiuya explained. I went through a lot of ass-biting trouble to make it look conclusive that I almost got Sasuke to desert Konoha until his promotion to Chunin, making Orochimaru-sama's spy believe and report back to Orochimaru-sama that this caused Sasuke to have a change of heart about leaving Konoha for Odo. Orochimaru-sama already believed that completion of my mission to get Sasuke to leave with me to Odo was delayed considerably, and that I'll need more time to start over and reconvince Sasuke. Sasuke's performance in acting like he's gradually succumbing to the cursed seal's influence will convince Orochimaru-sama that I'm carrying out the purpose of my mission in Konoha to its completion. How long should it before I decide to leave Konoha for Oto? Sasuke asked. 5 weeks, Taiuya suggested, 2 months at most to make it unquestionable that I completed and fulfilled my mission. Accepted, Jiraiya agreed and added, it will be during that time, Sasuke, that I'll need you to be in a public area with Naruto and Hinata and instigate a fierce fight with Naruto. After which, I'll have you brought into reprimanded and suspended from active duty. That will be when you leave Konoha with Taiuya for Odo to begin your infiltration mission. At what point will I be declared a missing nin? Sasuke asked. I'll give you and Taiuya about 2 days to reach the border of Hinokuni, Jiraiya said. You and Taiuya will have to move your asses fast before I send out a search party to retrieve and bring you both back. Who will you send? Kakashi asked. You, Jiraiya said, along with the genins from teams 8, 9, and 10. I'll have the other jounins and chunins on missions and have Naruto and Hinata joined in later to bring back Sasuke and Taiuya. Of course, this retrieval mission is to end in failure with Sasuke and Taiuya escaping and crossing the border of Hinokuni, but I want no casualties of any of Konoha's ninjas and if possible no life-serious or life-threatening injuries of any of our ninjas. What role will you want me to play in all this? Sejiro asked. Since you'll take over my role as Konoha's spy master, Jiraiya said, I'll need you to secretly keep in touch with Sasuke from time to time and have him report back to you on everything he found out. Keep in mind too that Orochimaru has a habit of moving from place to place and from one secret base to another. You'll have to be vigilant in keeping in pace with Orochimaru. I'm called the Bloodhound for a reason, Jiraiya, Sejiro remarked. It won't be the first time I tracked and hunted down a Sannin who was on the run from me after I was hired to do so. You hunted Tsunade? Sasuke asked with confusion. But isn't she an Uzumaki like you? It's a long story, Naruto interjected. I'll fill you in about the details behind that incident when I get the chance to Sasuke. With your already in place spy network, Jiraiya explained as he turned to Sejiro, they'll be able to keep track of Orochimaru's movements and alert us if he's plotting anything against us. Why not just allow me to kill Orochimaru before he does anything? Sejiro inquired. He is after all a wanted S-class traitor responsible for treason and serious felonies, kidnappings and heinous experimentations on men, women and children, both citizens and ninjas alike. I almost did the job myself, Naruto stated, but Orochimaru escaped me twice. But for my new plan to make Sasuke become the new Snake Sannin along with me and Hinata becoming the next generation of Sannin, we need Orochimaru alive, at least for now, so he can teach every he knows to Sasuke. Plus, I severely decimated Orochimaru's forces in his failed Otosuna invasion. He'll be too occupied trying to rebuild his forces and training Sasuke in his effort to make Sasuke his new vessel before considering any attempts on Konoha again. Point taken, Sejiro replied after understanding Naruto's explanation. Aside from us, Naruto revealed, only everyone in this room and my clan knows of this plan. You told your brethren of this plan? Hiruzen asked. I'm their clan leader and I'm the one who masterminded this plan for Sasuke to begin with, Naruto replied. I have total trust in my brethren as they all took an oath of secrecy, and we Uzumakis never betray our word. How long will my training with Orochimaru last for before I can return back to Konoha and reclaim my role as active Chunin and member of Team 7? Sasuke asked. It will last for about 3 to 4 years, Tayuya said. Orochimaru-sama will want your Sharingan's strength and body at their peak before he moves to possess your body. We'll have to either find a way to fight him and make our escape from there, or, if it comes down to an inescapable death battle with overwhelming numbers, Sejiro interjected, my team and I will step in and intervene. It should provide you both time to escape and return to Konoha. Sasuke and Tayuya nodded their heads in agreement. They spent another 20 minutes discussing the mission before everyone left and returned to their respective homes. 3 days later, Jiraiya, with his Hokage hat and long Hokage vest on, was walking through the village with Konohana Sakuya, Naruto, Sejiro and Tsunade in company. Sejiro's falcon, Mitsukai, stood on his right shoulder as his faithful companion. Shizun, Shizuka, Ami, Akio, Akemi, and Akira were also following along from behind. Jiraiya politely greeted the villagers and ninjas as his daughter and godson walked side by side with him. So where are we heading to, Papa? Konohana Sakuya inquired. We're going with your godbrother to purchase a whole building and its land, Jiraiya answered. Naruto Naikin wants to build a whole building and all of its property? Konohana Sakuya asked before she turned to look at Naruto. Why do you want to buy a whole buying for yourself? I'm buying it for my clan actually and for Uzumaki Bacon to use, Naruto said as Swanda felt a nerve appear on her right eyebrow at being called that. It's for the new medical training institute she wants to set up in Konoha. This institute will be privately owned by my clan and operated by Uzumaki Bacon as the institute's medical head director. So, this building that you're buying, Konohana Sakuya asked, how big is it? It has 7 floors and big enough to host large training seminars, conferences, medical and specialist training programs, classes, and laboratories, Naruto explained. In fact, that large building was recently built and furnished for the intentions for being used as a theater for performances and other theatrical arts training. So you're buying a newly built building that someone else built for a different purpose? Konohana Sakuya asked. He was a tough man to convince until I made him an offer he couldn't refuse, Naruto said. And that was? Konohana Sakuya inquired. 1/3 of the cost of the entire building and its land added to the full cost of his building and land, Naruto said. My clones are handling the paperwork and payment even as we speak. I just need your father to stamp the paperwork, and the rest is history. You work fast and efficiently, Konohana Sakuya acknowledged. I like and respect that. Thank you, Naruto said as they continued on their way to the facility. At the Hyuga compound, it was 3 hours after dawn and by this time, many civilians and ninjas were fully awake and going about their daily activities. Hinata was dressed in her Hyuga sparring clothes and making her way to the outside arena in her clan's compound. When she arrived, she found that both the main house and cadet branch houses members of the clan were all present and waiting for her as an audience around the arena floor. In the middle of the arena was her father Hayashi dressed in his sparring clothes awaiting Hinata's arrival. I guess father wishes to have a rematch with me seeing that I threw the fight against him on purpose the last time we did battle against each other, Hinata figured in an undertone as she made her way up to the arena floor. Hinata, Hayashi greeted respectfully. I'm happy that you're here, daughter. I apologize for this event being on very short notice, but this was something that couldn't wait. I understand, father, Hinata said submissively. I have no ill will towards this duel you wish for me to carry out. Am I to be battling against you again, father? No, Hayashi stated. I'm not your challenger today, nor is Niji. You'll be challenging and going up against another main house member. Who in the main house am I to challenge? Hinata inquired with a surprised tone. She was suspecting that it would be one of the elders or veteran female members of the main house. That was until Aniya Sayama. A playful childish voice called out, a tone that Hinata was not familiar with. Hinata and everyone else turned and looked with shocked and baffled expressions to see what looked to be a disheveled, stuttering and drunk Hanabi stumbling and making her way up the arena floor. She let out a few childish giggles as she seemingly looked to be almost tripping over herself before just barely catching herself from falling entirely to the arena floor. What indecent behavior from Hanabi-sama is this? Niji asked with a disbelieving expression. Hanabi! A Hyuga elder called with stern disapproval. What's the meaning of this shameful and dishonorable display? As Hanabi sloppily made her way to the center of the arena, she sported a bright, playful look in eyes and smile with a clear blush on her face as she intentionally replied incoherently, You old meanie. Hiccup, I'm here to play with Anya-sama. But my daddy wants me to kick Hicksep Onisama, but instead, did she say daddy? Hinata strained under her breath as she was visibly struggling to keep herself under control. It took every ounce of strength Hinata had not to burst into a loud fit of laughter while beholding Hanabi's shocking and disbelieving behavior, which was 100% out of character. It was like Hanabi took every form of nobility, dignity, honor and prestige the Hyuga clan carried and tossed into the garbage. Another clan elder turned to Hayashi and demanded, disqualify and reprimand Hanabi immediately. No! Hayashi said opposed. I gave my word to Hanabi that I will not interfere and that I would not allow anyone else of both houses to interfere or stop this match. You can't be serious. A female main house member argued. Hanabi up until now always carried herself in the most honorable and dignified manner. What we're seeing here is an outright disgrace to everything we Hyuga stand for, and Hanabi clearly. Let her be. Hayashi demanded. No one here knows what Hanabi is planning to do and why she's like this. But she asked me yesterday to trust her and to not allow this match to be interrupted or allow of us to interfere. While I can't make sense of Hanabi's bizarre and unusual behavior, however, I do suspect that she's up to something. Thanks a lot for having my back against this old meanie's daddy. Hanabi slurred as she reached the center of the arena floor. Hayashi was able to smell that parts of Hanabi's clothes clearly smelled of alcohol. I'm gonna be fighting you and then show you, Ebirabadi and Naruchan, just how strong I became, Hanabi said while flexing her muscles and feigning to be completely drunk while purposefully speaking with incoherent speech. Naruchan? Hinata repeated. I'm assuming that's your affectionate way of referring to my boyfriend Hanabi. Your boyfriendo Inisa-sama? Hanabi teased with a wide smile and blush. Naruchan is mine. Now Onisama. Naruchan will see and love me too, Lilik. Like a real woman. Hinata frowned at Hanabi's seemingly incoherent yet understandable words. And the fact that Hanabi said her words so boldly in front of their father and the entire clan alarmed her. Your words and behavior fall short of amusing Hanabi, Hinata replied with grave tone. I know deep down you do carry developing feelings for Naruto-kun. Deep down I carry feelings for Naruchan? Hanabi replied as she held her hands up forward while shaking them. There's nothing in my hands to carry, silly. Father was right when he said that Hanabi is up to something, Hinata thought. I just don't get this wild and bizarre behavior of hers. Hinata! Hanabi! Hayashi instructed, take your positions and get ready. Hinata assumed her standard fighting stance and get ready to spar. Hanabi hiccuped and assumed a sloppily-looking version of her standard fighting stance. She looked like she was wobbling and about to fall either to the side or forward. Niji, while carefully observing Hanabi's unorthodox behavior, was getting a rather familiar feeling that was starting to remain him of his green-clad teammate. Hayashi stepped away some distance and shouted, Begin! Hinata charged at Hanabi while Hanabi sloppily rushed at Hinata. Upon reaching each other, Hanabi seemingly slipped and evaded Hinata's right palm strike as though it was a pure fluke. Hinata attempted to rebound and catch Hanabi with a swing kick, but Hanabi fell to the floor, rolled backwards before quickly getting back on her feet in a staggering form. Oni-sama. Hanabi with feigned childish drunkenness. Naruchan is so cute. Can I have him too? Hanabi, Hinata replied. What's with your brazen behavior all of a sudden? And how could you so boldly ask me such a thing and of everyone, Mina? Hanabi pouted with fake but real-looking hiccups before charging at Hinata. Hinata quickly dodged Hanabi's seemingly sloppy and messy strikes, but a number of Hanabi's attacks came dangerously close to landing hits on her. Hinata moved to counter Hanabi while looking for opportunities to his chakra points on her younger sister's body, but Hanabi would seemingly slip, trip or stumbled around Hinata to throw her older sister off her range of attack. You want Naruchan all to yourself, Hanabi replied with the same drunken childish tone. You think there's not enough Naruchan to share with me? Hanabi's behavior was starting to get to Hinata and get to her fast. Is Hanabi seriously asking me in front of our whole to share my boyfriend with her? Hinata thought. Hanabi's quickly capitalized on Hinata's distraction and delivered a strong palm strike to Hinata's abdomen, momentarily throwing her off balance. Hinata was knocked back and almost fell backwards. As Hanabi was about to capitalize on what happened, however, Hinata just as quickly regained her balance and Kaitan! Hinata yelled as the force of the spinning spiral attack punched Hanabi back fiercely away from her older sister. The younger Hyuga was thrown off her feet and to the floor on her back. As Hanabi felt the force of the impact rip through her, she barely had time to recover as Hinata came charging in with her chakra-covered lion fists, ready to strike her. Hanabi rolled out of the way as Hinata's fist slammed into the ground, form a crater into the spot on the ground Hanabi was lying at previously. Hanabi got back on her feet fast to see what Hinata did. She'd have killed me had I taken a directly hit from that attack. Hanabi panicked when she saw the cold dark look in Hinata's eyes and face. It was an uncharacteristic-looking expression Hanabi never said in Hinata before. Hinata was pouring out bloodlust in loads and was looking to show Hanabi any form of mercy. "Wani-sama," Hanabi said, "I never thought you'd be so bold to cross that line with regards to Naruto-kun." "Hanabi," Hinata said with cold calmness before she gave Hanabi the same battle-hardened glare she gave Gaara before going all out on him during the Chunin finals, "your presumptuously will not go unpunished." Hanabi didn't see how fast Hinata moved before seeing Hinata suddenly reappear in front of her with her chakra-covered right fist in the form of a roaring lion coming in fast towards her face. Hanabi shot up in cold sweat and was breathing hard. She looked around at her surroundings. She saw that it was later into the morning, and she was in her training clothes and sleeping against the wall on the floor inside her clan's dojo. It was just bad dream. Hanabi sighed with relief. "Wani-sama looked ready to kill me after saying how I want her to share Naruto-kun with me." Hanabi got up off the floor while part of her expected Naruto, or one of his clones, to suddenly make an appearance in the dojo to remind her of what training or lesson she was scheduled to learn today. She stepped out of dojo to see Hinata walking with a large smile on her face toward her direction. It was clear that she was in a very happy mood. "Wani-sama," Hanabi greeted as Hinata reached her. Hinata turned to Hanabi and greeted, "Good morning, Hanabi. How was practice this morning?" "I didn't really get much done," Hanabi admitted. "Wani-sama, do you have a minute to spare? There is something very important that I have to talk to you about, and I ask that you please be patient and understanding of me and my feelings." It's rare that Hanabi seeks me out to talk and confide in me, and I can see that something is clearly troubling her, and judging from the tone of Hanabi's voice, Hinata deduced, she's very worried about how I will react to whatever she wants to confide in me about. "I have time to spare if you like," Hinata replied. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Come inside and we'll talk," Hanabi invited before Hinata nodded her head and entered her sister's room. Hanabi closed and locked the door behind her as Hinata went and sat on the chair by Hanabi's desk. Hanabi went and sat on the bed as Hinata turned to face her. "Wani-sama," Hanabi started off, "before I start, I want you to give me your sworn word not to overact or get angry at me. I ask for your understanding and open-mindedness to my feelings. I was right. Whatever it is that's troubling Hanabi must be very serious if it's enough to make her worried about how I might react to whatever it is she wants to confide in me about." Hinata thought, and then swore. "I give you my sworn word I won't overact or get angry at you. Feel free to start whenever you're ready." Having heard Hinata's sworn word, Hanabi lowered her head and allowed a few tears to run down her face. Seeing this, Hinata became even more worried as she asked, "Hanabi, what's wrong?" "Wani-sama, I'm sorry." Hanabi apologized as she sobbed. "What are you sorry for?" Hinata asked with confusion. "Hanabi, why are you crying?" "Wani-sama." Hanabi cried and sobbed. "Please don't hate me. But I love Naruto-kun." "Why are you crying about that?" Hinata asked with confusion. "Naruto is a dear friend to you and you clearly care very much for him, so." "I care for him more than that," Hanabi confessed. "It's the kind of love you develop for a boyfriend. I tried so hard to ignore it and to suppress my feelings. I even confessed and talked about my feelings with father, and told him how I developed these strong feelings for Naruto-kun. But I never once acted on these feelings. Despite how I felt, I swear I never once tried anything with Naruto-kun, even when I was tempted to do so." Hinata quietly took in everything Hanabi confessed to her. She recalled having a conversation similar to this with Hanabi before, but the clear difference was that Hanabi's feelings for Naruto were made clearer and more pronounced now than before. Even though Hanabi admitted that she never tried anything with Naruto, however, Hinata was still trying to figure out how to properly address the matter. As she thought more about it, Hinata found that like before she couldn't entirely blame Hanabi for her feelings considering that amount of time she spends training with Naruto. The problem was struggling to come to terms with her feelings not be capable of being reciprocated by her older love interest since he was already in a serious relationship, and since Naruto already promised with his sworn word to train Hanabi. Hinata realized how difficult it would be for Hanabi to cope with her affections for Naruto as a result of the continuous time they would spend together. "Is Naruto aware of your feelings for him?" Hinata asked. "I don't know," Hanabi admitted. "He told me if he was aware. I can't fault you for how you feel about my boyfriend regardless of how awkward I'm feeling about all this," Hinata assured. "Plus you made no attempt to try to rival me for Naruto-kun's love and affections, and you sincerely sought ways to cope and move on from your feelings. Confessing and seeking help from both father and me shows that you're more mature and intelligent for your age with admirable self-control. And trust me, I've seen foolish girls and genins my age who aren't even half as mature and dignified as you, Hanabi, when it comes to guys whose attention they want but can never have." When I see how some immature kunoichi behave around them, it's both disgraceful and shameful. They give kunoichis a bad name. My feelings for Naruto-kun won't simply go away, One-sama," Hanabi said. "I tried to think up a way to move on from Naruto-kun, but there's no one in Konoha who holds my interest and fascination like Naruto-kun." "Sounds like what I said when I was your age," Hinata remarked, "but tell me, were you ever jealous or even envious of me being with Naruto-kun?" I admitted to father that I wished Naruto-kun was a boy my age, or that I was born first in order to have Naruto-kun, Hanabi confessed. "It was all unrealistic wishful thinking." "I understand," Hinata replied. "Was there anything else you confessed to father that you want to confide in me about?" Hanabi's face turned a red that Hinata never saw on Hanabi's face before. Gathering all of her courage, Hanabi confessed with some measures of nervousness. "I even confessed to father there were times that I thought of asking if what, Hanabi?" Hinata implored. "If you'd be willing to share Naruto-kun with me," Hanabi finally said. "You had thoughts and fantasies of Naruto-kun having both of us as his girlfriends?" Hinata asked with a dark reddened face of her own with a surprised and speechless tone. "With the two of us as sisters sharing him with each other?" Hanabi lowered her head and gazed in embarrassment, as she couldn't look Hinata in the eyes. But Hanabi felt a massive weight lifted off her mind and heart now that she finally got it out into the opening with Hinata. "Yes," Hanabi said in low tone, "I learned and got the idea about Naruto-kun having both of us from reading one of Naruto-kun's Uchiha Paradise books that had a situation in the plot very similar to ours." "Did Naruto-kun lend you that book of his that by coincidence have that story plotline?" Hinata asked curiously. "No," Hanabi confirmed as she went and pulled out the book from one of her drawers hidden under her clothes. "I managed to get a hold of one of his books when he wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. It was fluke that I managed to get hold of this particular book with that story plotline. The way things worked out in this book's story made me wonder if that could actually happen in real life between the three of us. When I come of age, that is." There was an awkward and uncomfortable silence between the two Hyuga siblings as either knew what to say next. That silence lasted for several minutes as Hinata processed what she was told while looking at the very book Hanabi managed to steal from Naruto without his notice, which was saying something. Hinata was well aware that Cheyenne the priestess wants to have two daughters with Naruto for the purpose of the Uzumaki clan having her powers become permanently part of his clan and heritage. While Hinata didn't know how resourceful and powerful Cheyenne's abilities were, however, she knew that Cheyenne wasn't trying to pursue a lasting relationship with Naruto. Temari had simply wanted Hinata out of the way so she could have Naruto all to herself. But after the two girls had a moment to talk to each other, Temari reluctantly decided to back down. And now she just heard from Hanabi's own mouth that even she had thoughts and fantasies of Hinata and herself being in a threesome relationship with Naruto, but only after getting the idea from one of Jiraiya's stories. "If that shocks and makes you think less of me, I'll understand," Hanabi said, finally breaking the awkward silence between them. "I mean, unlike what I read in Naruto-kun's book, would you really be comfortable with the idea of Naruto-kun being romantically involved with another female besides yourself?" "I would be lying to myself if I said there wouldn't be moments of jealousy, insecurities, and spite between us." "You really thought deeply about the possible troubles that could result from the both of us being in a relationship with Naruto-kun at the same time," Hinata said. "Actually," Hanabi revealed, "I learned about that from reading this Uchiha Paradise book. That story was surprisingly more realistic than fictional." "Really now?" Hinata asked. "Well, even I'm at a loss in giving you any helpful advice to handle your situation." Then a thought suddenly came to Hinata's mind. "I have an idea." "That being?" Hanabi asked. "Let's go and see if we can both meet up and talk to Kurenai-sensei," Hinata suggested. "I talk with her about deep things that concerns me and awkward things I would never talk to our father about. I'm sure Kurenai-sensei might know some helpful ways of helping you through your ordeals." "And if she doesn't?" Hanabi asked. "Then you and I will just have to find ways of handling the situation together as sisters," Hinata replied before both her and Hanabi got ready to find Kurenai in hopes she wasn't too busy with whatever she was currently doing. Later that morning, Sai, dressed in black pants and a gray shirt, was walking through Konoha streets seemingly aimless as his calm pace and smiling face never faltered. While giving off this facade, however, internally he was frustrated that he couldn't make sense out of Naruto's pattern and activities as he was full of inconsistencies and unpredictability. For the past number of days, Sai had been trying to observe and study Naruto's movements and activities. But Sai soon learned that Naruto had an effective method of covering his tracks and disappearing when he doesn't want to be found. As Sai continued on his walk, he came across 3 genins coming from the opposite direction from where he was walking. Those 3 genins being Kiba, Shino, and Sakura. "It's been more than a week since I've been placed on this team and I still can't get used to it," Sakura complained. "Deal with it like the rest of us," Kiba retorted. "We weren't any happier about Sandame's reassigning you to our team as Hinata's replacement." "Pinky, what did you call me?" Sakura said menacingly as she was about to slap Kiba. That was until Shino grabbed Sakura's right wrist and warned, I will forewarn you now, Sakura, that Kurenai-sensei will not tolerate your abusive and violent temper towards either Kiba or myself. She will personally and sternly reprimand you through whatever means she deems worthy if you presumptuously act out of line in thinking you act can violently, and lash out against Kiba or myself without consequences. Naruto certainly didn't tolerate any physical or verbal abuse from you at any time. Therefore, don't come here and presumptuously expect that Kiba or myself will tolerate it from you. Do I make myself clear? Though Sakura couldn't see Shino's eyes, but the aura coming off him warned her not to challenge him. Even Kiba was taken aback by Shino's change in demeanor, since he was usually the stoic calm one of the group. Yes, Shino, Sakura answered in compliance. I understand. I never knew Shino had it in him to put Sakura in her place, Kiba thought. Then again, nothing has been the same since Sandame removed and reassigned Hinata from our team. From a distance, Sai saw how Sakura was interacting with her new teammates, and saw how things between them were sour to say the least. Sai approached the team nonchalantly before placing one of his fake smiles on his face. The team then saw Sai coming their direction. Yo Haruno Sakura, I presume, Sai greeted. You used to be on Team 7 with Naruto and Sasuke. I was on Team 7 until recently, Sakura said. Why does that matter to you? I couldn't help but take notice of the way you interact with your new teammates, Sai said, and I was curious as to how things were between you and Naruto while you were on his team. Things between me and Naruto? Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow. There was never anything going on between me and Naruto. And that was your biggest mistake, Sai remarked with the same smile on his face. Your refusal to acknowledge him in favor of the Uchiha led you to be left behind in the dust, whereas the Uchiha and the Hyuga heiress acknowledged him. It led to them not only being promoted alongside him, but also being paired with him on the same team, with you being removed from the team as the liability with nothing to offer or contribute to the team. Even now, as I watched your interaction with your new team, you still have nothing to offer except being a liability. Sai felt Sakura's bloodlust aimed at him, but he stood there unfazed with his fake smile never leaving his face. I like this guy, Kiba thought with a huge grin his face. He truly got balls. I can't smell a stench of fear off of him. What did you call me? Sakura screeched as she looked ready to violently attack Sai. Do you still lust for the Uchiha? Sai asked blatantly. Do you wish to ride his dick even now? Sakura instantly forgot her anger as her face turned completely red, a red that could even rival Hinata's blush for Naruto. She was suddenly caught completely off guard by Sai's straightforward and shameless questioning. Sakura was trying to speak but found herself stuttering on his words. I heard Hinata stuttered frequently, even while on this team, Sai remarked. Now you're fitting into the role Hinata played while she was on Team 8. Kiba burst into a fit of laughter after seeing how Sai masterfully cracked on Sakura. It's official! Kiba laughed. You're on my good buddies list. I'm happy that I made memorable impression on you, Sai commented. I'm Sai, by the way. Sai, you say, huh? Kiba greeted. I'm Kiba, pointing to his white dog, and this is my partner Akamaru. Next to me is Shino, and you already know Sasuke's biggest fangirl. Sakura, you mean, Sai commented as he turned his attention back to the pink-haired genin. Since you were once Naruto's partner, I was wondering if you can answer a few questions for me. And what might that be? Sakura asked. Who is Naruto, really? Sai asked. I've heard many things about the Uzumaki, but his personality possesses a great deal of inconsistencies and contradictions. I was never able to figure him out even while attending the Ninja Academy with him in the same class, Sakura remarked. That's because you were never interested in Naruto at all in the first place, Shino refuted. There was nothing about him that you wanted to figure out. Sakura frowned at Shino's truthful logic and found no grounds on which to argue with him concerning Naruto. Perhaps you and Kiba can tell me some things about Naruto, Sai asked. I'm very interested in learning about the son our village's late Yondaime. Are you writing his life story of something? Kiba asked. I'm no author, Sai replied, but I'm an artist, and I enjoy painting portraits that can truly come to life and reflect what I want to express in my artwork. Naruto's life is hard to paint, and I've been trying to understand his character better. So I thought I'd get some resources from those he spent years interacting with, and who know him better. Even artists and painters need source materials for their artworks, am I right? Can't argue with that, Kiba admitted and shrugged. So what would you like to know? Tell me about your experiences with Naruto, Sai beseeched. Which of his traits stood out to you guys? He's a true illusionist, Sakura remarked. Care to elaborate? Sai requested. I don't believe there was anything saying he studied in Genjutsu. He was a true deceiver, Sakura clarified. A very dangerous and deadly S-class ninja who cleverly acted as the senseless idiot and failure. As much as I want to smack him sometimes for how he would get on my nerves, however, I had to learn to refrain from doing so after seeing personally what he's capable doing to people who truly piss him off. Oh really? Sai asked. He personally wiped out an entire army by himself without any help before he fed their millionaire crime boss to sharks after taking all of his financial assets and giving it to the country he was terrorizing, Sakura said, and that was while he was still a genin and our class so-called dead last. Naruto chose to be our class dead last on purpose, Kiba said. He admitted that to everyone and to the Hokage during the preliminaries. It was an ingenious cover and way of having no unwanted attention drawn to him. No one suspected him. It was the perfect cover and a deception against potential enemies. Sai turned to Sakura and said, I heard that Naruto used to like you back then during his days at the Ninja Academy. He did, or so he says, Sakura replied, but later he and Hinata hooked up and are now a couple. Or so he says? Said repeated, care to elaborate on that? The guy says he loves Hinata, but I've personally witnessed how he shamelessly flirts and hits on every pretty girl he sees in open public behind Hinata's back. Sakura stated, he even flirts with women older than him and show little to no regard for Hinata's feelings. He even peeps in women's bathhouses. Has the Hyuga heiress ever once badmouthed Naruto for this or even threatened to break up with him? Sai inquired. I can't see how she can tolerate that pervert, Sakura said. In fact, I can't see how the Hyuga clan, known for their prestige and nobility, are tolerant of his behavior. Is that truly all you know about Naruto? Sai asked. Or is that the only thing you're choosing to focus on, considering how you earlier described how dangerous he could be? Sakura thought for a moment and then replied, Naruto does have another side, his personality, one that even Kakashi-sensei found baffling. That side of Naruto is that of a veteran hardened ninja who've seen untold deaths and wars. He rarely shows that side of his personality, but when he does, even Orochimaru becomes wary of him, and he's a Sannin. Orochimaru has committed many atrocities against Konoha and even he's cautious around Naruto, Sai noted. And how does Sasuke compare to Naruto? Would you honestly say that Sasuke can easily match or rival Naruto? As much as I hate to admit this, but no, Sakura remarked. Why? Sai asked. Is because you've always believed Sasuke was stronger and better than Naruto in everything? Naruto was always stronger than all of us in our class, Kiba said. In fact, he was always stronger than everyone at the Ninja Academy, including the faculty. Years ago, during the Academy Field Day, he embarrassed all of the male students and faculty, including the Hokage, for everyone to see by proving his ability to kill all of us effortlessly if he really wanted to. We were the disgrace and laughingstock amongst the kunoichis for weeks because of him. It truly wasn't our proudest moment, Shino commented. Even I underestimated him and paid for my logical analysis of basing his abilities solely on his outward behavior. I heard Sasuke tried to steal Naruto's girlfriend Hinata from him for some time until recently, when he finally decided to stop doing that, Sai said and turned to Sakura. Sakura, you self-righteously call Naruto a pervert for his flirting with other girls and women. Yet during that same time you chose to go after and pursue Sasuke knowing that he was trying to steal Naruto's girlfriend. You're so desperate for Sasuke's dick that you refused to find a better guy to be interested in. You truly have no self-respect or dignity, you hypocritical bitch. Sakura felt she was proverbially punched in the face at Sai's logic and the irrefutable point he made, vulgar as they were. But she felt her anger flare when it registered what Sai referred to her as. Kiba and Shino sensed bloodlust pouring out of Sakura in loads. Shanaru! Sakura roared, what did you call me? You didn't hear me the first time? Sai asked with his fake smile still plastered on his face. I said you're a hypocritical bitch. I'll kill you! Sakura screamed as she lunged for Sai and threw a punch at him. Sai sidestepped Sakura, allowing the pink-haired genin to rush past him. Sakura rebounded and turned to pursue Sai again. Sai continued evading and easily blocking all of Sakura's punches. Make this easier on yourself and stand still already, Sakura yelled. Only a fool with no common sense stands still at his attacker's request, Sai replied. But if you insist on wanting to strike me so badly. Sai suddenly stopped and allowed Sakura to land a solid punch to his face. Her feeling of satisfaction was short-lived when Sai suddenly burst into ink and splashed all over Sakura, covering her clothes, body, face, and hair in black ink. When the moment of shock settled, Sakura screamed in dismay after seeing what happened to her. Kiba burst into loud laughter while Akamaru snickered after witnessing what befell Sakura. Shino had two raised eyebrows after seeing the stunt Sai pull on Sakura. An ink clone? Shino deduced. I haven't seen such a clone of that caliber before. I'll kill him! Sakura screeched. He is so dead. Who will you kill exactly? A mature feminine voice asked from behind the group. All three genins turned to see Kurenai standing behind them. Kurenai had a raised eyebrow after when she saw the blob of black ink Sakura was covered in. Should I even want to know what happened to you, Sakura? Kurenai remarked. Sakura sighed with her shoulders slumped and explained, some jerk named Sai did this to me. No, I didn't, Sai corrected as he suddenly appeared behind Sakura. What befell you was self-inflicted when you punched out my ink clone in your moment of violent rage. This could have been avoided had you kept your violent anger in check. You started this when you insulted me about my past with Naruto and my feelings for Sasuke-kun, Sakura retorted. All I did was state that facts which you couldn't handle, Sai stated. If you're so quick to give in to rage and violence, then all you'll do is make yourself an easy target for any competent ninja to exploit and manipulate. Sakura wanted to hit him, but like with Naruto, she wasn't sure if the Sai in front of her was the real one or another clone. So you're Sai, Kurensai realized after listening to the verbal exchange between Sakura and Sai. I know I never met you before, Kiba commented, but judging from the ink clone you used earlier that got exploded on Sakura earlier, it's obvious that you a ninja. Come to think of it, Shino remarked, we never saw you at the Ninja Academy at any time. My training was complete prior to yours while you all were at the Ninja Academy, Sai replied, but I'd rather not talk too much about it. Sai then reached into his pouch fastened around his waist at his right side and pulled out his Konoha head protector before fastening it around his head. So you're genin like us, Kiba figured. I would appear to be a genin, outwardly anyway, Sai stated. Meaning what exactly? Kurenai asked. That I'm actually a chunin like Naruto and his teammates, Sai clarified. What? Sakura exclaimed. You're a chunin? Yes, Sai said with his false smile. I officially outrank you and your teammates. So next time, Sakura, know who you're talking to before foolishly assuming you can justifiably attack him just because you want to vent your violent anger while thinking you can get away with it without consequences. The next person after me might not be as merciful. With that, Sai vanished via smoke shunshin, leaving Kurenai and her team on the village streets. Turning to Sakura, Kurenai suggested, you're best to return home now and wash off all of that ink from off you. It wouldn't do well for you to continue training with us while covered in the mess you got yourself in. Sakura head and shoulders slumped down dejected as she complied. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. This Sai is someone I've never come across before, Kurenai revealed, causing her three genins to look back at her. You never met him before, Kiba inquired. Until now I've never heard or knew about him, Kurenai said, or that he's even a chunin. I'm sure the Hokage knows more, Sai, Shino suggested. We could always inquire of Sandaime as to Sai's history as ninja. At least we know not to underestimate him if we ever cross paths with him again, Kiba stated. He was oddly interested in knowing things about Naruto and my past with him, Sakura said. I was under the impression that he was writing Naruto's life story. Whoever he is, I'm sure we'll be meeting him again, Kiba said. Meanwhile, Naruto, his clones, and Jiraiya had finalized all the paperwork and money transfer with the previous owner of the new facility and land property, who got paid far more than he paid for the construction of the new facility and land property. The former owner saw that he not only would be able to buy a new land and build a new facility for himself elsewhere in Konoha, but he would still have a lot of money left as a surplus to do other things with. He felt he gained far more than lost after seeing how much Naruto was willing to pay for his land and newly constructed facility. During the finalization of business transaction, Naruto's clones, the AAA sisters and Tsunade, Kano Hanasakuya and her entourage made a thorough inspection and looked around of the facility. Tsunade completely loved everything she saw while seeing the great potential with the beautifully designed and built large building. She and the others saw why Naruto wanted that land and building. It was in the perfect location, a short walking distance from Konoha Hospital. It only made sense to have the new Uzumaki Medical Training Corp located next to the hospital. And with the money Naruto was able to attain thanks to Karen's and Anoka's huge gambling winnings during the Chunin exam finals, he was in the position to buy all of the newest and latest in medical technology and training equipment from Harun no Kuni after he and Seijiro sent an envoy of 2 clones to travel to Harun no Kuno to greet Koyokiheim. It won't be long until the purchased shipment from Harun no Kuni arrives here, Seijiro confirmed. One of my clones just informed me of this just now. But a large team of technicians and programmers will be dispatched here to Konoha to install and assemble all of the equipment and units we ordered from Harun no Kuni. They should be arriving here in about 2 days. They'll be here that fast? Tsunade asked. Considering how far Harun no Kuni is, I would have imagined it would take them longer to arrive here. By the way, Naruto said, one of my clones just sent me some new information. Koyokiheim requested for Jiraiya as the new Godame Hokage to grant to her this one favor. And what would that be? Jiraiya asked curiously. A personal autograph with the Hokage seal of your latest Uchiha Paradise Special Edition book gift wrapped and sent to her, Naruto revealed and then added, and she asked to make it splendid. Tsunade's and Shizen's right eyes twitched on learning something about Harun no Kuni's daimyo that they didn't know before. Koyokiheim is a fan of Jiraiya's book series? Tsunade asked. Not only is she a huge fan of Jiraiya's book series, Naruto said, she wants to make and star in a new theatrical Uchiha Paradise movie as the main female character. Did she say when she wants to start the production of that movie? Jiraiya asked. As the author, I could give her my personal input and suggestions. I ought to get royalties for that movie since it's based on my book series. Koikihime will send you a scroll explaining everything, she said, Naruto revealed. Everything you need to know will be in a scroll that'll be sent directly to you. I'll be sure to put in a request to Koikihime to allow me to make a cameo appearance in her new movie, Jiraiya said. She would consider your cameo appearance as an honor since her movie is based off your book, Naruto replied. I'll have to meet with Koikihime in the future and ask if she'd like to join my book club as a special member, Kano Hanasakuya said. Is your book club gender neutral? Naruto asked. I know Kakashi-sensei and others like him who'd love to be members of this book club. As both Hokage and the author of the Uchiha Paradise book series, Jiraiya said, I'll make arrangements to establish an official gender-neutral Uchiha book club here in Konoha that'll be affiliated with the one in Nadeshiko. Tsunade watched as Jiraiya, Kano Hanasakuya and Naruto discussed among themselves about their clubs. She couldn't help but smile seeing at how happy Jiraiya, Kano Hanasakuya and Naruto were together, and how Kano Hanasakuya looked to her god brother Naruto affectionately as her big brother. They really look like one happy family, Shizen thought out loud. We Uzumakis are a happy family, Shizen, Tsunade corrected. Jiraiya and his daughter are included as extended members of our clan and family. I couldn't agree more, Seijiro replied, though unfortunate for you Tsunade, Kano Hanasakuya still hates the fact that you're now dating her father. There's no telling when she'll ever accept you, if all that. I know I have a lot on my plate with her as it is, Tsunade admitted. Maybe something will happen that'll spark a change in how she looks at me. Offer to teach and train her, Seijiro suggested, causing Tsunade and Shizen turn to look at him like he grew an extra head on his shoulders. Offer to teach and train her? Tsunade repeated. That's my suggestion, Seijiro elaborated. It would give you time to hopefully mend things between you both and bond with her. You already have Hinata and Karen. Training the sage's daughter as she's addressed as might help to bring you, Kano Hanasakuya, and Jiraiya closer together as a happy family apart from our clan. In time, she might come to see you as a surrogate mother figure before marrying her father. Also, training her would help repair and restore your reputation in Nadeshiko since you're pretty much looked as Konoha's trash and disgrace to both her and her people. Tsunade frowned at Seijiro's last remark, but she stayed quiet and deeply contemplated on his suggestion and explanation. After a brief moment of silent deliberation, your suggestion makes sense, Tsunade agreed, but the question is, would Kano Hanasakuya agree to it? Approach her now and offer it to her while she and her father are in cheerful moods, Seijiro advised. I'm more than certain that Jiraiya will coach his daughter into taking you up on your offer. After all, who wouldn't want training from the world's most renowned medic ninja? Tsunade nodded her head and walked over to Jiraiya, Naruto, and Kano Hanasakuya. Upon arriving to them, Tsunade said, Kano Hanasakuya, I have something I want to freely offer to you that I don't readily offer to many people. Kano Hanasakuya turned to Tsunade. Holding back a frown that almost broke through her smile, Kano Hanasakuya replied, What do you want to offer me? I want to make you my medic apprentice, Tsunade said. Jiraiya and Naruto looked at Tsunade in surprise. You want to do what? Kano Hanasakuya asked in disbelief. I already have Naruto's girlfriend the Hyuga heiress and Uzumaki Karen as my students, Tsunade continued. I would like to give you the same healing and medic training as them. I would appreciate it very much if you'd be willing to accept my offer. Are you serious? Kano Hanasakuya remarked skeptically. Despite what you think of Tsunade, Jiraiya spoke up. Her expertise in medic jutsus and healing are second to none. Tsunade is a Sannin for a reason, just as I'm a Sannin for a reason. Kano Hanasakuya listened to her father's words without protest, respecting his words as both her parent and his village's Hokage. Quietly, Kano Hanasakuya thought for a moment carefully. Perhaps whatever medic training I get from her could serve to be of use to my people too, considering how my mother died from her fatal injuries, and she didn't have the ability to heal herself during her battle with that Kiri swordsman that costed her life. Tsunade and the others saw that Kano Hanasakuya was in very deep thought as she carefully weighed her options. While this was going on, Naruto, Tsunade requested, I want to train all of our Uzumaki brethren in medic and healing jutsus. Naruto looked to Tsunade and said, That's a major undertaking since you already have Hinata-chan and Karen and now you're offering this to Kano Hanasakuya. Care to explain your reasons? We already lost a massive number of our brethren and I've seen many die on the battlefield because of their inability to heal themselves, Tsunade explained. We only have a remnant of our clan left, and if they're wounded severely in battle or from an ambush, it would benefit them having the ability to escape and heal their wounds. That would help to lower any future risks of losing more of our remaining brethren from injuries that resulted from our enemies' attacks. Now Naruto thought seriously about Tsunade's proposal and after a brief moment, accepted, Naruto and Kano Hanasakuya said simultaneously. Part of Tsunade thought Kano Hanasakuya would turn her offer down. She didn't completely expect Kano Hanasakuya to actually accepted her offer without protest. Your explanation to Naruto Niken rings bells of truth and sound logic, Tsunade, Kano Hanasakuya said, I find no grounds on which to object or refuse your proposal. I'll accept your offer. Thank you, both of you, Tsunade said appreciatively. I'll let you and everyone know when the training will start after this facility is fully established as the new Uzumaki Medical Training Corp. How long do you give it? Naruto asked. Give me and Shizen a month to organize everything, Swanda said, and then turned to Jiraiya. Will you make time to have this new facility affiliated and partnered with Konoha Hospital? I'll have everything done and made official before this facility opens and begins operation, Jiraiya said. Thank you, Tsunade said. I'll also look into hiring experienced doctors and medic ninjas with certified credentials to help me operate this new building and its offices. Hopefully all this and the payroll will be put together before the end of the month, Jiraiya said. You'll have your work cut out for you, Head Director Uzumaki Tsunade. I know, Tsunade said, but I'll get it done. 2 days later, Jiraiya was reviewing the reports from Kurenai and Asuma concerning the attack that happened a few days ago when they and their team were attacked by ninja thieves. In their reports, they explained how Sasuke seemingly lost control of his curse seal before attacking and killing their attackers in the process. Then they reported how a masked kunoichi sent working for Orochimaru appeared and offered Sasuke power and training that Orochimaru would give to him after experiencing the strength and force of the cursed seal. They went on to report that the kunoichi escaped before they could apprehend and detain her for questioning. From the concluding reports, Kurenai and Asuma expressed their concerns for Sasuke's state of mind when he was under the influence of the curse seal and how what that Oto kunoichi said to him only seemed to make things for Sasuke more unsettling. It's all going according to plan, Jiraiya thought after Sasuke secretly reported the success of his mission after Taiya explained how Guren was secretly watching Sasuke's actions during his time with Kurenai and Asuma. Jiraiya placed the reports down after seeing what time it was. He got up to put on his Hokage robe and hat on before leaving the office and making his way to the Shinobi Council meeting chamber. While on his way, Jiraiya saw that Hiruzen, along with Kano Hanasakuya, her entourage, Akio, Akemi and Akio were also making their way to the meeting chamber. After exchanging greetings, Jiraiya and the rest of them walked into the chapter and took their places. Jiraiya sat at the head table with Hiruzen sitting closely next to Jiraiya at his left. Kano Hanasakuya and her entourage stood in attention in the center of the meeting chamber alongside the AAA sisters. At the left and right sides of the meeting chamber were 2 sets of tables and seats where the respective clan leaders and village hierarchy sat. Shijiro stood behind Naruto, monitoring and keeping surveillance over the chamber. All of the other clan leaders and along with Hamura and Koharu were sitting around the meeting table in their respective places. Come to order, Jiraiya said as he commenced the meeting and gaining everyone's attention. First order of business. We have my daughter Kano Hanasakuya and her entourage representing their people and village of Nadeshiko no Sato. They're here to negotiate trade and an alliance while having 3 of their kunoichi from their ranks living here and serving as liaisons between our 2 villages. These 3 kunoichis are Uzumaki Akio, Uzumaki Akemi and Uzumaki Akira. The Uzumaki clan is part of Konoha, Hamura stated and continued. How could Nadeshiko claim 3 of them as part of their village? Because they are, Naruto spoke up. As clan leader, I'm confirming this. Akio, Akemi and Akira, respectively known as the AAA sisters, have served as active and official ninjas for Nadeshiko for a number of years before coming in personal contact with me and the rest of our Uzumaki brethren. The AAA sisters have been in my late mother's service long before I was born and demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt their intelligence, abilities, and caliber in carrying out their missions and duties, Kano Hanasakuya added. I personally attest to my daughter's words, Jiraiya stated. I've personally worked alongside these Uzumaki triplets during my years in Nadeshiko when my late wife, Yuzumheim, the previous ruler of Nadeshiko, was alive and ruling over her village. Akio, Akemi and Akira are the only 3 besides myself who know and understand the culture, livelihood and government of Nadeshiko and are best suited to serve as liaisons between Konoha and Nadeshiko. It wouldn't do having only foreigners serving as representatives to our village of which they weren't born in, Danzo inputted, nor have any understanding about the culture of our people. Then what do you suggest? Koharu inquired. I suggest adding a native-born Konoha ninja to serve alongside those 3 Uzumaki's foreigners, Danzo stated. That way the formation and dynamics of the team will be balanced out. Surely adding just 1 Konoha male ninja to serve an ambassador for our people isn't too much to ask for. Accepted, Kano Hanasakuya agreed. I find no fault or reason not to accept that suggestion. Danzo smiled seeing how the young princess accepted his idea. He then offered, I'm sure I can come up with a list of suitable candidates for the position. That is not your place, Danzo, Jiraiya objected. I don't recall anyone else besides the Hokage who has the authority in selecting potential candidates for the position of ambassador or liaison for Konoha. If I may speak, Kano Hanasakuya stated, a list of candidates will not be necessary. I choose Naruto Niken. As the ruler of Nadeshiko, That's my selection. Danzo held back a snarl as that wasn't what he was aiming at accomplishing. Jiraiya and his brat daughter are undermining me. Danzo thought, I have to find a way to maneuver matters into my favor and advantage. Danzo schemed and said, no disrespect to you Konohana Sakuya, but I recall moments earlier that Jiraiya said that only the Hokage has the authority in selecting potential candidates for the position of ambassador or liaison for Konoha. It would be an act of presumptuousness as a foreign dignitary trying to decide in Jiraiya's place who will be Konoha's male ambassador. Also, choosing the Uzumaki clan leader will be frowned on by those who will consider your decision to be based on both favoritism and nepotism. Some in the meeting chamber were ready to agree with Danzo's words. Naruto and Jiraiya saw that Danzo was up something, but they stayed silent and waited to see how things would play out before deciding to intervene. I assure you, Konohana Sakuya stated, my decision isn't based off any form of favoritism or nepotism. Konohana Sakuya turned to Jiraiya and requested, with your permission, may I be allowed to explain why I want Naruto Naiken as Konoha's male ambassador? Your request is granted, Jiraiya agreed. Speak. Naruto Naiken is a native-born male from Konoha and he's the only male ninja besides my father that I know and trust with my life and people, Konohana Sakuya explained. I've heard many reports about Naruto Naiken's accomplishments and exploits, and how he recently saved this village from an all-out invasion led by this village's traitorous snake Sannin who happens to be my father's former teammate. Naruto Naiken is also educated and experienced with the shinobi council of this village, and he's an active member of it. That also means he's very familiar with the governmental system of this village. Naruto Naiken is also a personal student of my father, this village's new Hokage. This puts him in direct personal contact and close association with my father. Everyone was now whispering to each other about everything Konohana Sakuya explained. Despite her age, it was very clear that her level of intelligence, intellect with governmental affairs and diplomacy weren't to be underestimated. Even Tsunade respected and admired how Jiraiya's daughter handled Danzo's actions with dignity and respect fitted for a ruling monarch. Things weren't going the way Danzo had hoped as he was planning and suggesting some who was secretly one of his most loyal Root A and BU ninjas to be assigned to work alongside the Uzumaki sisters. Turning to Jiraiya, Danzo said, Jiraiya, surely you can explain to your daughter that there are other suitable and capable males that can serve in that capacity other than Naruto. I wouldn't trust any other male shinobi from this village because I don't know them and they wouldn't be openly welcomed in my village either, Konohana Sakuya objected. Konohana Sakuya is within her diplomatic rights to allow whomever she finds acceptable from Konoha to enter her village, Jiraiya replied. It's her village, and she's within her rights to agree or disagree about who from this village is allowed in her village. Furthermore, Nadeshiko is a female-dominated village. All ruling and governing authority are under the subjection of the high-ranked women of that village with Konohana Sakuya as the ruling monarch. Danzo was furious at how his plan to plant one of his loyal root ninjas as a spy on the Uzumaki sisters and Nadeshiko backfired royally. He hated how the Uzumaki clan were gaining more commercial and governmental influence and strength not only in Konoha but in other countries and nations as well. The Uzumaki clan is becoming too strong, Danzo thought. At this rate, it's becoming harder to try to keep them under surveillance and control. Jiraiya and the rest of the Shinobi Council and Konohana Sakuya and her entourage were discussing conditional international terms of trade and alliance between Konoha and Nadeshiko, with Naruto and the AAA sisters serving as ambassador ninjas of Nadeshiko while residing and working in Konoha. While this was going on, Danzo thought back to an event that happened years before Naruto's birth. 30 years ago, Uzumaki Ashina was standing in the Hokage office after visiting his kin, Uzumaki Mito, who was sick in bed back home and approaching the end of her life, having lived a long time like himself. In the office with Ashina was Hiruzen, Hamura, Koharu and Danzo. Ashina-sama, Hiruzen greeted, I trust your stay in Konoha was to your liking. Despite the wars this village has endured, you managed to keep this village together, Ashina remarked. Well, it wasn't just me, of course, Hiruzen said. I have the help of many brave and honorable ninjas of Konoha and the help of your country and clansmen. Mito-sama is a real help to everyone in Konoha by using herself as a containment in imprisoning and preventing Kyubi's release. But she's approaching the end of her life. Yes, I know, and she knows this also, Ashina stated. That's why I'm here to discuss this with you. Mito will need a successor as a Jinchuriki, but won't the bijou she sealed inside herself die along with her upon her death? Hamura inquired. Kyubi will be reincarnated sometime after Mito's death, Ashina revealed, gaining everyone's attention. What? Hiruzen replied in shock. But we thought that with her death, Kyubi would be forever gone. No! Ashina corrected, his demise would only be a temporary death, not a permanent one. Sometime after her death, without a successor, Kyubi will be freed and reincarnated to wreak havoc again. To prevent that from happening, I've chosen a suitable successor to Mito. Who will be Mito-sama's replacement? Hiruzen asked. My granddaughter, Ashina stated, Uzumaki Kushina. I've chosen her to become Mito's successor as the next Jinchuriki. She'll travel here to become a member of this village and have Kyubi sealed into her before Mito's death. While your granddaughter is here, Danzo said, I believe it would be best if she's put under my care. I can give her the needed training and teaching to make her Konoha's ultimate sword and shield. Excuse me? Ashina replied. Mito-sama was a trained kunoichi and experienced seal mistress married to our Shodai before she made herself into the first Jinchuriki of Konoha during Shodai's battle with Madara at the Valley of the End, Danzo said. You're taking a huge and reckless risk putting the safety of Konoha on the shoulders of a mere young child inexperienced in both war and combat. I recommend and suggest that it would be in Kushina's best interest if she's placed under my watchful guidance. There was a cold silence that filled the room as Hiruzen knew that Danzo spoke in a manner that clearly undermined Ashina's judgment. This was confirmed when glowing adamantine chakra chains thrusted from out of Ashina's body and wrapped around Danzo in a crushing death grip that almost broke a number of his bones and limited his capacity to breathe. Hiruzen, Hamaru and Kakeru then felt a mountainous bloodlust that filled the room and started making cracks around the walls of the meeting room. Danzo just had to open his mouth and piss this man off. Hiruzen strained as he and his advisors were struggling to breathe. Even at his age, Ashina-sama never lost his edge. Let me make myself very clear to all of you, especially you Danzo, Ashina replied with a dangerously calm tone as his bloodlust was still pouring out of him in massive loads. My granddaughter will become no one's weapon or instrument. She's coming here to fulfill an honorable duty on behalf of her senior Uzumaki brethren. If I hear one report from Kushina that you Danzo approached her in any way that made her uncomfortable, or that you sought to go behind my back to make Kushina one of your root ninjas, I give you my sworn word I will personally return here and kill you and wipe out your entire root organization before taking Kushina back to Yuzuno Kuni. I never go back on my word. Do I make myself clear? Ashina tightened his chains around Danzo further. I understand. Perfectly. Danzo managed through the pain and strained breathing. Good, Ashina replied. In any case, this meeting has no further use for you. So be gone from my sight. The next thing Danzo saw was that Ashina used his chains to swing and slam his chained body with a force into a case of bookshelves on other side of Hiruzen's office, effectively destroying the bookcase and forming a crater in the wall as all of the books fell down on top of Danzo after he fell to the floor in a heap. Darkness and nothingness were the next thing Danzo saw after being brutally knocked unconscious, personally experiencing firsthand Uzumaki Ashina's violent temper. Present day, Danzo despised Ashina since that day for humiliating him, but knew that one wrong move would mean his promised demise at Ashina's hands and the destruction of his organization. Danzo and Hiruzen knew for a fact that Ashina wasn't to be underestimated. They knew Ashina was more than 120 years old and outlived two Hokages and Mito. What was also true was that even Hashirama and Madara never challenged him to a fight since he was one of the strongest seal grandmasters Yuzuno Kuni ever produced. Danzo had been wanting members from various clans to be part of his root organization, but he especially wanted both members of the Uzumaki clan and their Jinchuriki as members. The only problem was Ashina, whom Danzo himself was no match for. He needed Ashina and others like him out of the way without anything pointing back to him. He couldn't afford to be held responsible for Yuzuno Kuni's downfall. He had to find and manipulate others to do the job for him. As Danzo was thinking about his past, the meeting in the chamber continued. Jiraiya, being well versed and knowledgeable in the customs and law of Nadeshiko, was able to justly and confidently negotiate trade and an alliance with Nadeshiko with no qualms or compromises. As this was going on, Shijiro's agents were out taking care of business elsewhere. Meanwhile, Sai was up and about walking through streets when he was informed about how often Hanabi spends time being with and training with Naruto. He figured he could better study one of Naruto's pattern is by observing when and how often he's around Hanabi and also Hinata. Avoiding their Byakugan will be a bit difficult, Sai thought. I'll have to dash. Sai didn't get to finish his thoughts when painless darkness suddenly overcame him. Soon, Sai gradually woke up and groaned while trying to recall what happened. When he tried to move, he found that his arms, legs, waist and neck were bound with glowing chains preventing any body movements, and that he himself was being held up against a large tree. But this wasn't one of trees in the training field, it was in Forest of Death. The look to see 7 abnormally large tigers standing in front of him, ready to attack and devour him if given the order to. You're finally awake, a voice masculine said. Sai looked up to see Shijiro and Anoka standing behind the tigers, with glowing chains coming out of Shijiro's body, which was what was holding him off the ground and confining him onto the tree. Shijiro left a clone with Naruto after carefully switching places with his clones so as to not arouse any suspicion from the Shinobi Council. Why have you brought me here? Sai asked with a fake smile. Kidnapping a Konoha Chunin is a serious offense. It's a serious cause for concern that an unknown chunin like you is seeking to keep tabs and learn more about our clan leader for unknown reasons, Anoka said. I don't know what you're talking about, Sai answered with the same fake smile on his face. My reasons for wanting to know more about Naruto were made clear when I spoke with those who know your clan leader well. You can go ask them yourself. We did already, Seijiro said, and I went and did some extensive investigating of my own, about you, Sai. Evidently, no one in Konoha seems to know you exist or that you're a chunin. There's no record of you ever being or graduating from Konoha's ninja academy despite being the same age as Naruto. Having someone like you looking to find more information on Naruto, and trying to keep track of his movements and activities raised several red flags for us. This leaves us with some question we want answers to. I don't see how anything I know will be of any use to you both, Sai replied. They will be, Seijiro countered, and you can forget about that silencer seal on your tongue. I've already neutralized and removed it. Sai knew that was no bluff if Seijiro knew exactly what type of seal was previously on his tongue. Now, Seijiro said, you will answer our questions and give us the true information we want, Seijiro then warned, and for each time you lie to us, I'll have Anoka use one of her tigers to tear off and devour one of your limbs. The tigers growled viciously, waiting a chance to feast into Sai's body. Sai knew that Seijiro's warning was no empty threat. Now Seijiro started off, tell us, why did Danzo send you to spy on Naruto? Sai dropped his fake smile and looked back at Seijiro and Anoka with a lifeless expression in both his face and eyes. You might as well end my life now, Sai replied with an emotionless tone. My master will send his agents to kill me after he learns that I've been compromised. Danzo would really go that far to cover his tracks? Anoka asked. Danzo will deny any involvement with me now that I'm in your custody with my life in our hands now, Sai answered. My life is no longer of any use to Danzo. Be that it may, Seijiro replied, but you haven't answered my question. Why were you sent? Sai deliberated on whether to talk and betray Danzo, which would mean death by Danzo's hands or die by the hands of the Uzumakis who captured him. He knew that Naruto and the rest of his clan would learn about him and his connections with Danzo. Sai knew he had no chance of escaping, and even if he did and reported back to Danzo, Danzo would still kill him for failing his mission with the Uzumakis and blowing his cover. It doesn't matter, Sai said emotionlessly, either choice I make will end with my death. My master sees Naruto and pretty much all of you Uzumakis altogether as a potential threat to him and his organization. He feels you Uzumakis are gradually growing too strong to control and keep in check. So Danzo dispatched you to find out what you can learn about Naruto and about us later on so he could use that as leverage against us, Seijiro deduced. You were sent to spy on a spy master being trained by a more experienced spy master, not knowing you were being tracked and trailed by another spy master. Your master sent you on a suicide mission knowing that your probabilities of failure were far higher than any chance of success. You were expendable and replaceable. Are you going to kill me? Sai asked. No, Seijiro said. I'll let you live and return back to Danzo in one piece. Both Sai and Anoka looked back at Seijiro surprised. You're letting him go? Anoka asked with a shocked and confused expression. Why? You're showing me mercy, Sai asked with a confused tone and then continued. What reason you have for sparing me? Your disappearance will alert Danzo that you failed your mission and he'll look to cover his tracks while looking to come up with new ways to spy on Naruto and the rest of my brethren, Seijiro deduced. Plus I don't want to explain why you went missing. I appreciate your leniency towards me, Sai replied as he put his fake smile back on his face. My mercy in sparing your life however comes with a price, Seijiro replied. What's the exchange? Sai asked before Seijiro took a few steps forward to stand closer to him. In return for sparing your life, Seijiro said, you work for me now, Sai. I was sent to spy and gather intel on your clan leader, Sai reminded. Now you're offering me work on top of sparing my life. There is a conflict of interest working for you while I'm still Danzo's subordinate. And that's exactly why you're most useful to me alive than dead, Seijiro remarked. You'll be my secret informant in Danzo's Root organization. You can start your new role as my spy by telling me everything you know about Root and the names of everyone you know in that organization and their abilities. 4 months later, a lot of activities and changes have been taking place during the past 4 months. During the first 2 weeks of the 4 months that went by, Tsunade and Shizen were working around the clock with all of the teams of workers and technicians whom Koikiheim sent from her country with all of the equipment and latest technology that Naruto and Seijiro purchased from her country. They worked long and hard in setting up and programming all of the equipment and units throughout the newly established Uzumaki Medical Training Corps. While doing that, Tsunade, the executive director and headmistress of the facility, was using her clones to interview and thoroughly background check every medic and doctor coming to be hired. There was already a long list of people, ninjas and genins looking to be trained in healing and medic jutsu, and in the state-of-the-art medical technology the facility was being installed with. That was because of a recent decree that Jiraiya put in place as he was implementing major changes in the function of Konoha's Ninja Academy and the set of all the genin teams. During the 9th day of the 4-month period, Jiraiya made it a Hokage decree that every ninja team must have at least one medic ninja, no exceptions. This was done with the intentions of reducing future casualties among their ninja forces. This was something that Tsunade had suggested to Hiruzen and the hierarchy years ago during the Second Shinobi World War after the death of her brother Nawaki. But at the time Konoha had neither the resources, manpower or time to put her suggestions and recommendations in place, especially since Kumo and Amigekyo were fiercely attacking them. But now her dreams and visions could now be realized, and even better than she originally envisioned, thanks to Jiraiya, and thanks to Naruto and Seijiro for their connections with Koikihime. The training facility went into full operation after 2 months during the 4 months that went by. The instructors and teachers were all expert medical ninja doctors and surgeons. Everyone in class were given the heads up that their time studying and training would be intense, and that they would have to make sure not to fall behind. Everyone in Naruto's clan were taking up medical studies and healing jutsu training. Naruto made it a clan leader decree that all Uzumakis must learn healing and medic jutsu along with advanced training in seals. For the Uzumaki, using Kage Bunshins to do their studying and practicing in classes and labs made learning and training easier and faster for them, and it allowed for them to multitask outside of their classes and labs. Therefore, they themselves didn't have to be in class or in the medical training labs unless it was truly necessary. The only drawback to that method, however, was the experience exhaustion both their minds and bodies would sometimes undergo after their Kage Bunshins dispelled themselves, allowing the Uzumakis to absorb everything their clones learned and experienced from long hours of medical studying and training. That often resulted in them losing consciousness for hours up to a whole day, depending on how much the clones learned and trained and how long they were existing. Hinata, Karen and Konohana Sakuya were receiving personal training from Tsunade herself for the past 4 months, as Tsunade's clones handled all others matters around the facility. Shizuka and Ami were around to take care of other affairs in Konohana Sakuya's place, as the governing council saw to matters back in their home village in Nadeshiko. Speaking of Nadeshiko, the governing council were surprised that Konohana Sakuya accepted to become Tsunade's apprentice in spite of how much the young girl despised Tsunade. But they learned that this was at Jiraiya's coaching after Tsunade freely offering to train her personally along with the Hinata and Karen. Konohana Sakuya knew she couldn't neglect her responsibilities to her people and village, and she explained to the council that her mother died from her fatal battle wounds in her father's arms, and she doesn't want to repeat history should such an event happen to her also. Plus, she explained that despite her negative views and personal feelings against Tsunade, it still didn't change the fact that Tsunade is a Sannin and renowned slug princess, an unrivaled medic nin. Her time training personally with the medic Sannin would be advantageous to Nadeshiko having a leader advanced skilled in medicine and healing. The council accepted Konohana Sakuya's pursuit of medical training as Tsunade's act of redemption and atonement, since the worth of her reputation in Nadeshiko was less than trash. As for things between Tsunade and Konohana Sakuya themselves, it wasn't exactly how Tsunade had wanted it. Konohana Sakuya was a studious and hardworking apprentice, and was truly making an effort to learn and excel in everything she was learning from Tsunade. But in terms of verbal communication between them though, Konohana Sakuya wasn't as talkative, at least not with Tsunade. Though she was a very well-behaved student who took everything she was doing and practicing serious, Konohana Sakura made no effort to start any form of conversations with Tsunade, let alone get to know her as a person. Konohana Sakuya though deeply respected Tsunade's unrivaled caliber in medical science and healing and respected Tsunade as her teacher and trainer. While she wasn't rude to Tsunade, however, Konohana Sakuya was more neutral towards her than anyone else, and would only speak to her when necessary. Despite this, Tsunade pressed on not choosing to give up. Another thing that Tsunade had worked on for a few weeks was healing all of the bite-mark scars that Karen's body was battered with as a result of the physical medical abuse and forced labor Karen was forced into while in Kusagakure. That was the same abuse that led to her mother's untimely death from extreme chakra exhaustion, as that villagers used both Karen and her mother like cattle. Naruto and Seijiro, however, covertly made that village pay severely for their crimes against their female brethren. Although Kusa was able to establish a new leader, however, they were still suffering the loss of their ninja forces from both the actions of the Uzumaki clan and the samurais from the Land of Iron. That healing project for Karen was something that both Hinata and Konohana Sakuya took part of, as it dealt with a most difficult medical practice that required master-level medical healers. Over the weeks, they had to work and research alongside Tsunade as she was looking to restore Karen's body with their added assistance. This form of hands-on training and studying truly tested their minds, developing skills and intelligence, as Karen's situation with her bite scars was a complex situation, even for Tsunade herself. With Tenten, she frequently challenged Naruto to battles, whether it was with swords or other weapons. 2 months ago, she started taking lessons in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and elemental combat. She learned that she had the affinity for lightning like Naruto, much to her surprise. Since she was a beginner, she knew she had a long way to go, but she was determined to always improve and get stronger like how her eternal rival Naruto was always doing. With Tsunagakure, it's been nearly 5 months since the failed Sunoto invasion. Hundreds of Suna ninjas had lost their lives at the hands of Naruto, who used the resurrected Yondaime Hokage, his father, to wipe out their entire invading army. What added more to their troubles was that the remaining Suna ninjas discovered that their Yondaime Kazekage and his advisors were murdered, with their bodies found days after the failed invasion. They realized that either Orochimaru or Kabuto had been posing as their Kazekage for weeks before duping them into joining forces with Otogakure. With regards to Hinata, Suna couldn't believe how the Hyuga heiress brutally wounded and defeated Gaara without receiving so much as a scratch from him after giving him the chance to surrender. Gaara, with Temari and Kankuro present, explained to the council how nothing he did, even his most fatal of attacks, worked against Hinata. She countered him in every way and always proved to be 2 steps ahead of him. He explained that Naruto, whom he continued to refer as his brother in burden even now, was the reason behind her powers and strengths, being the one who taught and trained her. The council found that explanation to make sense, seeing how Naruto was responsible for the slaughter of hundreds of their jounins and chunins during this invasion. The council had also gotten reports concerning how in one fight Naruto single-handedly battled and twice nearly killed Orochimaru, forcing the snake Sannin to retreat. Though they were chunins, both Naruto and Hinata were recorded in Suna's bingo books as S-class ninjas. As for Baki, he still hadn't been returned to Suna after being ambushed and captured by Naruto and interrogated by Ibiki and Inoichi. He was charged for nearly murdering Gekko Hate and conspiracy with Kabuto and Orochimaru to invade Konoha. Baki was serving time in Konoha's maximum security prison with the possibility of receiving the death penalty. Suna's council, especially Temari, pleaded with Jiraiya for Baki's full pardon and release, promising to make reparations for their part in the invasion and for Baki's actions. Jiraiya hadn't yet decided what Baki's fate would be. Present time at the Uzumaki Medical Training Corps, Akemi and her other triplet sisters were in class together alongside the rest of their Uzumaki brethren. They were being instructed by a Tsunade clone, with Shizen providing assistance when needed. While class was in session, Kansui's clone was in his place in class as Naruto had wanted to discuss something very important with him. Naruto's and Shijiro's clones were also in class while they and Kansui were elsewhere in the meantime. At the Uzumaki district, Naruto and Shijiro were at the house that Kansui and Erasure were residing in. Kansui was having herbal tea with Naruto and Shijiro after Naruto informed him of important official Uzumaki business he needed to discuss with him. "I hope the tea is to your liking," Kansui said. "I tried making it in the same way my father used to." "I don't know how your father made herbal tea, but this tastes very good," Shijiro complimented. "I concur," Naruto agreed. "That is really delicious." Naruto poured himself some more warm tea into his cup. "I'm happy you both enjoy me tea," Kansui said, "but in any case, you wanted to see and discuss with me something very important to the Uzumaki clan." "That's right," Naruto confirmed. "It involved the Uzumaki clan and Oni no Kuni." "Oni no Kuni?" Kansui repeated. "I don't believe I've heard of that country before." "You have now," Naruto remarked and continued. "Our clan has important connections with that country now because of one of my clone's actions in protecting and saving the priestess Cheyenne from being killed during the failed invasion attack Orochimaru led a few months ago. That same clone brought both her and Koikiheim to the Uzumaki Mask Temple, since that location is well secluded at a good distance outside the village's wall. Upon entering the temple, however, the priestess was met with overwhelming power from each of the mask and the deities they represent. After Cheyenne regained her composure, she greatly felt that our ancestral mask temple needs a priestess to properly protect and oversee the temple. "That's great and all," Kansui replied, "but why are you only telling me this instead of everyone in our clan? I would have assumed that something this important would have been discussed with the rest of the clan here. There's a reason why only very few know about what I'm discussing with you, and I trust you won't tell anyone else about it without my clearance to do so if it's a need-to-know basis," Naruto answered patiently. "I understand," Kansui said. "I'll keep quiet about this matter." "Good," Naruto stated and continued. "You see, Cheyenne is gifted with great powers and has the ability to foresee future events and the futures of others and her own. All of her predictions have always been accurate. However, her powers and abilities as priestess can only be passed on to a female offspring she would need to conceive. Xiam desires to permanently give her powers and legacy to our clan." "Alright," Kansui replied. "So what's the issue, seeing how she wants our clan to have a priestess from her bloodline?" "Cheyenne wants to conceive 2 daughters with me," Naruto revealed. "One to stay in Konoha as the new priestess of the Uzumaki Mask Temple, and the other to become the new priestess of Oni no Kuni." Kansui was silent for a minute after listening to what Naruto was explaining to him. "Are you serious?" Kansui asked in disbelief. She wants to conceive 2 daughters with you? I thought about her offer very seriously as it was not something to take lightly, Naruto added, and I even discussed it with Hinata-chan. How does she feel about what Cheyenne wants to do with you? Kansui asked. I can't imagine Hinata being happy with such a proposal from a foreign dignitary of very high stations. Naruto sighed and explained. Hinata-chan told me that regardless of how she feels, she can't interfere with diplomatic business that's strictly between me and Oni no Kuni. Hinata-chan explained that because both her and myself aren't married, she's not looked at or acknowledged as an official member of my clan. And she warned me that if she carries out any form of protest against me as the Uzumaki clan leader or act against Cheyenne herself, that it would lead to an international incident and dire consequences against her, and possibly the Hyuga clan. Are you afraid Hinata will want to end her relationship with you if you choose to go through with impregnating and conceiving daughters with Cheyenne? Kansui asked. When I explained everything to her, she kept her emotions completely in check, Naruto said. From the way she replied to my explanation, it was evident that she has a better understanding of clan business like this than I do. She was surprisingly supportive of me and gave no hint of whether or not she would break up with me if I were to go through with having 2 daughters with Cheyenne. Weeks earlier, I tried asking Sandaime-san for advice about what I should do regarding Cheyenne's offer, but he also said that he has no say in this diplomatic matter either, as that would be going beyond his limits even as Hokage, especially since Cheyenne's proposal to me poses no threat in any form to Konoha. When does the priestess wants to conceive daughters with you? Kansui asked. She didn't give an exact date, Naruto said. She said there's no real hurry to start. Cheyenne said that she won't force me to decide and that I can take as much time as I need to think things over before reaching a decision. But I know she wants her lineage and powers to be completely part of the Uzumaki clan, and she's desiring to have it pass through any 2 daughters I have with her. Cheyenne assured me that I'm not obligated to have a deep relationship with her since I'm already in one with Hinata-chan. But still, if I were to have sex with Cheyenne and conceive a son with her instead, I would have to have sex with her again in hopes of conceiving a daughter and more times in hopes of having another daughter if I were to have another son by her. I don't know how Hinata would bear seeing me conceiving multiple children with another female other than her. I'm sure jealousy, anger and hurt would result from it. We're ninjas, Naruto, Kansui reminded. A ninja endures even the harshest of trials and tribulations, even at personal cost to ourselves. Sometimes great sacrifices are made for the benefit of the majority. The question is, Naruto replied, would I be making the right sacrifices, even if it benefits or advances our clan as a whole? A clan your girlfriend isn't officially part of. No disrespect, Kansui reminded while receiving a frown from Naruto. I can't say I understand your dilemma since I'm not the clan leader here, and I never will be. But since Hinata herself is supportive of you despite whatever way she may feel after discussing this serious matter with her, despite her not being an Uzumaki by blood like the rest of us, what other concerns do you have? Possible divisions and major conflicts about who'd be the next heir to the position of clan leader, Naruto answered. If I were to have a son first with Cheyenne and not with Hinata, I fear that there would be familial conflicts between the sons of Cheyenne and Hinata about which one of them would become the next clan leader by birthright. There's also the matter that there could be anger and resentment towards me from my children with Cheyenne, as they would see that their mother not only isn't married to me but also lives in another country with one of their sisters as her heiress as priestess to that country, while I live here married to Hinata with the children I have with her. That could in effect trigger feelings of envy and jealousy from Cheyenne's children towards Hinata's children. I see, Kansui acknowledged. It would be quite problematic if we Uzumakis were divided against each other over diplomatic and familial issues that stretches across other foreign countries. While Cheyenne may say that she's not looking for a permanent relationship with me, however, Naruto added, her mind and emotions could change in the future. This is especially the case if the daughter she were to take with her as her future successor is unhappy that her sister gets to stay and live with me instead of all of us being together as a family. And the same goes with me having a daughter with her staying here with me rather than marrying and living together with them and their mother. You really have been thinking this through very deeply, Kansui said respectfully. I can see more clearly your concerns over these matters. If I may ask, how does she look like? Naruto reached into his Chunin vest pocket on his right and removed a small light brown envelope from his pocket. He opened the envelope and retrieved 7 pictures from inside it. These are Cheyenne's photos, Naruto said as he handed Kansui the pictures. You'll get a better idea of how she looks like in her priestess garbs and regular clothes. Kansui first looked at the photo showing Cheyenne in her normal clothes. He was glued to the picture as he couldn't believe how beautiful she was and how innocent looking her face and features were. He also couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance Cheyenne had with Hinata, almost as thought they were lost identical twins with different hair colors. He slowly went through each of the pictures as though he was trying to memorize how each of picture looked like. She looks heavenly, Kansui remarked before a noticeable blush appeared on his cheeks as he realized he inadvertently thought out loud under his breath, loud enough for Naruto and Sejiro to hear. We don't need to guess that you clearly find the young priestess attractive, Sujiro commented with a small smile. As an Uzumaki, Kansui had always considered himself to be a level-headed person and the more mature one between himself and his younger twin when dealing with the opposite gender. While he had seen many attractive females before, to Kansui, Cheyenne just looked breathtaking and gorgeous. She's the same age as Hinata-chan, Naruto informed, but because of her physical condition, she requires to be carried long distances wherever goes most of time though she can walk. She has one of bodyguards carrying her around. I can try to persuade her in having you as her personal attendant and bodyguard. What? Kansui asked in surprise, seriously. But what about my time here training with Seijiroji-san? And my younger twin whom I constantly have to watch and keep out of trouble? I know you and your twin have always been together for years, Naruto said, and I'm not tearing you both away from each other. But as you clearly know, in time we all will need to grow and live independent lives, and Erasure will need to grow and learn to look out for himself and keep himself out of trouble. Plus, he now has Karen and they're now an official couple, so she'll keep him occupied and help him stay out of trouble. That therefore frees up your time and energy to do different things now. And don't worry about your training with me, Seijiro spoke up after a long period of silence. If you decide to accept to become Cheyenne's new bodyguard, I'll arrange for your training with me to be carried out after Naruto arranges for you to become Cheyenne's new personal bodyguard. You don't need to give me a reply right away, Naruto offered. I'll give some time to think about. I'll do it. Kansui accepted without hesitation, catching Naruto's and Seijiro's attention. There's no need for me to think about it. When do you believe you can negotiate in having me sent to her? She and her entourage will be arriving at the Hokage Tower tomorrow, Naruto revealed. For months after Eroji-san's inauguration as Hokage, I asked Eroji-san to request her to travel back here to Konoha so I could discuss something important with her, but she wasn't able to return back to Konoha back then due to some political unrest that was taking place in her country, and had to stay to help keep and maintain order among her people. However, everything in her country are back in order, and she'll be traveling back here in response to my first request for her presence. And now that you agreed to become her personal bodyguard and attendant, I can now present you to her personally. Kansui looked at Naruto as his mind was processing everything the younger Uzumaki was explaining to him. He then looked at Cheyenne's 7 pictures again with eyes that admired her beauty. I didn't want to force this responsibility on you, Kansui, Naruto said, which was why I chose to explain my situation in careful details before showing you her pictures. Cheyenne is looking to continue her bloodline of priestesses through our clan as a thank you to me for saving her life, as you already know. But she'll become a target by our enemies both within and outside of Konoha. I want you to be there for her, to protect her and to take care of her. How should I present myself to the priestess when I see her? Kansui confessed, I've never done something like this before as it's always just been me and my brother. You can start by just being yourself, Naruto plainly said. Don't change who you are or pretend to be somebody else. Get to know her and let her get to know you. All friendships and close bonds take time to develop and grow. They never happen overnight. I wonder, Kansui brought out, is there any chance she might decline your offer in having me as her new personal bodyguard and your future replacement? If there's anything life has taught me is that there's never a 0% possibly when it comes to taking chances while hoping for success, Naruto replied. We'll have to see how things play out tomorrow at the Hokage Tower with Eroji-san after Cheyenne arrives. I understand, Kansui said. The next day at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Naruto and Kansui were in the Hokage office awaiting Cheyenne's arrival with her entourage. Since Hiruzen was originally the Hokage whom Cheyenne was most familiar with, she was presented her offer to Naruto. They saw it would lighten any form of tension and remove all concerns if he was also there with them in that second meeting with Cheyenne, considering that Jiraiya was now the Godame, and Cheyenne wasn't familiar with him. Soon they got a message stating that Cheyenne and her entourage had arrived at the tower and being escorted to the office. When you see her, Naruto remarked to Kansui, try not to freeze up. I don't freeze, Naruto, Kansui replied with a frown. I'm capable of handling myself just fine. Alright then, Naruto said. This will be my first meeting with this foreign priestess also, Jiraiya stated. Do you honestly think she'll accept Kansui as her new personal bodyguard and attendant? There's also a chance she might not, to be honest, Naruto admitted. She may downright refuse since she doesn't know Kansui at all. Did you at the very least inform her of the purpose of this meeting? Hiruzen inquired. No, Naruto revealed. Only that I wanted to meet with her again for a private matter. I thought it would be best if I explain everything to her in person rather than by a letter. Hopefully things will go smoothly between you three without any rocks to tread over, Hiruzen remarked. Naruto was about to reply when a knock came to the door. The 4 of them readied themselves and then Jiraiya answered, you may come in. The door opened revealing a Jounin ninja opening the door allowing Cheyenne, dressed in her priestess garbs and ornaments, and her entourage. She meeting with the Hokage and Naruto again, She thought it would be proper to dress in her ceremonial clothes rather than in her normal clothes. Kansui futilely failed to suppress the blush that appeared on his face while seeing how Cheyenne had an uncanny resemblance to Hinata, only with longer hair. Oni no Cheyenne, Jiraiya greeted, welcome back to Konoha. It's an honor to have you in our presence again. Cheyenne looked at Jiraiya and saw that he was wearing the official Hokage hat and his own Hokage sleeved cloak. She saw Hiruzen in his down Hokage clothes standing to the left side of the desk Jiraiya was sitting at. She then caught sight of Naruto and smiled upon seeing him, while wondering who the older and slightly taller red-haired male stand next to Naruto on his left was. You probably may not know of me, Jiraiya said, so I'll introduce myself. I'm Jiraiya, the Godame Hokage and Naruto's godfather. Jiraiya gestured to his left. You already met and know Sarutobi-sensei, who's also this village's Sandaime Hokage standing to my left. Ah, yes. Cheyenne now realized, you're one of the Sanins. The Toad Sage. Yes, my people and I have heard much about you and your accomplishments. It's an honor to be before your presence, Jiraiya-sama. Cheyenne gave a respectful bow to Jiraiya and then one to Hiruzen. Yes, Hiruzen spoke up. Jiraiya was my student during the time I was a Jounin sensei before I become Sandaime. He's now our new reigning Godame through I serve as his advisor. A sensei's work is never done. Funny, Jiraiya slight snorted before he gestured to Naruto to speak. Cheyenne, Naruto greeted, it's nice to have you here in Konoha again. Much has changed since your last visit here. I see, Cheyenne said, but I'm happy to be able to meet with you again. My people have heard much about you, Naruto, and are appreciative of you saving my life. I'm honored and thankful that your people hold me in such high regards, Naruto thanked. It's only proper, Cheyenne replied. By the way, Naruto said, permit me please to introduce to you my brethren. Naruto gestured to his left. This is Uzumaki Kansui, a stout and vigilant ninja and member of my clan. It's an honor and pleasure to meet you, Lady Cheyenne, Kansui said as he moved and stood in front of Cheyenne and bowed respectfully to her. He futilely tried to fight back the blush that appeared on his cheeks upon seeing her in person. Naruto has told me much about you, Kansui mentioned as he stood back up. He has? Cheyenne questioned. I'm pleased to hear that his people are aware of me. You are someone of very high importance and influence, Kansui replied. It only makes sense that Naruto made us well informed about you and your country. Cheyenne saw that Kansui was clearly older and a half-foot taller than Naruto, and he had fiery red hair. He was also wearing his custom-made poncho that carried official crest of the Uzumaki clan on the back of it. She saw that Kansui was rather attractive as his demeanor carried a level of maturity and calmness. Cheyenne, Naruto spoke up, there's a special purpose as to why I requested your presence here in Konoha. Yes, Cheyenne stated as she turned her attention back to Naruto. I apologize that I wasn't able to return 3 months as there were major problems in my country I had to help rectify. But your request for my return here didn't specify what it was you wanted to discuss with me about. That's what I'm going to reveal now, Naruto replied. If I may, I wish to have Uzumaki Kansui become your new personal bodyguard and attendant. You desire to have one of your brethren become my personal bodyguard and serve as my attendant? Cheyenne asked. For what purpose? Kansui is a very strong and mighty ninja, Naruto explained. He's both battle and war experienced like myself and has more than enough strength and chakra to take on and battle a summon best single-handedly. And like me, he can summon a large army of Kage Bunshins to defend you and your entourage if needed. Currently he's studying healing and medic jutsu under Tsunade Bacon tutelage, therefore that'll make him all the more of an asset to you. His skills and prowess are high A-class and many enemies who have underestimated him have met their untimely demise at his hands. And just so you know, Kansui added, I have a younger identical twin brother named Erasure who's in a relationship with Uzumaki Karen. So if you see those two together during your stay here, please don't mistake him for me or as one of my clones. We'll make a note of that, Cheyenne acknowledged. But tell me please, Naruto-kun, why are you offering one of your brethren to me in this way? For very important reasons, Cheyenne, Naruto explained, because you want to become part of my clan. And in doing so, that will establish diplomatic and permanent blood ties between the Uzumaki clan and Oni no Kuni. Having Uzumaki females from your bloodline serving as priestesses to your native country and to the Uzumaki Mask Temple will place added responsibilities to my clan on behalf of both your people and my brethren. That's something that I as clan leader can take serious, and because of that, I desire to ensure that you're well taken care of and protected with mighty male member of my clan who will also serve as my representative and Uzumaki clan ambassador while living and serving in Oni no Kuni at your side. Naruto didn't tell me that I'll be serving as his representative and Uzumaki clan ambassador, Kansui privately thought. It must have been an oversight on his part, one assume. I understand your words, Naruto-kun, Cheyenne said. I deeply appreciate that you gave my offer a great deal of serious consideration and meditating on, especially since this will have a great impact on both my people and your clan entirely. If I may speak, Cheyenne, Kansui beseeched, my brother, and I have traveled to many places. Over the years before we were found by Naruto and our other brethren, Erasure and I have gained a lot in experience and wisdom from our travels and adventures through the elemental nations. These experiences and all that I've learned are assets that I personally want to share with you if you're willing to accept me as your personal attendant and protector. Kansui walked over and knelt in front of Cheyenne. Understand, Cheyenne? I want to become more than just your personal attendant and protector. I also want to become your dearest and closest friend. As Uzumakis, we value our bonds with those we see as precious to us. For such bonds, we're willing to risk and lay down our very lives for. You're willing to lay down your life for me if it called for it? Cheyenne asked. Not out of duty, Kansui said, but out of my own free will and choosing if it means you'll live to see another sunrise. That's how strong I want my bond to be with you, because I want you to become precious to me. Cheyenne blushed heavily at Kansui's sincere words to her. She couldn't recall the last time, if any, of anyone telling her that he wants her to become precious to him. Sure, she had male soldiers and bodyguards willing to protect her with their lives, but Kansui was the first person to ever say to her that he wants her to become precious to him. She started feeling a certain way she hadn't felt before as her attention shifted between Naruto and Kansui. Naruto-kun is taking special care to ensure my survival so I can become a permanent part of the Uzumaki clan, Cheyenne thought. But Kansui, in front of the Hokages and Naruto-kun himself, verbally declared that he wants me to become precious to him to the point of protecting me with his life while wanting to become my closest and dearest friend. Naruto and the others in the room saw that Cheyenne was in deep thought about this as the redness never left her face. I told Kansui that all he had to do was be himself, Naruto thought while seeing the look on Cheyenne's face. Naruto-kun, Cheyenne said, if I may, I would like to have some time to carefully consider your offer to me along with everything Kansui-san has said to me. If it's alright with you, I wish to give you my answer by tomorrow. I understand, Naruto replied. I'm willing to wait until then. If you wish, you and your entourage are free to stay at my clan's district. We have rooms and lodging available to all of you during your stay here. We wouldn't want to impose on you, Naruto-kun, Cheyenne said. As clan leader, Naruto said, I insist on providing hospitality to you and everyone with you at no cost. It would honor me greatly as it would allow me to properly introduce you to other members of my clan. Cheyenne liked the idea of being catered to. Plus she did want to meet the other members of Naruto's clan also. I accept your invitation, Cheyenne accepted. We'll stay at your clan's estate. Great. Naruto said, during your stay here, I'm sure you'll want to visit the Uzumaki Mask Temple again to refamiliarize yourself with it, yes? I would greatly appreciate that very much, Cheyenne agreed. I would be honored if I can go back and visit that temple again. Naruto turned to Jiraiya and said, Kansui and I will depart and escort Cheyenne and her entourage to our clan's district. You're free to take your guests with you, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Summon me if you need anything. Naruto nodded before making his way to the door with Kansui, Cheyenne and the rest of her entourage following from behind. After the door to the Hokage office closed behind them, that kid is making some powerful allies from foreign nations, Jiraiya remarked, and interestingly enough, it's females of influential hierarchy making these alliances with Naruto and his clan. Jiraiya snorted. Why didn't I have such luck back then, Sarutobi-sensei? You were my teacher. My guess is that you were too busy trying to make alliances through peeping at women's bathhouses, Hiruzen remarked. But in any case, Cheyenne would be an invaluable asset should become a member of the Uzumaki. Originally, she was just intending to have Naruto conceive 2 daughters with her. I know, Jiraiya said. He told me everything about him and Cheyenne in full details. But from what Naruto was saying a while ago, it's evident that he's looking to have her married into his clan instead, solidifying her role as a member of his clan through marriage. I'm sure you notice how Naruto was trying to maneuver things to have Kansui be Cheyenne's suitor instead. I saw it as clear as day, Hiruzen confirmed. But it wasn't my place to speak. Or mine for that matter, Jiraiya remarked. We'll have to see how things play as time progresses. By the way, Hiruzen recalled, weren't there certain changes you were planning to implement? Yes, Jiraiya answered and continued. I'm making it a Hokage decree that academic history studies will be done at home and more physical and mental and jutsu training will be done at the Ninja Academy. What that entails is a rotation of how class is to be done daily, which is one day theory and the next day physical hands-on training, the following day theory, the day after that would be physical hands-on training. On the 3rd week of each month, the academy instructors will focus on history and other academic studies. This is the pattern that I'm making as law for the Ninja Academy from now on. That's a huge demand to make. Hiruzen stated, for Iruka and the rest of the ninja staff and academy headmaster, it means completely overhauling and revamping their entire curriculum from scratch. Why this drastic change to the Ninja Academy? Jiraiya replied, this was done after the recent Academy Field Day that took place a month ago. Flashback a month ago. All of the students of the Ninja Academy were assembled outside on the training field. Konohamaru, Hanabi, Moegi and Udan were standing together with the rest of their peers. Iruka and the other senseis and the headmaster were together with them alongside a couple of female chunins. Soon, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Konohana Sakuyahime and her entourage arrived on the Ninja Academy training ground. A moment later, Sejiro appeared and stood next to Naruto. "Go Dame-sama." The headmaster greeted. "Welcome." "Thank you," Jiraiya said. "It's been years since the last Academy Field Day. From what I learned from Sarutobi-sensei, years ago during the last Academy Field Day, one student revealed that he had the most promises and demonstrated exceptional talents. At the same time, it wasn't our finest hour," Iruka admitted. "Naruto demonstrated his ingenuity and capacity to kill and wipe out all of us, and kill Sandaime-sama himself single-handedly in one attack if he truly wanted to. Yet throughout his entire time at the Ninja Academy, he kept misleading everyone that he was his class' most incompetent dead last. It was truly ingenious and absolutely cunning. None of Konoha's enemies ever suspected Naruto, and that made him all the more dangerous as he used Uchiha Sasuke as his cover and puppet to become his class Rookie of the Year with Sasuke himself not knowing he was being used." "While I appreciate the praises, Iruka-sensei," Naruto replied, "my ingenuity that day ironically made keeping my cover as the dead last harder. Sandaime Jizan and many ninjas tried keeping tabs on me since that day. Sandaime Jizan made more efforts to find out more about my abilities and how much I truly know after showing him and many others how I could have killed him in front of everyone in broad daylight. Even now, I don't reveal too much about myself for good reasons, and wise ninjas would do the same also." "Agreed," Sejiro remarked as he stepped forward. "Only a foolish ninja reveals everything about himself, especially to those who could pose as possible threats to him. It would make turning him into a target to be killed easier. A shrewd ninja takes time to learn as much as he can about his enemies and carefully calculate whether or not he can handle those enemies. It's acts like these that have kept Naruto, myself, and the rest of my surviving brethren alive." "You could have fooled me," Hanabi remarked with her arms crossed over her developing breasts. "Nothing about you Uzumakis make any of you easy targets for any enemy from what I've heard and seen for myself." "I second that," Konohamaru remarked as he walked and stood alongside Hanabi. "Like Hanabi and the rest of us here, we've seen firsthand what Naruto Niken and his brethren are capable of and learned not to underestimate him, or his brethren. And those who did have all fallen to their graves." "You both correct," Sejiro replied as he went over to Konohamaru and Hanabi and the rest of the class before he stood in front of everyone. The children all looked straight at Sejiro before the expression in his eyes turned dark and morbid. "My eyes," Sejiro remarked with an arctic tone, "they speak of losses, wars and death. I've brought oceans of deep sorrows and lamentations to thousands who crossed me and hunted my people and family." Both Hanabi and Konohamaru were intimidated by Sejiro, and he didn't even leak a drop of bloodlust from his being. "Ninjas like me you all will meet in battles and on missions should all of you make it to become genins or higher," Sejiro stated. "I don't know what the Ninja Academy is teaching all of you, but the reality of being ninjas is one filled not only with many adventures and great times, but also with great pains, sorrows and sacrifices, sometimes self-sacrifices. It only takes a moment to forever change the rest of your life. In being ninjas, you will face many hardships, dangers and see many horrors. Without fail, you will also make enemies, worse is if you end up with comrades, friends or family members who will betray you. The life of a ninja isn't for the faint of hearts, or those who are selfishly only seeking fame and prestige. When you become full-fledged ninjas, you must never lose your humanity, or your sanity. Because when you lose both, that's when you're truly a psychopath, a true monster with no conscience." "That's some heavy stuff you're teaching these future ninjas, Sejiro-san," the academy headmaster commented. "But everything you said is accurate and true." "Sejiro-ji-san isn't one to sugarcoat anything," Anoka remarked after arriving on the scene. "Please excuse my late arrival. I was taking care of some late-minute business." "That's quite all right," the headmaster assured. "The academy field day hasn't yet commenced and the Hokage and his entourage has only arrived a couple of minutes ago." Anoka nodded her head in acknowledgement of that revelation. "Well then now would be a good time to start this event," Jiraiya said, "but we're going to do something different this time around." "What do you mean?" the headmaster asked. "My daughter," Jiraiya stated, "Konohana Sakuyahime will be participating in this event as this was her personal request to me." Everyone started whispering to each other about this unexpected news, including everyone in Konohamaru's class. "The ruler of Nadeshiko wants to participate in our academy field day?" Iruka replied. "It would be an honor," the headmaster complied. "It's the first time we have someone of foreign ruling status wanting to participate and be part of our events rather than being an observer. Such humility and modesty are to be respected." Iruka nodded his head in agreement. "My father already explained to me the rules of the events," Konohana Sakuya said, "therefore I'll fall in line with your directions as though I were part of this class. But if I may," Konohana Sakuya then looked directly at Konohamaru, I want to challenge both Sarutobi Konohamaru and Hyuga Hanabi. Say what? Konohamaru and Hanabi exclaimed simultaneously. You want to challenge both of them? Udan asked in disbelief. Such a lineup was never requested or permitted before, the headmaster said. We'll allow it, Jiraiya stated, as this is a first for everyone. I'm certain that valuable lessons will be learned from this. My god brother, Naruto Niken is fond of you both, Konohana Sakuya remarked. I want to see for myself what it is about the both of you that make you two worth my god brother's time. 2 matches in a row? Hanabi asked and then stated, you'll be exhausted. Actually, I'm asking to take on both of you at the same time, Konohana Sakuya clarified. You can't be serious, Konohamaru remarked. Are you sure you know what you're asking? Hanabi replied. She's asking to bite off more than she can chew, Moigi remarked to Udan. I'm sure she never went up against a Hyuga before. We don't know anything about Konohana Sakuya Haime's abilities either, Konohamaru pointed out. It would be best not to underestimate her either. I'm sure she's not doing this out of arrogance. You want to challenge both Konohamaru and myself at the same time? Hanabi asked before looking at Irika and the headmaster. That's against the rules of the Academy Field Day, is it not? The rules do say that spars are one-on-one, Irika confirmed. Would it be too much to make an exception? Konohana Sakuya asked undeterred and then stated, besides, in real combat, it's hardly one-on-one when against a deadly enemy, and many would either forfeit or flee for their lives depending on who the enemy is. Naruto's father proved that as he had a flea on sight warning about him. She's really asking for it, Moigi remarked. I admire your confidence, Konohana Sakuya Haime, Konohamaru complimented. But, are you both backing down from a challenge? Konohana Sakuya asked and they remarked, disappointing. Konohamaru, my Niken's self-proclaimed rival, and Hanabi, my Niken's admirer, looking to excuse themselves from a challenge. What? Konohamaru and Hanabi retorted. We don't run away. Konohamaru added, we'll accept your challenge if it's permitted. Hanabi declared, internally angry that Konohana Sakuya revealed something she didn't want to be made public. We can make an exception, Jiraiya said. I'm also interested in seeing how my daughter compares to my sensei's grandson and a Hyuga main house member. If that's what you wish, the headmaster said, then we'll grant your daughter's request. That ought to be interesting, Naruto said. I wonder how this will turn out. She might surprise us, Seijiro remarked. Hanabi went to one side to arena floor while Konohamaru went to another side with Konohana Sakuya in the center between the two combatants. Alright, Irika said, this is to be an exhibition of skills and talents, but deadly force with weapons are expressly prohibited. Any violation of this rule will result in your immediate disqualification and punishment. Now, all 3 of you give each other the sign of sportsmanship. The 3 of them did as instructed. Then, Byakugan! Hanabi exclaimed as she activated her bloodline limit and assumed her fighting stance. Konohamaru also assumed his fighting stance as he, along with Konohana Sakuya and Hanabi, prepared to spar, 2-on-1. Ready! Irika declared, fight! Konohana Sakuya made a hand sign and exclaimed, Kige Bunshin no Jutsu! Konohana Sakuya exclaimed as she made a clone of herself and sent it after Hanabi while Konohana Sakuya herself went after Konohamaru. What the? Hanabi said in surprise. She knows that jutsu also. Konohamaru finished just before Konohana Sakuya engaged him in combat, as her clone did likewise with Hanabi. That was an unexpected twist, Naruto admitted. That helps to explain why she was insisting on challenging those 2 at the same time. You mean you didn't teach her that jutsu? Seijiro asked. I did actually, Jiraiya said, 2 months ago in fact. That's quite a feat for someone at her age, Irika said. I wonder what else she can do. You'll see, Jiraiya said confidently as any father would as he and the others watched the duo match play out. To the onlookers' surprise, Konohana Sakuya was a truly skilled fighter. She was giving both Konohamaru and Hanabi a difficult time, despite the fact that Hanabi was facing off against her clone. Hanabi kept looking for opportunities to dispel Konohana Sakuya's clone, but the clone was proving to be faster and stronger than she originally estimated the clone would be. Hanabi went in for an open opportunity at one of the chakra points on the clone's body. Just as she was about to land the blow, the clone immediately blocked the attack and took a few steps back from the young Hyuga before going on the offensive on. Hanabi was being pushed back as the clone put out more strength and speed, forcing Hanabi to fight with more effort. Damn it! Hanabi growled within herself. She's harder to fight than I thought she would be. Meanwhile, Konohamaru was having his fair share of difficulty in battling Konohana Sakuya herself. Though his skill improved over the last few months thanks to Naruto, however, Konohamaru still had a lot more to learn and train in. Not bad, Konohamaru, Konohana Sakuya complimented. But don't tell me this is the best you can put out. Weren't you paying attention to what Naruto Niken said earlier? Konohamaru questioned and then reminded. He said that he doesn't reveal too much about himself for good reasons, and wise ninjas would do the same also. That's why I'm holding back from showing you more of my talents. In that case, Konohana Sakuya challenged, I'll step it up a notch against both you and the Hyuga. Say what? Konohamaru replied before Konohanasakuya's movements became faster and fiercer, forcing Konohamaru to push back and fight her harder. The clone did likewise against Hanabi was being forced to become more serious. Shizaku and Ami watched the match with a measure of pride in seeing how their young monarch was showing her father, and everyone else what she could do. The headmaster, Iruka, and the other academy instructors and all of the students were both impressed and amazed at the prowess Konohamaru, Hanabi and Konohanasakuya were putting in their match. But soon both Hanabi and Konohamaru retorted against Konohanasakuya by revealing some of their advanced training with Naruto, and in Konohamaru's case, what he also learned from his grandfather. Konohamaru summoned a long staff and swung it around a couple of times as though he was dancing with it. When Konohanasakuya saw this, she actually smiled with excitement and stated, "So you're skilled with the staff, huh?" Konohanasakuya summoned her weapon of choice, which was a Nijita, a bladed staff that had a patch of fur attached and wrapped around the head of her Nijita. "Let's dance!" Konohanasakuya challenged as she rushed at Konohamaru, who replied and met her in combat, beginning their heightened battle against each other. "Since when did Konohamaru-chan knew how to fight with a staff?" Moegi asked. "Since when did Konohamaru knew how to fight like this at all?" Udan asked as he and the others watched with disbelief. "He's more than just the honorable grandson of Sandaime Hokage, that's for sure," one of the girls said in admiration of the youth. The boys were looking at the battle with Hanabi and the clone and saw how fierce it got between them despite the lack of bloodlust. Blow for blow their girls threw at each other. Hanabi was looking to establish dominance. She even resorted to a small amount of earth manipulation to get the upper hand against the clone. "Look at them go," one of the boys said. "Not your everyday catfight, that's for sure," another boy commented. The clone saw that Hanabi was becoming problematic for her. She then decided to resort to a hidden skill of her own also. Hanabi went in for another attack, aiming to strike viral chakra points in order to take the clone out for good and claim victory. The clone, however, countered by resorting to a technique to increase her speed and agility. "What a minute!" Naruto realized Konohanasakuya is actually adept in dash. The clone rushed and delivered a few pressure point strikes against Hanabi's left arm, rendering her left arm immobile and disabled. "My arm!" Hanabi shouted with alarm and panic as her left arm painfully dangled at her side. The clone capitalized on Hanabi's distraction and delivered several hard jabs to her gut, knocking the breath out of Hanabi as pain was all Hanabi was feeling. She quickly went and struck more pressure points, this time on Hanabi's right leg, disabling it and causing Hanabi to lose balance and collapse to the ground. Hanabi laid there on the ground in pain and slightly bruised up as the clone stood over her. "Do you yield?" the clone asked. Hanabi wanted to continue but knew having a disabled arm and leg would render her an easy target to pummel. "I yield," Hanabi admitted with defeat. Meanwhile, Konohamaru was still engaged in a staff and Nijita battle against Konohanasakuya. But that battle was clearly one-sided as Konohanasakuya was truly skilled with the Nijita, using the fur around the blade and head of the Nijita as a close-up distraction against Konohamaru's eyes and face. She eventually managed to disarm arm by knocking the staff from out of his hands and swing her Nijita against the back of his right leg, resulting in him falling to the ground on his back. She quickly moved and positioned the blade of her weapon at his throat, causing the boy to look back at her nervously. "Do you yield?" Konohanasakuya asked. Defeated, Konohamaru dropped his head to the ground and admitted, "I yield." A moment later there was a loud applause from everyone who was watching. Jiraiya applauded as the proud father and Hokage that he was, and Konohanasakuya's entourage applauded proudly at their monarch's victory. Though Konohamaru and Hanabi lost to Konohanasakuya and her clone, everyone was still impressed by their skills and caliber, seeing Konohamaru as the future Rookie of the Year and Hanabi as the top kunoichi of their class. As sign of good sportsmanship, the clone helped Hanabi up off the ground and aided her to the academy staff to give her medical assistance. "Those three were amazing," Iruka praised. "Their battle was more than we expected. They have good teachers and trainers," Naruto stated and remarked, "outside the ninja academy, that is." Iruka frowned at Naruto's verbal jab at him and his fellow instructors. Konohamaru was standing back on his feet as he looked back at Konohanasakuya. "I lost to you today," Konohamaru said, "but I'll learn from this and use it to make me stronger and smarter so I can challenge and beat you next time." "You're a worthy opponent, Konohamaru," Konohanasakuya complimented. "My match with you gave me an excitement I never felt before." "I enjoyed my match with you." "Enjoy your temporary victory, princess," Konohamaru stated, catching Konohanasakuya's full attention as he declared, "You challenged me and won today. But know this, I will come back stronger and challenge you in the future. I give you my sworn word, when I'm ready and strong enough, I'll seek you out and challenge you to a battle. And I'll win." Moegi and Udan saw the determined look on their friend's face and knew to take Konohamaru serious about what he declared. They only wondered if he'll be able to pull it off. Naruto knew and was confident that Konohamaru would do everything in his power to live up to his declaration to improve and become stronger and smarter in the future. But Naruto saw the seriousness behind what Konohamaru swore to, as the boy made that sworn declaration to a monarch in front of many onlookers and important officials, one of them being the Hokage who happened to be father to that monarch. Reminds me of myself in a few ways after I gave Naruto my sworn word that I wouldn't lose to Wani-sama in all aspects, Hanabi privately recalled after watching and listening to everything that Konohamaru said. Shizuka and Ami saw that look on Konohana Sakuya's face, one filled with high expectations and anticipation. I accept your challenge, Kono-chan. Konohana Sakuya agreed with an excited smile. Kono-chan? Konohamaru repeated as a clear bright blush appeared on his face. Oh. Jiraiya deduced, Shizuku and Ami, I think I know where this is going. I accept your solemn promise to me, Konohana Sakuya declared. I'll train harder and make sure that I'm at my best in all aspects of myself when we meet to challenge each other in the future. I want to see if you're a worthy alpha. You'll see more than that, Princess, Konohamaru said confidently. Princess? Please, Kono-chan, Konohana Sakuya replied, call me Sakuya-bime. Sakuya-bime? Konohamaru repeated and accepted, all right. If that's what you want. Jiraiya knew how personal a matter it was for his daughter to be addressed by her other name which her late mother gave to her. Very few, like himself, Naruto, the AAA sisters, Shizuka and Ami, were allowed to address her as Sakuya-bime as they the closest people in her life. In allowing Konohamaru to address her by that name, Jiraiya saw how his daughter was taking a keen interest in former sensei's grandson. Hanabi was finished being treated for her injuries and went off to stand to the side as the Konohana Sakuya's clone approached her. You're a skilled combatant, the clone complimented. I was really being pushed hard by you, and I saw that I had to step up and outsmart you without revealing too much. Naruto is certainly a good teacher to have gotten you this far. I'm very impressed by your performance against me. Naruto taught me a lot, Hanabi said. I didn't expect you to be such a proficient fighter despite using Kage Bunshin. Even as a clone, you gave me a very hard time and I still lost in the end. I'm sure if you had allowed yourself to show more, then you'd have given me a harder challenge, the clone remarked. I know that there's more to you and your abilities than you let on because both you and Konohamaru are copying Naruto Niken's example. Hanabi was about to give a reply until, I accept that, the clone continued, it'll keep me vigilante and not to underestimate you in the future. Perhaps in the future you and I can have a rematch, and you can show me more of what you can really do. I'm looking forward to that, Hanabi agreed. You're a secret fan of my father's book series, the clone said, catching Hanabi's attention. You'd steal Niken's Uchiha Paradise books from him and secretly read the books yourself. How did you find out? Hanabi asked. Niken told me himself, the clone replied. That very fact that you're able to steal his favorite books from right under his nose is nothing short of amazing. You love my father's work so much that you improved in your skills in order to take them from Niken without his notice. I'm impressed. I also happen to love all of my father's stories. Which one was your favorite one? Smiling, Hanabi answered, the one about the two rich sisters who always share everything with each other, and how they're in love with the same guy, and they settled and agreed to share him together instead of fighting each other over him, the clone finished. I had just recently finished reading that story. The plot had me hooked as I kept wondering how they would resolve the love triangle issue between the three of them. They both loved the man for a number of reasons, and surprisingly, many of their reasons were almost the same as each other's. Sometimes I wonder if such a story like that could happen in real life, Hanabi said. I was surprised at how the young sister convinced her older sister to let the guy have both of them. I have thought that older sister would flip out for even hearing such a suggestion. My father has a way of surprising his readers, the clone said. Even my mother when she was alive was a huge fan of my father's book series, and that was before they were dating and married. Wow. She was? Hanabi asked. I even have my own book club that involves my father's Uchiha Paradise book series, the clone said. Niken, Sandame-sama, Kakashi-san, and Karen-san are already members of my extended book club which I established here in Konoha. How would you like to be part of it? As the two girls were conversing together, Naruto and Jiraiya watched the scene from a distance. Looks like my daughter found kindred spirit with Hayashi's younger daughter, Jiraiya said. I can see them becoming close friends. Like your daughter, Naruto said, Hanabi is a huge fan of your series. It'll be interesting to see how things play out between Hanabi-chan and Sakuya-bime. While that's happening, Jiraiya remarked, I'll be implementing some major changes to how things are done at our village's ninja academy. I'll review my plan changes with the Shinobi Council and hierarchy, and see if there's anything else I missed that can be implemented. This left Naruto wondering what changes Jiraiya was planning for the Ninja Academy. Aside this, Naruto knew that Hanabi held back from showing everything she could do. But her doing that resulted in her being caught off guard by Kano Hanasakuya, who turned out to be more skilled than she anticipated. Regardless, the match gave Hanabi something to learn and gain experience from. Kano Hanasakuya went over to Naruto and Jiraiya and asked, "How was I out there?" "You were amazing," Naruto complimented. "I had no idea you were adept in wind element with wind as your affinity." "I have the affinity for wind also." "That's great," Kano Hanasakuya said. "That gives us something else we have in common." Yeah, Naruto thought. Only both Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan wish they had wind affinity also. "You truly have your mother's fiery spirit and determination," Jiraiya remarked. "She'd be proud to see how far you've come." "She would," Kano Hanasakuya agreed and then added, "but my aim is to surpass my late mother and reach my highest potential." "She would want that for you also, as do I," Jiraiya replied. End flashback present day. After seeing how my daughter was able to beat both your grandson Konohamaru and Hyuga Hanabi at the same time in one match, Jiraiya explained, "I feel that the instructors need to focus more on developing skilled and capable ninjas and spend lesser time on history classes and test grades." Added to this is that all students will learn tree walking and water walking while at the academy, and the instructors will start teaching their students the vital importance of teamwork and being comrades by assigning them team missions as their genin exams that they must complete as a team if they want to graduate from the academy. You'll have to organize and call a meeting with the headmaster and all of the instructors at the academy to explain these new changes that you're going to put into effect, Hiruzen advised. Not to mention it'll result in mass paperwork you'll have to deal with in order to implement your changes to the Ninja Academy. "I'll see that later," Jiraiya said, "but in the meantime, I'll send a letter to the headmaster and summon him and entire teaching staff to a meeting at the Ninja Academy today after their day teaching their classes are over." Hiruzen nodded his head in approval. At the Uzumaki district, Naruto and Kansui arrived at district with the other Uzumaki members awaiting their arrival. Seijiro and Tsunade were standing at the forefront with Anoka, Erasure, Karen, Akio, Alchemy and Akira. Hinata was also present as she wanted to meeting the priestess, especially in light to the offer the priestess made to Naruto. Upon arriving, Cheyenne saw how lovely the Uzumaki estate looked with all of its houses and gardens. "Oni no Cheyenne," Seijiro greeted, "we're happy you and your people arrived here safely. Naruto arranged for your stay here in our estate. We're honored to have you and your entourage as our special guests during your stay here in Konoha." Each of the Uzumakis took turns in introducing themselves. "I'm Uzumaki Seijiro," Seijiro continued, "Naruto's advisor and clan deputy at your service." "You're the one that Kokiheim of Haru no Kuni talked about," Cheyenne recalled, "the Uzumaki who saved her country from her corrupt uncle who attempted a coup d'etat. You're known as the Bloodhound. I've heard of you from her. It's an honor to meet you." Cheyenne gave Seijiro a respectful bow and turned to Tsunade. "I'm Uzumaki Tsunade," Tsunade greeted, Executive Director and Headmistress of the Uzumaki Medical Training Corps. "You're also the Slug Princess and Slug Sannin," Cheyenne added. "Yes, we heard of you and Jiraiya-sama. I had no idea you were part of Naruto's clan." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tsunade-sama." The triplets stepped up and went over to Cheyenne. "I'm Uzumaki Akio." "I'm Uzumaki Akemi." "I'm Uzumaki Akira." Together, the triplets said in unison, "We're the AAA sisters. We're also diplomatic ambassadors of the village of Nadeshiko," Akio said. "Welcome to our humble abode." "I'm Uzumaki Anoka," Anoka greeted. "I'm a history instructor at the Ninja Academy. I'm also known as the Beast Enchantress. I hope you enjoy your stay here." "I'm Uzumaki Karen," Karen said, "a medic and healing specialist in training and Tsunade-sama's apprentice." "I'm Uzumaki Erasure," Erasure introduced. "I'm Karen's boyfriend and Seijiroji-san's apprentice. You already met my older twin Kansui. You both have strong identical resemblances to each other," Cheyenne remarked. "I'd have taken you for Kansui's clone had he not informed me about you ahead of time. I'm pleased to meet you both." Cheyenne then looked and saw Hinata. She walked over to the Hyuga heiress and stood in front of her. "You're Hyuga Hinata," Cheyenne politely greeted. "You're Naruto-kun's girlfriend and Hyuga clan heiress. It's nice to finally meet you. As a ninja, you possess amazing skills and strength. I watched your match with Sabaka no Gara months ago during the Chunin exam finals. Your victory against him was unbelievably flawless." "Thank you," Hinata replied appreciatively. "Naruto-kun taught and trained me over the years. I got this far because of him. Like Karen, I'm also a medic and healing specialist in training and Tsunade-sama's apprentice." Cheyenne moved closer to Hinata and looked directly at the heiress, as though she was looking to scan her very being to her core. Everyone was wondering what Cheyenne was doing as she took a step closer to Hinata, almost invading her personal space. Hinata herself was confused by Cheyenne's wordless actions before the priestess took a few steps away from her. "You're destined for great power, Hinata," Cheyenne stated, catching Hinata off guard. "I saw it in a recent vision before my arrival to Konoha. In the future you'll be endowed with a new power, chosen to become the Byakugan princess." Cheyenne's words caught everyone's attention, especially Hinata's. Hinata expected many things from Cheyenne, but not what she was just told. Naruto informed her about Cheyenne's ability to foresee future events, but Hinata never imagined that her first meeting with the priestess would result in not only her future being seen but that she would be told that she was the chosen Byakugan princess who would inherit great power. Chosen to become the Byakugan princess? Hinata repeated. I never was addressed by such a title despite being the clan heiress with the Byakugan. It's not just a title, Cheyenne clarified. That's who you are by birthright, Hinata. You will receive great powers unlike any that your fellow Hyugas have ever seen. Trust my words. My visions and predictions were never wrong. The Hyuga heiress now wanted more information about Cheyenne's prediction. What kind of great power will I receive? Hinata inquired. By whom or through what means will I receive it? When will I receive it? My vision didn't specify an exact date when this prediction will be fulfilled, I'm afraid, Cheyenne confessed. I see, Hinata humbly accepted. However, Cheyenne continued, regaining Hinata's attention, my vision did see you endowed with chakra that was a royal purple color. Royal purple chakra? Hinata asked, and then commented, I've never seen such a chakra as that before. Good things come to those who wait is an old saying, Cheyenne remarked. You'll just have to wait and see how events will play out that will lead you to attaining that great power, Byakugan princess. Naruto and Kansui went over to Cheyenne and Hinata. That's so cool. Naruto remarked, even Cheyenne predicts and sees visions of greatness in your future, Hinata-chan. Even I'm excited to see how you'll attain that purple chakra and become the Byakugan princess. I can only imagine what abilities you'll be gifted with. I'm overwhelmed to say the least, Hinata admitted. I can only wonder when and how all that will happen. Don't worry too much about it, Cheyenne suggested. When the time comes, everything will be made clearer. Until then, continue living your life as you already have been doing. I understand, Hinata replied, and thank you. Turning to Naruto, Cheyenne complimented, you have a lovely estate, befitting for a Hokage to live in even. Funny you should say that, Tsunade remarked, because both the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage used to live here on this property years ago. The Shodai was my grandfather, and the Nidaime was my grandfather's younger brother. Clearly the Uzumaki clan has a rich history, Cheyenne commented. One I love to be part of one day. Good things come to those who wait was what you said a moment ago, Naruto said. Come, let's find suitable houses for you and your entourage to stay in. Cheyenne and her escort followed behind Naruto as Hinata and the rest of the Uzumakis followed alongside them. Meanwhile, many miles away from Hai no Kuni, Itachi and Kisame were standing in front of an older man who looked to be between his early to mid-40s, though his actual age wasn't known by many. He was a green-eyed tall man with a somewhat angular face and a very developed physique. He wore black ninja pants and shirt, and leg bandages and black sandals and a dark gray shinobi vest that resembled Konoha's Jounin vest. He wore metal silver gauntlets with gold linings around them on his arms and hands and a katana strapped to the left side of his waist. Ankle-length, black hooded cloak with blue lining. He was presently wearing his hood over his head that covered over his hair. The cloak itself was an heirloom of his father and was comprised of several heavy materials that weighed down the wearer, as well as countersprings in the shoulders that constantly apply a pressure of roughly 200 pounds. The garment acted as a training device, helping him to maintain his strength and speed. Roka the Rogue Slayer, I presume, Itachi greeted. So you heard of me, Roka replied. Your reputation precedes you, Itachi said. You slaughtered many B to high A-class missing neens and criminals in the wake of your rise as the Rogue Slayer. Among the many slaughtered were rapists and pedophiles. So you do your homework, Roka remarked. I have no tolerance or mercy for trash like them. They all deserve to die. I'm interested in the fact that the brutal methods which you implemented to slaughter your targets is unnervingly in the same style as the Uchiha clan, Itachi replied. So what of it? Roka retorted despite confirming Itachi's suspicions. Why do you care? How did you come to know and learn of the Uchiha clan fighting style and jutsu? Itachi interrogated. There's no record of you ever being in Konoha or being trained by an Uchiha. Who in my clan trained you? Roka retorted. You dare question me about which Uchiha taught me? You, who committed mass genocide against your own brethren while deliberately choosing to spare Sasuke for reasons I can't make sense out of. I have reasons to suspect that you, Roka, are of Uchiha descent through I've never seen you before in Konoha, Itachi stated while waiting to see Roka's reactions to his words. Why would you suspect that? Roka asked. Reports from towns and small villages you've traveled through all point out that you have an uncanny caliber for genjutsu, Itachi said, and one female eyewitness you helped said that she saw how your eyes changed from green to red and black designs before taking on and wiping out 10 missing neens. So what now? Roka replied. You track me to kill me like the rest of your kin or spare me like how you did with Sasuke? This family reunion is so touching, Kisame mocked while breaking his long silence. I wonder if this Uchiha reunion will end in bloodshed. Turning to Itachi's partner, Roka remarked, you must be Kirigakure's trash. Hashigaki Kisame, former member of the Seven Swordsmen, and also known as the Hidden Monster of the Mist. So you heard of me? Kisame replied, I'm flattered. You became a wanted missing nin when Mizu no Kuni Land of Water hunted you for plotting to overthrow its government, and being involved in numerous assassinations that included another country's daimyo, Roka stated. And what of it? Kisame replied as he grinned sinisterly as he took out his Raijin sword and powered it up and aimed it at Roka. That's an interesting sword you have there, Roka commented. I don't believe I've seen such a sword as that before. I'm not surprised you don't know of this sword, Kisame remarked, but you don't need to worry about that. And your purpose for showing me that sword then? Roka asked. Itachi has been seeking you out after hearing of a possible uchiha living and roaming about the world, Kisame said with a toothy grin. My thoughts was that he was certain that all of the uchiha except him and his brother were wiped out. You're an unknown factor in loose end, and that just won't do. Roka's eyes started changing from green to black and red designs. Itachi, upon seeing the type of eyes Roka possessed, became quickly alarmed and alerted to the type of deadly enemy in front of them. Kisame, Itachi advised, this is not a common uchiha. I don't advise engaging him in combat. What? Roka mocked as he gathered chakra in huge truckloads. You weren't thinking of leaving so soon, were you, Itachi? Because we're about to have a party. Itachi didn't doubt his own skills, but he knew when to stay his grounds and fight, and when it was wise to cut his losses and flee when facing against a deadlier enemy. The situation at hand was that the enemy in front of them wasn't giving them an option to leave, especially since Kisame armed himself first. If it's a fight you want, I'll be more than happy to oblige, Kisame remarked as he readied the Raijin in his hands. Roka charged at both Kisame and Itachi. Meanwhile in Nami no Kuni, the people were busy with their many activities. Tazuna, his daughter Tsunami, and her son Inari were walking together through the bustling town. Ever since the downfall and death of Gado and his entire army, Nami no Kuni have been thriving successfully with lots of visitors, foreign business and trade coming into their country. The Great Naruto Bridge have allowed for easy travel into and from Nami no Kuni. And speaking of visitors, a woman who looked to be in her prime and in her 20s but was actually 45 years old and her young male child, who was clearly 10 years ago, were approaching the bridge which had people and merchants traveling to and from the country. The woman had long crimson-red hair, with a slight bluish tint, that reached down to just above her knees. Her hair was parted down the middle with bangs hanging over her forehead and two long strands of hair that passed in front of her hair reached down to her breasts. Both her eyes and eyelids were turquoise, framed by nicely groomed eyelashes and eyebrows. Her lips were colored a light purple. She also had slightly pale, delicate skin, which contrasted greatly with her ruby hair. She wore an intricate kimono with traditional white socks and sandals, befitting a woman of her beauty. The colors of her multiple layers were from innermost to outermost, khaki, dark red, off-white, and orange. The only layers exposed at her feet besides her red outer kimono were the topmost, off-white inner kimono. The child with her had sapphire eyes and long crimson hair and a braided ponytail that reached down to his waist. His outfit consisted of an ocean blue kimono along with dark blue pants with bandages around his ankles. He also wore black shinobi sandals. This is Nami no Kuni, right? The child asked. This was where we were told to stay until his arrival, right? Yes, dear, the mother confirmed. We were told to come here to Nami no Kuni specifically and stay for a couple of days before he meets up with us. As they got closer to the bridge, the boy noticed that there was a large metallic placard secured to a marble column placed at the side of the entrance of the bridge leading into Nami no Kuni. The surname on the placard immediately caught the boy's attention. Mommy! Mommy! The boy called out, look at that! It has the name Uzumaki on it. That immediately caught the mother's attention as she and her son went over to the marble column placard and read the inscription on it. This bridge, the Great Naruto Bridge, is named in honor of Uzumaki Naruto, the hero who rescued and saved our country and people from oppression and tyranny. Through his courageous spirit and selflessness, our morale and prosperity was restored as this bridge which is dedicated to him connects us with the rest of the world. What also captured their attention was that the placard also had the official insignia belonging to the Uzumaki clan engraved at the top of it. That symbol! The boy exclaimed in surprise. That's the insignia of our country and people. The mother stated in disbelief, our kin have been here. Do you suppose they're still here in Nami no Kuni? The boy asked, do you suppose that's why we were told to come here? I don't know for sure, the mother said and then suggested, let's ask the local townspeople on the other side and discreetly find out more about Naruto and our kinsman. Both mother and son hurried and made their way across the bridge and over to Nami no Kuni. Later on the far outskirts of Kumo, the surrounding landscape was severely ravaged and in ruins with dust, smoke and wet and burning debris. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place. Kisame, who had sustained multiple wounds and injuries, was immobilized after being placed under a deep genjutsu by Roka, leaving Itachi alone with Roka. Itachi looked winded and tired, having used up a large amount of chakra against Roka in what was a battle of the Mangekyo Sharingans. In that battle, Itachi was forced to resort to using Susanoo, but not surprisingly to Itachi, Roka had a Susanoo of his own. It was majestic white with glowing yellowish chains wrapped around its breastplate with a particular glowing red spiral design embedded in the center of the breastplate. In fact, Roka's Susanoo was still activated, unlike Itachi, who deactivated both his Susanoo and Sharingan after the exhausting amount of chakra that was drained from him. Looking over to his immobilized partner, Itachi saw the helpless and vulnerable state Kisame was placed in. Tsukiyomi, Itachi said as he knew that type of mental attack Roka used against Kisame. Roka is definitely an uchiha, one I've never faced before since Uchiha Shurasui. Now Itachi, Roka said as he slowly approached the uchiha while inside his Susanoo, what reason is there that I should spare your life? You possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi deduced. I have the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it's not on the same level of strength as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Roka's chakra is shockingly massive, even for an uchiha. I'm not surprised you're skilled in this level of the Sharingan, Roka said, not that it matters now. This land will become your unmarked grave. Itachi felt Roka's chakra level spike higher than before as bloodlust started pouring from out of him in loads. The younger Uchiha had to come up with something to deter Roka from seeking to finish him off. Itachi told himself that he had to continue living for Sasuke's sake. He had to make sure his younger brother was protected, especially from Danzo. Wait! Itachi requested, if you permit me, I'll explain why the Uchiha clan was massacred on orders from Konoha's hierarchy. You expect me to believe you went rogue and slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan on orders from your village's government? Roka asked skeptically as the chains that were wrapped around his Susanoo unfastened from the armor and seemingly moved on its own and extended off the breastplate. At the ends of the chains protruded what looked to be large kunais, ready to strike Itachi at a moment's notice. If you give me a chance, Itachi beseeched, I'll explain everything as it goes all the way back to the time of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Roka thought about it briefly before he warned, if you lie once or try anything against me, I will kill you on the spot. Itachi nodded his head in compliance and promised, once you hear my explanation, you'll be able to understand what led to everything that happened and why I'm part of the Akatsuki. Very well, Roka agreed, I'll listen, but lay your words carefully. Itachi agreed before going into detail explaining everything that happened. Roka listened carefully to Itachi's explanation, while looking for any signs of deceit or inconsistency with his story. It was a long but well-descriptive explanation, and Roka didn't detect any form of inconsistency or deceit. Roka for his part was in deep thought, having listened to everything Itachi told him regarding the Uchiha clan massacre, and everything that led up to it, and why Itachi joined the Akatsuki. It all makes sense now, Roka remarked. Now I have a better understanding as to why my parents always kept their distance from Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Your parents kept your conception and existence a secret from the Uchiha clan and Konoha entirely, Itachi inferred. Since the time Uchiha Madara was clan leader, Roka revealed. Itachi processed that revelation while hiding his surprise about it. That meant that Roka was much older than he looked. I may not look it, Roka said, but I lived a long time, boy. I thank my late father's genes for my longevity. Your father? Itachi asked. He died many years ago, Roka said. I'll leave it at that. Why was your existence kept secret? Itachi asked. My mother, Uchiha Kaoru, originally was supposed to be betrothed to Madara, Roka said, which caught Itachi's attention. Uchiha Kaoru? Itachi questioned, and stated, I came across that name before in Konoha's record archives. She was said to have been killed while on an S-rank mission many years ago, when she stayed behind to hold back Kumo forces while the rest of her team continued on ahead to complete their mission. They never found her body, only the remains of what was evidently a fierce battle. My mother was exceptionally beautiful and a fierce kunoichi of the Uchiha clan back in her prime during the Shinobi clan wars, Roka elaborated. Madara had set his sights set on making her his wife. But my mother had nothing but hate and disdain for Madara. She wanted nothing to do with either him or the Uchiha clan entirely. She deserted the clan in Konoha many years ago. During that same mission you mentioned, after she was left behind by her team, my mother faked her death after killing her assailants and disowned the surname Uchiha. She later married my father and took on his surname, and before long, I was born. I personally never once stepped foot in Konoha, but my mother taught and well informed me about my Uchiha heritage and why she deserted her clan and never went back. She also trained me in the use of my Sharingan and other things too. Though she died years ago, part of her lives on in me. You have her eyes implanted in your eye sockets, Itachi deduced. That's the reason behind your eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It was her parting gift to me when she had reached the end of her life, Roka said. She wanted to ensure that I was well armed to face off against stronger enemies who'd hunt me and seek my demise. So where does that leave us? Itachi asked. I'll allow you to live and not blow your cover as a double agent for Konoha, Roka said before his eyes, still with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, flashed bright red, effectively knocking Kisame unconscious and in a comatose state as he fell to the ground while dropping the Raijin out of his hand in the process. After deactivating his Susanoo, Roka walked over to Kisame's body. I should kill him, Roka stated, and bring his body back to Kirigakure to collect the bounty on his head before taking his sword as my prize. I can keep an eye on him, Roka, Itachi suggested. I've been doing that since the time he was partnered with me. Didn't you say he threatened to kill you if you betrayed the Akatsuki? Roka recalled. So why don't I just waste him for you and be done with him? I need him alive since despite his threat he's more prone to listen to me and obey my advice when the situation calls for it, Itachi explained. Also, the one posing as Uchiha Madara in the Akatsuki has been using Kisame to keep an eye on me and he'll be suspicious if Kisame was killed off while I was spared and allowed to live by you. There was a short silence before a decision was made. Very well, Roka consented. I'll spare him only once since it's for your cover not to be compromised. You can always tell the Akatsuki that I'm responsible for Kisame's condition. Since there's nothing else, I must be on my way now as I have more important matters elsewhere that I must see to. Roka teleported via smoke shunshin, leaving Itachi alone in the war-torn landscape. Itachi said nothing before the physical and mental strain and stress of his battle with Roka started affecting him. I'll need a place to rest before reporting what happened here. Itachi, with his remaining strength, retrieved the Raijin blade and picked up Kisame from the ground and slung his left arm over his shoulders to hold him up off the ground. Itachi then started on his journey to the nearest town he could get to with the unconscious Kisame being dragged along with him. In his weakened state, he was vulnerable and not up to full strength or health to take on more ninjas on the same level of caliber like himself or Roka's. 2 days later back in Konoha, it's been a couple of weeks of intense studying and research, especially in their in-depth study of Karen's potent healing chakra was done as Tsunade saw real potential in utilizing Karen's amazing healing chakra which heavily rivaled her own healing expertise as a Sannin. With Hinata, the amount her work and mental focus she put into her intense training with Tsunade and her duties as a Chunin had left her physically and mentally drained and completely stressed out. Added to this was the new administrative training Hayashi placed on Hinata's shoulders as he was preparing her as the next Hyuga clan leader. Over the past weeks, Hinata had hid all of her stress and anxieties from Naruto, especially when Cheyenne arrived at Naruto's clan's estate. But 2 nights later after Cheyenne's arrival, however, it came to the point when Hinata sought out Naruto, in need of his time and attention. Later that night in the Red Light District, at one of the classy and love motels, a nice comfortable but expensive room was rented out for the night. On the knob of the door, a Do Not Disturb sign was posted on it. Behind the door, sounds of ecstatic moaning and sweat-covered flesh bouncing against each other were being made. Inside the room, the lights were dimmed low and the discarded clothes and gear of 2 chunins were placed on 2 nearly chairs. On the shaking bed was a naked, sweaty Hinata, who was gripping the sheets on the bed while submissively on her hands and knees with her lover Naruto, also naked and sweaty, on his knees behind her. Sounds of Naruto's sweaty pelvis smacking her rear cheeks were heard in the room as he held onto her hips while thrusting in and out of her in rhythmic motions before he started going faster and harder. Pleasure-filled moans after moans came from the Hyuga heiress as her body was desiring and lusting for more on her lover's touch and sexual attention. Naruto himself was completely aroused and happily enjoying his lovemaking with his girlfriend, wanting to satisfy Hinata's thirst for him while savoring every moment of raw carnal passion for as long as his body could hold out. Another moment later, the Hinata found herself unable to hold back any further. It feels so wonderful, Naruto-kun. Hinata exhaled loudly in gratification as she climaxed, feeling her canal squeeze down on Naruto's hardened rod. The young Uzumaki clan leader, unable to hold himself back any longer, threw his head back and let out a groan of exhilaration as he pushed as far into her as he could before he ruptured and flowed into his girlfriend, feeling her wet canal pressing down and milking him for all he was worth. She felt his love juices all around her canal as a very small bit leaked out of her entrance down her legs. Since she used her birth control medic jutsu she secretly learned before from one of the female cadet branch members of her clan, she wasn't worried about getting pregnant. As he was taking a moment to catch his breath, Naruto looked down at the exhausted but satisfied female Hyuga, while he was still deep inside her, and holding on to her waist in the same positions they were in. Hinata soon lowered her head to the pillow in front of her, as she was now completely drained, but relaxed. That was delightful, Hinata said softly. I loved it. Naruto pulled out of her and laid her down on the bed as he moved and laid next to her. Both of them were drenched in sweat. He reached out and pulled her close to him as he wrapped his arms around her affectionately. Hinata adjusted herself to his body position and held his arms with hers. She relished in the feeling of his naked, sweaty body and touch wrapped around hers. Every time with you is like our first time together, Naruto remarked, causing Hinata to blush deeply and giggle. Thank you for always loving me, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. I'm happy that you're the most important thing in my life. You know I'll give my life for you, Hinata-chan, Naruto said. I once told Sandange-san that I would fight him and the entire village to my death if it meant protecting you when you were paired to battle Gaara during the Chunin exam finals when he was seeking to kill you when your match with him took place. I would give my life for yours also without question, Hinata replied. I'll loyally stay at your side till the end, come what may. I love and appreciate you, Hinata-chan, Naruto said while enjoying the feeling of holding Hinata in his arms. After a brief moment of silence, you were very stressed and burned out earlier, Naruto said. I was surprised that you came to me saying that you wanted and needed me tonight. But won't Hayashi find out you're missing from the manor? You don't need to worry, Hinata assured. He told everyone that I was very much in need of rest and recuperation and that I was turning in for the rest of the evening. I left a clone sleeping in my room before I left the manor to go find you. You're really becoming more like me with each passing day. Naruto laughed after hearing how Hinata sneaked out of the house without being noticed. I used to do that whenever I wanted or needed to be out from Iruka-sensei's class back when we were in the ninja academy. I remember, Hinata said. That's why I used one of my clones this evening, which is why I'm here with you now. You must have been very stressed out and bothered if you needed me to make love with you this late in the evening, Naruto commented. What's been bothering you lately? Taking on my responsibilities of being a Chunin, Tsunade-sama's new full-time apprentice, and taking on the new administrative training my father has been giving me had left me heavily drained and stressed, Hinata explained. Along with this, I started having built up frustrations to satisfy my desires and need for comfort and release. For that last part, Hinata-chan, Naruto remarked, you were thirsty for sex and it distracted you. But that's okay. I wanted it also. Ever since our first night together by the lake and the second time in Tenmanga City, Hinata confessed, a few of the women and even Kurenai-sensei started suspecting a difference with me, though no one came right out and accused me of anything. Karen knows we're intimate, Naruto revealed. She knew since our first night together. Though I didn't tell her, she figured it out just by the way she looked at you when I carried your back to the hotel room you were sharing with Karen. Karen knew since then? Hinata asked in surprise. She said nothing to no one else, Naruto assured. Even Eroji-san figured it out on his down without me telling him anything. I can only wonder what Kurenai-sensei would think if she found out I'm intimate with you, Hinata said. Hinata-chan, Naruto replied, you're not Kurenai's responsibility, and from what you've shown to everyone in your clansmen, you're very capable of defending and taking care of yourself. Even if they did find out, would them looking down at you really be all that new of an experience to you? And even if they were to again, you can just kick their asses like you did to both Niji and your father, Naruto-kun. Hinata giggled as Naruto laughed and held her a little tighter to him, which she welcomed. And after they personally saw what you did to Gaara in the Chunin exam finals, Naruto pointed out, I highly doubt they'll scorn you, especially since they still want me to train more of their main house members besides you and Hanabi-chan. Speaking of Hanabi, Hinata asked, there's something I've been meaning to ask you for a long time now. But I just didn't know how to ask this of you. And what would that be? Naruto asked. Are you aware that Hanabi has strong affections for you, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked and then stated, she doesn't see you as her older brother figure. I know she acts playful and affectionate around me, Naruto said. I did see that she has quite a crush on me. She looks at you the same way I did at her age, Hinata replied. A few months ago, she confided in me, and confessed to me her feelings for you. But she made it clear that she never tried anything behind my back with regard to you. She said that she tried to move on and get over her feelings for you. She told me that she even talked to father about her feelings for you months earlier, and asked for ways to help her to deal with them. I can only imagine how your father handled that situation since Hanabi-chan later went and talked to you about the matter, Naruto remarked. But Hanabi-chan never confessed her feelings to me, though I was aware of them. Was there anything else she said to you? We will. Hinata stuttered. There was one deep secret she confided in me and Kurenai-sensei about with regards to 2. Hinata was too embarrassed to reveal, and since Hanabi never told that secret to Naruto, but only to both her and their father, was at a loss on whether or not to reveal it to Naruto. Naruto saw that Hinata paused for quite a moment after her short stuttering session. If you're not comfortable telling me about it, that you don't need to force yourself to, Naruto assured. Whatever it was Hanabi told you, your father and Kurenai must have been something sensitive and private. You don't need to break or betray her trust by telling me about it if it's that personal. Hinata felt bad for withholding that piece of information from Naruto. The fact that her younger sister in their past private conversation admitted that part of her wanted Naruto to be shared between them had been one of the major issues that's been bothering Hinata. But Hinata soon realized something and apologized. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Sorry? Naruto repeated with a confused tone. Sorry for what exactly? For not being fair to you, as you have confided and trusted me with a lot of heavy matters, and you even confided in me about the foreign priestess Cheyenne and what she's hoping to do and have with you, Hinata elaborated. You chose not to keep such a sensitive, important clan business to yourself but revealed it to me in confidence and trust. It's only fair I tell you something Hanabi told me that's been on my mind for the past few months that's been bothering me sometimes. And what is it that you want to reveal to me concerning Hanabi-chan? Naruto inquired, that is, if it's not too much to say to me? It was hard for Hanabi to confess this deep secret to me, Hinata said. Understandably, she was scared of my possible reaction towards her or if I'd retaliate against her even though she didn't literally do anything. She confessed to me that had thoughts and fantasies of her and myself in a threesome relationship with you. Did I hear you right, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked in disbelief. Hanabi-chan had thoughts and fantasies about all three of us together like that. I know you didn't put that idea into Hanabi's head, Naruto-kun, Hinata stated. Hanabi personally confirmed that she got the idea from one of your Uchiha Paradise books she took and read without your knowing of it. Hanabi even showed me the specific book and story as evidence as to where she got the idea from and how she managed to take the book from you with your notice. I know that story and book. Naruto realized. I thought I lost that rare golden limited one-time edition. I had just finished that book before it oddly went missing a few months ago. I thought I misplaced and lost the book out of carelessness, but it never occurred to me that Hanabi-chan stole it from right under my nose this entire time. Looks like you taught her well if she was able to get one over you months ago. Hinata giggled much to Naruto's embarrassment. Well, Naruto said, successfully taking an adult-oriented book I already read from under my nose is a small success. But I will admit that I myself am not sure how to handle Hanabi's affections for me. It's certainly not like Kano Hanasakuya, who clearly acknowledges me as her older brother since Eroji-san is my godfather. Plus, I already gave Hanabi-chan my word that I would train and help her reach and unlock her potentials like I did for you, Hinata-chan. I'm not sure if or when she'll find someone other than me to fall for. I know it'll be difficult for her, Hinata admitted. She spends a lot of time with you, as do I, but you and I are a couple. Still, I trust Hanabi and know she won't try anything behind my back. I know she's doing her best to keep her affections under control. We can't control who Hanabi-chan falls for, Naruto said, but at the very least, we can be there to help her through her challenges. I'm sure she'll eventually grow out of her feelings for me and look back at them as a past childhood crush. After all, I used to have a huge crush on Sakura back when we were students at the Ninja Academy, but I got over her and moved on and found you, didn't I? That's true, Hinata agreed. Hanabi-chan is still young and growing, Naruto said. She'll go through many experiences in her life and go through different trials and obstacles. But all that will only serve to develop and shape her into her own woman as she grows and matures, just like you, my moon's eye spring rabbit. Naruto reached out and pulled the blanket over them to cover themselves. Let's not worry too much about the matter, Naruto suggested. For now, let's enjoy our special moment together. That what we came here to do in the first place. Alright then, Hinata agreed, but can we spend the night here together? We can return back to our respective homes early tomorrow morning if that's alright with you. If that makes you happy, then I'm happy to oblige, Naruto replied. Thank you, Hinata said in return as she made herself more comfortable in Naruto's arms. I wish I can spend every night like this with you. We will one day, Naruto assured, after we get married in the future, that is. But that's a discussion for a future day, and Naruto saw that Hinata had already fallen fast asleep peacefully on him. She fell asleep so quickly before I could finish my statement. I suppose it can't be helped. Naruto laid back and relaxed himself as he pulled Hinata closer to him before going to sleep himself. Meanwhile, outside the class love motel Naruto and Hinata were spending the night at, a masked ninja was standing on the roof of another building surveying the area. He was tracking Naruto and Hinata, and he learned that they were somewhere in the area. Sometime earlier he had lost track of them and have been looking for them since, as he tried to retrace when he last caught on to their possible whereabouts. Where the hell did that Uzumaki Jinchuriki and that Hyuga heiress disappear to? The ninja asked himself. I'm certain that they came through this area. You won't live long enough to learn of their whereabouts, a voice calmly said from behind. The ninja turned quickly only to be caught and wrapped in adamantine chakra chains belonging to Seijiro. The right-hand man of the Uzumaki clan leader saw that the ninja in question was an Oto ninja. More of Orochimaru's trash, Seijiro remarked as the captured Oto ninja tried desperately to break free, but it was to no avail. Seijiro knew Naruto was with Hinata at the Love Motel just across the street, but as Naruto's personal bodyguard, he remained hidden and close by on surveillance in the event an ambush from enemies would be attempted. During the week, Seijiro stated, my intuitions have been on point. This is the fourth time I had to track down and deal with garbage spies from Oto like yourself. I'll tell you nothing, the Oto ninja said in defiance. That's too bad for you, Seijiro replied, because the Uzumaki clan has no tolerance or mercy for enemies looking to spy on us and our clan leader. Seijiro then darkly stated, you sealed your fate. Seijiro shunted with him to the forest death where 3 other spies of Orochimaru he recently captured were killed with their bodies being completely disposed of by being devoured by the vicious wild animals residing in that sector of the forest Anoka controlled. Seijiro would have Anoka use her pheromonic chakra to command the animals there to consume the bodies without leaving a trace of blood behind. Body disposal of enemies was something Anoka was always efficient at, either by having them completely devoured by her animals or having them sealed away in unmarked graves. 3 days later in Odogekure, Orochimaru was in his throne room receiving a report from Guren about his 4th spy going missing within a week after he, like the other 3, hadn't reported back to her about any of his findings on Naruto. Our 4 spies going missing can only mean that they were found and killed, Kabuto stated. One of our spies going missing would have been bad enough. But 4 in less than a week is alarming. I've been trying to keep tabs on the reviving Uzumaki clan for the past few months now, Orochimaru said. Getting any useful intel on them have proven difficult. And the fact that my spies have been taken out so thoroughly without their bodies or even a trace of blood being found means that the Uzumaki clan are on to me. It's vexing to say the least. By the way, how's things with Sasuke-kun and Tayuya? Things are progress well, Guren reported. Tayuya has been having success in re-influencing Sasuke again. From what our spies reported, he falling more and more into the Cursed Seal's power and influence. It won't be long before he seeks you out for more power and training. Tayuya's work has truly surpassed my expectations, Orochimaru complimented. Sasuke-kun's promotion to Chunin did delay her progress considerably and almost forced her to start over from scratch. However, she managed to overcome that setback and get things back into my favor. Losing my 4 spies is only a small price to pay if Sasuke-kun is successfully brought here to me. How do you intend to have Sasuke-kun brought here to you, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked. Originally I was going to have the Sound 4, assisted by Kimimaro, bring Sasuke-kun to me, Orochimaru explained. But all of them are dead now, no thanks to that damn Naruto. I'll have to devise another means of bringing Sasuke-kun here to me, and you Guren will lead the charge in bringing Sasuke-kun to me. As you command, Orochimaru-sama, Guren replied in compliance. Meanwhile in Amigekure, the Akatsuki were meeting together in telepathic spectral forms as though they were actually miles away from each other. All of the members were giving their report about their progress and mission successes and gather money to support their organization. Itachi reported in on he and his partner Kisame were attacked by Roka the Rogue Slayer, with Kisame being defeated by Roka. I heard of Roka the Rogue Slayer, Sasori said, but I had no idea he was of Uchiha descent. His Sharingan is far superior to mine and his chakra reserve is impressively huge, Itachi said. Even after my battle with him he still had a large amount of chakra left to battle with. I'm amazed you both managed to escape from him, Deidara asked. You and Kisame clearly lost that fight with him and both of you would be dead now if it wasn't for your dumb luck in getting away. Itachi's and Kisame's demise would have led to some major delays with our work had Roka succeeded in killing them, Pain said. Thankfully Itachi's quick thinking and maneuvering prevented that from happening. However, we'll have to work extra on each of our ends until Itachi and Kisame make a full recovery. Well, that sucks ass, Haiden commented. Kakuzu grunted. So Itachi, how do you feel knowing that there's another Uchiha out there stronger than you that even you can't beat or kill? Roka would have prevented and killed Itachi before he could have massacred the Uchiha clan had he lived in Konoha, I'm sure, Deidara remarked. I'd love to add Roka to my collection of puppets, Sasori commented. It would be nice to have a strong Uchiha of his caliber as a rare addition to my beautiful artwork. Oh please, Deidara argued. You know nothing about the true meaning of beauty and art. That's enough. Pain said. There's still much about Roka that we don't know despite Itachi's explanation. Therefore, if you see him, don't attempt to engage him or draw his attention to yourselves if he's in your area. Continue your missions as mercenaries and bring in the needed funding for our organization. Dismissed. After Pain had dismissed them, he and Conan turned to a figure standing in the shadows. How are things progressing? The man in the shadows inquired. Itachi and Kisame ran into trouble that nearly cost them their lives, Pain answered. Have you ever heard of Roka the Rogue Slayer, Madara? No, Madara said. Why do you ask? Pain went on to explain everything Itachi told him about Roka and the battle Itachi and Kisame had with him. Madara listened carefully to what he was being told. Soon Pain was done explaining everything to him. I thought Kaoru was killed on a mission years ago as her body was never recovered, Madara said. To think she was alive all that time as a deserter in secret. The way Itachi described Roka's skills and power is disturbing. I was left to believe that Itachi, Sasuke and myself were the only Uchihas left alive. Knowing now that there's a 4th one roving the shinobi world whom Itachi and Kisame together can't defeat, and was almost killed by both intrigues and alarms me. It's a pity Itachi was forced to retreat, and not find out where Roka was heading. What do you intend to do about Roka? Pain asked. I'll investigate and locate Roka personally and find out how he was able to avoid detection from Konoha and myself, Madara said. No disrespect, Conan spoke up. But how do you expect to find him if he was able to avoid your detection all these years? Even now Konoha doesn't know Roka exists, and that he chooses not to travel there for personal reasons, as Itachi explained. Let me worry about that, Conan, Madara said. Besides that, our plans continue unchanged and will move forward. Do your part, and I'll do mine. Madara teleported and left Conan and Pain behind. Conan, Pain said, between you and me, my parents knew Roka from long ago. He was their friend. This news surprised and shocked Conan. What if Madara finds him? Conan asked. From what my parents told me about Roka, Pain said, if you're an enemy searching for him, Roka will allow himself to be found if he intends to kill you. That's why Itachi and Kisame managed to find Roka, because he had purposefully intended to kill them. Conan quietly nodded her head in acknowledgement of his words. A week later, back in Konoha, Kurenai had to firmly address Sakura's violent temper, again. A month ago she had to sternly reprimand Sakura for her violent outburst towards Kiba during one of their missions. Kurenai made it very clear to Sakura that her violent behavior and temper won't be tolerated, and she warned Sakura that another violent outburst like hers again would lead to immediate disciplinary actions against her. Shino had warned Sakura 4 months earlier about Kurenai not tolerating her violent temper against her teammates, and evidently Sakura in time chose to disregard it, which led to her recent verbal reprimand from Kurenai. After being given a final warning from Kurenai, Sakura saw that she had to keep her temper and violent outburst in check, or face whatever punishment Kurenai would carry out against her. Meanwhile, at the Uzumaki Medical Training Corps, after much effort and hard work from Tsunade with Hinata and Konohana Sakuya assisting where they could, Karen's body was completely healed and freed from all of her scars, something Karen deeply appreciated, and Erasure also by extension. Tsunade, with the aid of Hinata's Byakugan, was able to find a way to utilize Karen's own healing chakra to restore her body and remove all of the bite scars she incurred during her terrible years in Kusagakure. Tsunade was doing a thorough examination on her fellow Uzumaki with Hinata and Konohana Sakuya present during the medical examination. There's not a scratch on your body, Karen, Tsunade said. What does your Byakugan see, Hinata? Her vitals and chakra coils are performing and flowing normally, Hinata said with her activated bloodline limit. In fact, her chakra reserves and the strength of her chakra have gotten stronger too as a result of her body being healed and restored. That's excellent news, Karen remarked happily and excitedly. Now I don't have to look in the mirror and be reminded of horrors my body suffered at the hands of those worthless Kusanins ever again. Your healing chakra is very potent, Karen, Tsunade stated. It could even rival if not surpass my own healing abilities in time, since you have more Uzumaki blood in your veins than I do. I'll let you three in on a little secret, but it doesn't go beyond this room, as only Naruto-kun and Anoka know of this outside this circle, Karen said as Hinata, Swanda and Konohana Sakuya nodded their heads in agreement to swear to secrecy. I was the one responsible for completely healing Rock Lee after he was hospitalized for severe injuries from his brutal match with Gaara during the preliminaries, Karen revealed. It was a favor Naruto-kun asked of me, as he didn't want Lee's future as a Konoha ninja to be permanently ended because of the critical damages Gaara did to Lee's body with the deadly use of his sand. The only person who could have completely healed and restore Lee back to 100% like me is you, Tsunade-sensei. You were the one who helped and healed Lee? Hinata asked in total surprise. Not even the Sandaime knows of this, as Naruto-kun didn't want him or anyone else to know how Lee was completely healed and restored, Karen said. In fact, me healing Lee made him stronger and faster too as a result. It was the biggest mystery throughout Konoha, Hinata said. Lee's team couldn't believe, and many others in Sandaime-sama couldn't understand why someone would go through such extreme lengths to anonymously completely heal one of his severely wounded ninjas and not want to be credited and made known to everyone. Naruto-kun was worried about the possible repercussions if word got out about my potent healing chakra that could be accessed by biting me, Karen explained. He didn't want me to suffer a repeat of what happened to both my mother and I in Kusagakure. Sarutobi-sensei would never have resorted to using you like sacrificial cattle like how you and your mother were used in Kusa, Tsunade assured. It wasn't Sandaime that Naruto-kun was worried about, Karen clarified. It was Danzo. Why would Naruto-naiken be wary of Danzo? Konohana Sakuya asked, since she hardly knew the man. Danzo would want me for my special healing chakra, Karen said. He would look to make use of it for his root Anbu like Kusa did for their ninjas. But that's not all. Danzo had been trying to have an Uzumaki as one of his root Anbu ninjas for years. Particularly, an Uzumaki who's a Jinchuriki. He once tried to convince Uzumaki Ashina-sama, our previously clan leader, to allow him to have Naruto-kun's mother, Kushina, when she was much younger, to be given into his custody so he could develop and train her to become Konoha's ultimate weapon, since she was going to become the next Jinchuriki of Kyubi. You see, Kushina was Ashina-sama's granddaughter, and his response to Danzo made his point very clear. What did he say? Hinata inquired, as both her and Konohana Sakuya wanted to hear what happened. Though Tsunade already knew the story, she allowed Karen to retell it to the two girls. The question should be, what did he do? Karen explained. He humiliated and brutally beat Danzo in front of Sandaime and the other members of the hierarchy before warning him to stay away from his granddaughter. Ashina-sama further warned Danzo with a sworn promise that if he hears that he, Danzo, approached Kushina in any way that made her uncomfortable, that he, Ashina-sama, would personally return back to Konoha and kill him and destroy his entire root organization before taking Kushina back to Yuzuno-kuni. He boldly made that threat in front of the Hokage while beating the hell out of one of this village's hierarchy? Kano Hanasakuya asked in surprise and disbelief. That's practically a declaration of war Ashina-sama made in front of them. But considering that Danzo had crossed the line with him as the ruler of Yuzuno-kuni, it's understandable. How did you find this out? Tsunade asked and stated, I'm sure an incident like that would have been made classified to anyone outside hierarchy, as Danzo would never want that incident to be made public knowledge. It was Naruto-kun who found out about it, Karen revealed. I don't know when or how he did, but he related that story to both me and Shijiroji-san. When I asked him how he found this out, all he told me was that he has his sources and methods of finding deep dirt on people. It was his way of saying that I don't need to know how he found out about it, just that he did. Interesting, Kano Hanasakuya replied. I can see Naruto-kun saying that. Our clan is very protective of our own, Tsunade added, especially of our bonds with those truly close to us. We don't take kindly to those who threaten and attack us or our allies. Also, Kano Hanasakuya, Hinata spoke up, Danzo and the Uzumaki clan have bad blood with each other for years. Naruto-kun described Danzo as a dangerous, manipulative man full of deceit and treachery who tried to ruin his life while he was still a child. He told me how Danzo once tried to convince Sandaime-sama to allow him to develop Naruto-kun into Konoha's living weapon, which Sandaime-sama vehemently refused to allow. He failed to get Naruto Naikin's mother, so he tried to get Naruto Naikin himself, Kano Hanasakuya remarked. I'll seriously take your words and that of Karen's and Tsunade-sensei's into deep consideration and be very careful with Danzo. I'll be sure not to ever trust that man or anyone from his organization. But in any case, Kano Hanasakuya turned to Tsunade. You mentioned how Karen's chakra is potent enough to rival your own healing skills because of her pure blood Uzumaki heritage. Our longevity is connected to our healing factors, Karen explained. We Uzumaki are known for our longevity and known for outliving many people by more than 150 years. Your clansmen can live for that long? Kano Hanasakuya asked. We can, and my ancestors have, Karen said. It's one of our heritage and one of the things we're envied for. With some time and specialized training, Tsunade suggested, we can find a way for you to utilize your special healing chakra to help and heal any injury no matter how severe or life-threatening without the need for you to be bitten to access your chakra. If we can succeed in accomplishing that, your level and caliber of healing will surpass those of my own as an Uzumaki. You'll be in a special class of your own. Sweet! Karen cheered, being able to surpass one of the legendary Sanins? I'm all up for that. And what of myself and Hinata? Kano Hanasakuya asked. If Karen's own special chakra alone can surpass your healing abilities, then what hope is there for either of us to surpass you also, if at all? Hinata has the Byakugan, and can see things far behind what normal sight can see, Tsunade said, combining her Byakugan and her in-depth knowledge of chakra coils, water manipulation and the human anatomy with my medical training and tutelage. She'll have the abilities to surpass any known healing doctor or surgeon. My recommendation for Hinata is also take up hematology. Combining her unique expertise in blood manipulation with hematology and her Byakugan will allow her to develop vaccines for various complex medical problems involving blood pathogens, bacterial parasites and viruses. Hinata was heavily surprised by what she was hearing from Tsunade. She knew the Slug Princess wasn't seeing all those things to inflate her head. Tsunade's words were clear in-depth assessments of her possible accomplishments if given the chance and time to study, practice and train hard enough to reach those amazing goals. But Hinata knew that even with the use to Kage Bunshin, it would still require a great deal of time and energy to reach and achieve those goals she now decided to fulfill. I'll do my best to reach and fulfill all of your expectations and assessments of my abilities, Tsunade-sama, Hinata declared with a confident tone. And what of me? Kano Hanasakuya questioned. I have no special healing chakra like Karen or the Byakugan or water affinity or blood manipulation like Hinata. What great feats could I possibly accomplish as a medic, Tsunade, since I don't possess those special abilities to enhance my developing medical abilities? Tsunade was trying to come up with something to say that would be actually legit and honest. So far, she was coming up short. Kano Hanasakuya stood there patiently waiting to hear Tsunade's words to her. I'm sure my time training under your tutelage gave you in-depth insight to assess my potentials as a medic, Kano Hasakuya remarked, whatever they are. Well, Tsunade started off, you're highly skilled in pressure points, meaning you're very educated in the functions of the human nervous system and blood circulation system. Shouldn't every medic be educated in such things? Kano Hanasakuya asked. Not every medic is a skilled expert in pressure points or acupuncture, Tsunade answered, just like how only those with the Byakugan can see and shut off chakra points in a body. Alright, Kano Hanasakuya replied, so how far could I take this? With your head knowledge on the nervous system and blood circulation system, Tsunade suggested, as a medic, you can also train in neurology and like Hinata, hematology. Neurology and hematology? Kano Hanasakuya repeated, sounds like fields that Hinata would surpass me at considering her bloodline limit. My actual intention is for all three of you to learn to work together as a team, Tsunade explained, not competing over who's better than the other as medics just because of whatever abilities you or someone else possess or doesn't possess. Ideally, rivalries shouldn't have any place in the medical field, but sadly not everyone believes in that principle. The whole purpose of being medics and doctors is to heal and save as many lives as possible, and that means working together as a crew, not against each other as rivals or competitors. Such divisions among medics and doctors only lead to disasters and death. Regardless of whatever respective gifts or natural abilities you have that can be implemented in your goals and to be my future medics, they should be used to help and save the lives of friends, comrades, family, and loved ones. Do well to take my words to heart. Kano Hanasakuya saw the truth and moral behind Tsunade's words and decided to comply and go along with it, as did Hinata and Karen. Turning to Jiraiya's daughter, Tsunade said, Kano Hanasakuya, while you may not have special healing chakra like Karen or the Byakugan like Hinata, that doesn't mean you can't be a great medic ninja. Take Rock Lee for example, the green-clad genin whom Naruto introduced you to after inviting you to have a spar session with him. I remember him clearly, Kano Hanasakuya replied, no offense, but both him and his sensei should receive a fashion citation. You're not the first who commented on their unusual choice in fashion, Tsunade remarked, and you won't be the last either. But that's beside the point. While at the academy, Lee wasn't able to perform any ninjutsu type, not even the basics of ninjutsu. Even now, he still can't perform any ninjutsu. He was his class dead last and looked down on it as someone who would never become a good ninja. For a time, even his own teammates didn't believe in him since he was a claimed prodigy and genius like his teammate Hyuga Niji. Yet despite all of the negativity and lack of confidence others had in him, Lee never gave up on himself, and neither did his sensei. Him not being able to use ninjutsu didn't make him any less of a ninja than anyone else, as through years of hard and intense training and practicing, he became one of Konoha's most valuable genins and taijutsu experts. He's also very formidable and incredibly fast as a natural drunken master he actually drank a small amount of alcohol. I heard that both Guy and Niji working together struggled a lot just to restrain him when it was first discovered that he's a natural drunken master after he sipped a very small amount of sake completely by accident. Lee had hidden talents that he himself didn't even know he had during his team at the academy because his academy teachers at the time didn't invest time into finding his real strengths and potentials, which has always been a handicap of Konoha's ninja academy. Even Naruto proved my point in that regard. What do you mean? Kano Hanasakuya inquired. I'm sure he told you the story about how he purposely played the role of his class dead last and prankster to mask his true intelligence and abilities from the Hokage and the entire village, Tsunade replied. It was a very ingenious idea, Kano Hanasakuya said. I was amazed at how that facade deceived everyone and his enemies so effectively. That's right, Tsunade said. Naruto was looked at as a lost cause while his academy teachers looked at others with potentials and high hopes. This was the mistake their teachers made and regretted shamefully. That's the same mistake I won't make with you. You're not only the sage's daughter, you're not only the ruling princess of your village, you're a young lady with hidden potentials for great accomplishments and breakthroughs in the medical field and in medic jutsu. I'll be teaching you, Karen and Hinata, not only medical skills but also combat skills. All this will make you three great medics, Kano Hanasakuya replied. My mother accomplished many things in her life before her death. My goal is to surpass my late mother and fulfill all of my father's hopes and expectations of me. Since you're dating my father, I'm trusting that you won't disappoint him or my people as I'm entrusting myself into your care and training. I promise you, Tsunade assured, when I'm finished, your people will be amazed by your new skills and abilities. My only request is that you keep your temper and bad habits of alcohol drinking and gambling to a minimum, Kano Hanasakuya replied. I'd hate for your vices to have influential effects on us as your protégés. Young lady, you don't know the joys of sake, fine wine and whiskey yet, Tsunade remarked with a confident smile. In the future, to celebrate the completion of this training, we all will have an all-girls night out with wine and sake and good food. I'm in. Karen cheered. It'll be our graduation party treat. That sounds good to me too, Hinata agreed. Well, Kano Hanasakuya said, I'm sure Shizuka and Ami will want to tag along also in the future. They can come along also in the future, Swanda said. They want to celebrate your accomplishments to no doubt. It's only been 4 months, Kano Hanasakuya said, but I'll see how far you can get me to my goals. Trust me, Tsunade promised, you won't be disappointed. 3 days later at the Hyuga compound, Hinata was making her way to the meeting chamber where both the main house and the cadet branch house were. From what Hinata was told, Hayashi had a very important announcement to make that would affect the entire clan. Before long, Hinata arrived and found that everyone was waiting for her to arrive. Hanabi and Niji were already at their stations with the rest of the clan members. Hinata, Hayashi greeted as he gestured for Hinata to come forward. Come, and take your seat with us. Yes, father. Hinata obeyed as she entered and went to take her seat on one of the mats on the floor inside the chamber. Seeing that everyone was assembled, Hayashi began the meeting. This meeting will now commence, Hayashi said. As everyone is now well aware, Uzumaki Naruto is officially the Uzumaki clan leader and a Konoha Shinobi Council member. What's also become public knowledge is how Naruto is not only the godson of our new Hokage but also the godbrother of Kano Hanasakuya, the ruler of Nadeshiko, who so happens to be the daughter of Jiraiya-sama. On top of this, Kano Hanasakuya personally requested Naruto and as his female Uzumaki brethren to serve as ambassadors and emissaries for Konoha. Thus Naruto and his 3 other brethren will be granted diplomatic status and higher levels of responsibilities in Konoha. If I may politely ask, Hayashi, one of the main house members asked, what does this have to do with our clan? I was getting to that, Hayashi replied. If you patiently wait, I'll explain. As everyone here is aware of, Naruto happens to be involved with my daughter Hinata while having my second daughter Hanabi as his student alongside Hinata. Naruto's training of my eldest daughter has led her to achieve amazing feats and abilities that has never been seen since the founding of the Hyuga clan, and I'm sure that he'll be teaching both Hinata and Hanabi more as time continues. And because of Naruto's teaching and training, Hinata not only defeated Gaara, who was later revealed to be a mostly deadly and dangerous Jinchuriki that Suna was planning to use as a trump card against Konoha during the invasion, but she was promoted to Chunin and reassigned to be part of Team 7 alongside both Naruto and Sasuke, who also were promoted together with Hinata. Jiraiya-sama re-established the teaming of the Byakugan and the Sharingan. Ko asked in surprise. That team formation hasn't been done since my and Shursui's disgrace in that failed mission to protect that foreign ambassador years ago. It was Sandaime-sama who re-established the teaming of the Byakugan and the Sharingan, Hayashi clarified, joined with the powers of the Uzumaki. It turned out that this team pairing was originally supposed to happen again before Naruto's interference, which led to the team temporarily not having Hinata but another female. After Sandaime-sama learned the truth behind what happened and why, he corrected the team formations back to how they were supposed to be. Evidently, Ko, your past mistake along with that of Shurasui didn't dissuade Sandaime-sama from pairing the Byakugan with the Sharingan once again. From what I was informed about, Uchiha Sasuke has no interest in trying to prove anything about the Sharingan against the Byakugan. I understand, Ko accepted, feeling a form of relief that his past mistake was evidently forgiven. Another very important matter to bring to the clan's attention, Hayashi revealed, is my decision to step down as clan leader and shinobi council member, and allow Hinata to assume my roles as clan leader and council member. That was a bombshell that no one, not even the clan elders or Hinata herself, expected. Hayashi, one of the main house members asked, don't you believe this is too soon for Hinata? Let me make my points very clearly for everyone to understand, Hayashi said patiently as he briefly raised his right hand to silence the commotion and calm everyone down. Naruto is the same age as Hinata. He's also a Chunin, a clan leader, a shinobi council member and an ambassador. If Hinata is to keep in pace with Uzumaki Naruto, she must prove to be able to carry the same weight of responsibilities as a clan leader and a shinobi council member. And like Naruto, Hinata is being personally trained by a Sannin, being none other than Tsunade-sama herself. Ironically, that means she's being trained by another Uzumaki besides Naruto. Hinata has more than proven her prowess and surpassed all of my expectations of her, and I know she threw the match we had together more than a month ago and lost to me on purpose to hide her real strength and abilities from us until after the Chunin exam finals. If I were to challenge her in combat again in the same manner she battled Sakabu no Gaara, without a doubt I'll lose, brutally. Her Juken style is far superior and completely surpasses my own, and combined with her new training under Tsunade-sama, she'll reach new levels of talents and skills that neither I nor anyone else in this clan ever reached. Everyone took a moment to think about everything Hayashi was explaining. The more they did, they saw and understood his reasons. They found no valid ground on which to dispute Hayashi's words, especially since they witnessed Hinata's advancements, actions and upgraded abilities themselves. Niji looked at Hinata and found her to be deep in thought. Niji turned to Hayashi and inquired, if I may ask, will I continue as Hinata-sama's bodyguard? It's more than obvious that I'm no match for her or anywhere near the caliber of her strengths and abilities. While this is true, Nizan, Hinata said, that doesn't make me invincible. Even Naruto-kun acknowledges that about himself also. As strong as he is, Uzumaki Seijiro-san is Naruto-kun's right-hand man and bodyguard. I would like for you to carry out that same role for me. Accepted, Hinata-sama, Niji replied. Hayashi turned to Hinata and asked, Do you believe that this is too soon for you, Hinata? I will admit that it's surprising and overwhelming since I had always thought that I would be giving the position as clan leader when I was much older, Hinata admitted. That's understandable, Hayashi accepted. But I will be taking the role as your personal advisor and instructor if you choose to accept the role of clan leader, as it is your birthright as clan heiress. Your role as Chunin already puts you in the position of leadership and making important decisions that could affect the lives and futures of those put under your command. Hinata saw that her father made a valid point with his last comment. And she saw that having her father as her personal advisor would be better than having the elders and other members of their clan's hierarchy as her advisors. I accept, father, Hinata stated. I will take on the role and mantle of clan leader in your place. 2 days later at Training Ground 16, Team 9 and Guy were assembled at the training ground. Niji looked to be in deep thought as he was contemplating on an objective that he was going to relate to Guy and his team. What's on your mind, Niji? Guy inquired. I signed up and joined the class to become a medic nin, Niji said, causing Tenten, Lee and Guy to look at him as if he grew an extra head on his shoulders. You signed up and joined the class to do what? Tenten asked. Since when were you interested in medic jutsu? This is at Hinata-sama's direction, Niji revealed. She wishes for me to learn and practice medic and healing jutsu. Hinata-san asked you to train as a medic nin? Lee inquired. Hinata-sama didn't ask me to train to become a medic ninja, Niji revealed. She directly ordered me to. Lee and Tenten found that surprising, even for Hinata. Hinata-sama directly ordered you to train to become a medic ninja. Guy said. When did she get this authority? Let me explain. Niji requested before expounding on what happened the 2 days ago at the last clan meeting that he was at. It took Niji 7 minutes to explain everything in details without leaving anything out. Wow! Tenten marveled. Your cousin Hinata was made clan leader and shinobi council member sooner than even you expected. She's truly brimming with the flames of her youth. Lee remarked. I never thought Hayashi-san would have chose to step down so soon and hand over his authority as clan leader to Hinata so readily. But after listening to your explanation behind his reasons, I can see why Hayashi-san would appoint Hinata and honor her birthright in making her clan leader. It's amazing how so much about Hinata-sama has changed in such a relatively short time, Niji said. No one in the main house challenged Hinata's right to become clan leader and shinobi council member or questioned her capacity to shoulder the responsibilities as Hayashi-sama placed his confidence in her ability to live up to her new roles in our clan now. How does it make you feel knowing that Hinata-san as your clan's heiress is the true prodigy and genius? Lee asked. Truly humbled, Niji admitted. I looked down on Hinata-sama back then and thought of her as inferior and beneath me. I blamed her, the main house and fate for all of my problems and hardships. I was a coward and my cowardice led to my humiliation and shameful defeat by her hands during the preliminaries, during the Chunin exams finals when she was battling Gaara. When Hinata-sama openly declared that she went easy on me while giving Gaara a chance to surrender, I felt even more embarrassed since her declaration was publicly made in front of foreign nobles and dignitaries. But after eyewitnessing her brutal and flawless victory over Gaara, who turned out to be a deadly Jinchuriki, it only served to emphasize the point that I'm nowhere near Hinata-sama's caliber. She reached a level of talent and skills that no Hyuga before her have reached before. So what will you do now knowing all this? Guy inquired. I will do everything I can to continue improving and growing stronger, Niji said, and I will carry out Hinata-sama's request to become a medic nin. But the other reason for my choosing to train as a medic nin is because it's the official decree of Jiraiya-sama that every ninja team must have a medic ninja. With my Byakugan and in-depth insight on chakra and chakra coils, it would only make sense that I become our team's medic ninja since my bloodline limit will allow me to see and understand more than regular doctors and medic nins do. That's a very youthful new goal, Niji, Guy said. You will be a most effective youthful medic ninja after your medical training is complete. When do you plan to enroll? I already did, Niji revealed. Hinata, Karen and Kano Hanasakuyaheim will be Tsunade-sama's personal apprentices as they were personally offered by Tsunade-sama to become her apprentices. Those 3 are getting personal training from Tsunade-sama herself. Tenten asked and remarked, they're so lucky. But Kano Hanasakuya lives in another country as its monarch despite being Jiraiya-sama's daughter. I'm sure something has been worked out Kano Hanasakuya's favor, Guy said. We need not worry so much about that. The following day at the Uchiha district, Tayuya was up and fully dressed in dark shorts and red t-shirt that had the Uchiha clan insignia on the back of the shirt. She was wearing bandages around her ankles and bottom half of her legs. A few weeks ago, she started wearing clothes possessing the Uchiha clan insignia rather than her common clothes for Otogekure after Sasuke provided and asked her to wear them from now on. Sasuke told her that though they're not married yet, He sees her as member of his clan now and that he wishes to see her wear his clan's insignia. Tayuya accepted and wore all of uchiha clothes not only for Sasuke's good pleasure, but for her own as well. After preparing breakfast and Sasuke's bento for the day, she walked out of the kitchen and over to the front door to place her sandals on. When she was done placing her sandals on, she walked out of the house through the front door. While standing outside the house, she started playing her flute while watching the sunrise. Moments later, she saw a crystal materialized and glitter in front of her. "Guren," Tayuya called out. In the flesh, Guren greeted as she appeared in front of Tayuya via smoke shunshin. "It's been months. Too bad it's not years," Tayuya figured. "Here for my report, no doubt." "Straight to the point," Guren replied. "At least we can get down to business faster. I've seen how things with the Uchiha has been gradually changing as his previous popularity isn't what it used to be. Many of his colleagues have started questioning both his stability and self-control," Tayuya explained. "They reported that in their missions with him that he's became increasingly more aggressive and executed needless brutality against outmatched criminals and ninjas even after they surrendered. There's even been friction between Sasuke and his Uzumaki teammate. Many have lost their trust and confidence in Sasuke since he started falling back into the influence of the curse seal in these past weeks." "So, the rumors are true," Guren stated. "I was hearing about this from the other Chunins and Jounins who would talk to each other about Sasuke's increasing tendency to being prone to excessive violence against low-class criminals and thugs through he never acted out openly against any of his fellow Konoha ninjas. And like I said," Tayuya reminded, "I had to start over after Sasuke's promotion to Chunin and that it would take me some time to get the desired results in completely persuading Sasuke into deserting Konoha for Odo. It's nearly within my reach. It won't be long until I succeed in bringing him to Orochimaru-sama as ordered." Guren took out and handed Tayuya a scroll. "What that hell is this for?" Tayuya asked while looking at the scroll. "A messenger scroll," Guren explained. "It's to be used on the night you finally convince Sasuke to leave Konoha with you. With the Sound Foregone with you as your team's only surviving member, Orochimaru-sama had to recruit new ninjas while rebuilding his army. This scroll will send a message to Orochimaru-sama troops stationed on standby at the far outer border of Konoha that you're ready to bring Sasuke to Orochimaru-sama. But you and Sasuke must be ready to leave Konoha and travel the following night after this scroll is used." Tayuya quietly took the scroll and asked, "Is that all?" "Well, seeing how you're now wearing attire of the Uchiha-chan," Guren replied and then remarked, "I have to wonder what's up with that. Are you developing an attachment of sorts to the Uchiha? He asked me to wear his clan insignia, you dumb bitch." Tayuya retorted, "That's no small thing considering that his late father was the clan leader. Had I refused to wear it for him, I would have insulted both him and his slain people. You're not an Uchiha by blood or marriage," Guren stated and then asked, "So why does wearing that symbol matters to you?" "It would have compromised my efforts in getting him to join me for Odogekure had I refused, goddammit," Tayuya explained. "I may not to be an Uchiha by blood, but he sees me as a surrogate member of his clan after everything I've done that got his ass to become far stronger now than he ever was before we met. This is massive proof that I'm very close to completing my damn mission as instructed, thus the scroll you gave me, you dumbass." "Good point," Guren admitted as she found no fault in Tayuya's explanation. "Hopefully that next time I come by Sasuke will be ready to bring to Orochimaru-sama." Guren turned to leave and took a couple of steps before she stopped and added, "From what Kabuto explained to me, Orochimaru-sama is very pleased with your adaptability in influencing and manipulating Sasuke despite his promotion. Personally, I'm sure your work will not go unrewarded after you complete your mission. Until then, I'll take my leave." Guren left the Uchiha district via smoke shushin. Tayuya looked back at the scroll in her left hand and knew that her time in living Konoha with Sasuke was shortened. Even though she and Sasuke were working as Naruto's double agents with the Jiraiya's and Shijiro's supervision, she couldn't help but feel this overwhelming feeling of sadness as she placed her right hand over her face as some tears and low sobs came from her. Tayuya had to soon leave her new life behind, a life that reminded her of the happy one she had before her parents' betrayal and brutal murder. She had to return to the previous life she had as Orochimaru's subordinate. Guren came by again, Sasuke asked as he appeared behind Tayuya. Tayuya wiped her eyes and took a few deep breaths to compose herself. After a few minutes, "We don't have much time left here in Konoha," Tayuya said. "At most, maybe a few days or 2 weeks. So it's come down to this," Sasuke acknowledged. "Well," Tayuya stated, "we both knew that it was a matter of time before Orochimaru decided to move things quicker. We'll have to inform Naruto, Shijiro and Jiraiya about this and plan for our departure soon," Sasuke noted. The boss was already made aware, a Naruto clone stated as he revealed himself from hiding from the roofs of one of the houses. The clone shunshined over to them and said, "My partner dispelled himself and sent everything we saw and heard to the boss, who's now processing everything said between Guren and Tayuya." "Does Naruto keep spies in my clan's district?" the annoyed Sasuke asked. We've been tracking and keeping an eye on Guren for months, the Naruto clone said. We've been monitoring her every move. Seeing me here now is because her activities and movements led us here. Plus, if the boss didn't trust you or had doubts about you, he wouldn't stake his efforts and reputation as the Uzumaki clan leader and shinobi council member in trying to make you into the next Snake Sannin in the future after your time spying and training with Orochimaru is over. Point taken, Sasuke accepted and understood. So what now? Give the boss some time to plan out our next move, the clone advised. He'll discuss this with Shijiroji-san and Eroji-san. And Sasuke, have more trust and faith in the boss. The clone then burst into a cloud of smoke, sending everything back to Naruto. Meanwhile, Sai stood before Danzo. The young ninja still dropped his fake smile whenever he was around Konoha's infamous Warhawk. So far Naruto and his team has been experiencing aggressive friction and difficulty with each other as Sasuke's demeanor has grown more hostile towards them and his fellow Konoha ninjas, Sai reported. Many began questioning Sasuke's stability, as some had witnessed the effects this cursed seal has had on his mentality. The Uchiha clan has always been a bane even before my time and before the founding of Konoha, Danzo remarked. Other than that, Sai added, there isn't anything further I found on Naruto, Danzo-sama. From what I heard, even Sandaime-sama has had a difficult time trying to keep tabs on Naruto's activities. Even going as far as having Sakura's mind read by Yamanaka Inoichi has provided Sandaime-sama nothing useful about Naruto. I'm already aware of that, Sai, Danzo said. I don't need to be reminded of that. I understand, Sai answered. Is there anything else you require from me? No, Danzo said. For now, return to your duties and keep up your training. I have big plans for you in the future. Yes, Danzo-sama, Sai replied before leaving Danzo's presence. The aged Warhawk stood there in frustration. A little more than 4 months had gone by, and still he wasn't unable to unearth anything useful to use against the Uzumaki clan. Moments later, Fu and Torian appeared before Danzo and knelt on their right knee in front of the man. Danzo-sama, Torian greeted emotionlessly. We have a report, Fu. Danzo looked to them and ordered, Speak. Our network has reported on 2 wandering travelers, a mother and male child, both with red hair, that were residing in Nami no Kuni for the past number of days, Torian reported. Our sources indicate that they've been inquiring of Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Anoka and their whereabouts after coming in contact with Naruto's team's former client, Tazuna the architect and his family, after learning of his accomplishments and exploits in Nami no Kuni. The woman and her son are Uzumaki's no doubt, Danzo stated. Learning of their clan's survival and revitalization here in Konoha will no doubt lead them here to rejoin their clan. Were you or anyone else able to find and locate other surviving traveling Uzumaki members? No, Fu answered. Our forces are still searching, and so far that mother and her son have been the only members we've found. We as speak, the mother and child are traveling again and quickly making their way to Konoha. At the rate they're traveling, they should reach Konoha in about 3 days. What are your orders concerning them? Intersect and bring them to me, Danzo instructed, alive. And make sure no harm comes to either of them. Get to them first before they arrive in Konoha and reach Naruto. Understood, Danzo-sama, Torian replied before he and Fu disappeared via Shunshin from Danzo's sight. Danzo turned and left to return to his private chamber. Later that afternoon, Sasuke was walking through the village behind after performing some errands. He was dressed in blue ninja pants shirt, black sandals with white ankle bandages and his chunin vest. His peaceful stroll would only last for so long when, Sasuke-kun! A female voice called out to him. Sasuke stopped and turned to see Sakura running over towards him. He sighed inwardly knowing what was to come. Yes, Sakura? Sasuke asked plainly. Sasuke-kun. Sakura greeted. It's been a while since we last got to talk. We hardly talk at all, Sasuke remarked. And that's the problem, Sakura replied. We've been so busy with work and other things in life that we really got the chance to talk and hang out. Since I'm free today and don't have any missions to perform today, how about we go for a nice walk together and enjoy lunch together? Can't, Sasuke declined. I have things to do. But Sasuke-kun, Sakura pleaded. I was really looking forward to actually getting the chance for us to talk and spend time together and… Sasuke-kun! A familiar voice called out. Sasuke inwardly groaned to see Ino coming his way, much to Sakura's displeasure. Hey Sasuke-kun! Ino greeted with a sweet smile. It's been a while. I miss you. Did you miss me? Funny, Sakura retorted. While planning things for today with Sasuke-kun, he mentioned nothing concerning you, Ino pig. I'd bet there was nothing with you to plan at all, Ino replied. Sasuke-kun has better things to do with his time than spend it on you, forehead girl. And what would you know? Sakura argued. I've never seen Sasuke-kun give you so much as a look. Says you. Ino shot back. I was his first kiss. That doesn't count. Sakura argued. Naruto caused that to happen when he almost… Please! Sasuke interjected. Do not remind me of that close call. Sasuke shuddered. I still have nightmares. Now look what you went and did, forehead. Ino indicted. You made Sasuke-kun upset. I did no such thing. Sakura shot back. That's enough, Sasuke said firmly, causing both girls to be silent. I'm tired of you both always bickering and arguing over the stupidest things. It's one of the things that always irritated me. Sasuke looked over at Ino and said, Ino, since the time you became a genin, I haven't seen any improvements from you at all. From what I've seen and heard, as a ninja you're entirely useless. You spend more time dieting and trying to become every boy's wet dream instead of focusing on becoming stronger, and a true ninja. It's foolish fangirls like you and Sakura that give competent kunoichis a bad name. If either of you don't shape up and actually become real ninjas, both of you will just become liabilities that will cause your teams to be killed by enemy ninjas or worse. You and Sakura will just be captured and sold as sex slaves by enemies before being prostituted and raped to death. Sasuke then turned to Sakura and gave the pink-haired genin an analytical stare and said, Sakura, you were once best friends with Ino, who befriended you first when you had no friends and when you were always being bullied. She defended you and helped you through your struggles. Am I correct? Why yes, Sakura answered as thought she was embarrassed to be reminded of her past. But after both you and Ino enrolled into the Ninja Academy, Sasuke continued, you betrayed her and threw away your close friendship with Ino and made her your rival, all because you found out that, like you, she likes me also. Despite Ino's imperfections and mistakes, Sasuke then gave Sakura a hardened gaze which caused her to cringe and shrink back in intimidation. I look at you far worse as a terrible person. By Kakashi's own principle, you're less than trash, Sakura, for turning on your own best friend for a guy who does not want you. You sicken and disgust me, Sakura. Sasuke's words cut deep into Sakura as she felt tears running down her face profusely. You're a living, walking reminder of how I myself once was when I pathetically obsessed over Hinata at one time instead training to become real shinobi, Sasuke remarked coldly. It was and will always be my most shameful and disgraceful few wasted years of my life, and I'm ashamed of that. I don't need or want someone like you in my life, Sakura. It's time you grow up and accept reality, and stop living an unrealistic fantasy that'll never come true. Sasuke turned and walked off, not giving either Sakura or Ino a second glance. Ino, like Sakura, now had tears of her own coming down her face after hearing Sasuke's harsh but truthful words about them. That was quite a speech, Sai remarked with a fake smile as he seemingly popped out of nowhere from behind them. But from the look of things, Sakura, Sasuke clearly doesn't you dick riding him. Screw you! Sakura tearfully shouted as she rushed at Sai and attempted to punch him in the face. Sai, however, moved swiftly to Sakura's right side, evading her fist. Such a nasty temper, Sai remarked. After nearly 4.5 months, you haven't changed at all. Sakura looked back at Sai with anger and contempt as she charged at Sai again, only for him to dodge her attack effortlessly again. Ino looked at the young chunin whom she only seen and spoke to a few times before. Sai! A tearful Ino warned, this is not the time. Sakura threw another punch at Sai when he grabbed fist and handed tightly as he applied pressure to it. Sakura screamed as she tried to free her hand from Sai's surprisingly strong grip. Looking at back, Ino, replied Sai, not the time for what exactly? Let me go! Sakura cried before she fell to her knees as Sai only continued holding her right fist tighter. She desperately tried to free her hand, but the more she struggled the tighter his grip became. This is to remind you that you don't get a free pass to attack me just to vent your rage without consequences, Sai remarked with an emotionless tone, which startled both Sakura and Ino. I'm the chunin here, not you. And even if you were a chunin now, the rule doesn't change. Remember that. I'm sorry! Sakura apologized, feeling the squeezing pressure her fingers and thumb were suffering. Apology accepted, Sai said with his fake smile returning to his face before releasing his hold on Sakura's fist. Ino went over to the pink-haired genin who was still on her knees, now massaging and soothing her right hand that was now in much pain. You both are wasting your time and energy pursuing Sasuke, Sai remarked, a chunin who clearly don't want to have a relationship with either of you. I watched and observed you both and others for months. Sakura, Ino, you're constantly trying to win favors from Sasuke for all the wrong reasons. Sakura glared at him as Ino stood and helped Sakura to her feet. Sai's fake smile never left his face as he feigned innocence and replied, honestly, you both need to reevaluate your motives and reasons for becoming ninjas in the first place. Accept that nothing you do will get Sasuke to notice either of you and move on. Find a true purpose and meaning for being ninjas like Hinata did. From what I've seen and observed from her, she's truly a strong kunoichi who made advancements farther than either of your two combined. Hinata is a chunin like you, Sakura replied. We already know that, Sai. Were you aware that Hinata became the new clan leader and shinobi council member 2 days ago? Sai questioned. She what? Sakura in disbelief. Are you making that up? It's true, Sakura, Ino confirmed as Sakura turned to look at her, I found out about it from my father yesterday after he came home from an important council meeting with Godame-sama regarding Hayashi-san's decision to step down from his positions and hand them over to Hinata. Word about this started circulating around Konoha early today. Even the one called Tenten have been making improvements and advancements, Sai commented. Her rivalry with Naruto has really pushed her to become stronger and more adept as a ninja. I watched some of her recent battles with Naruto. She's actually making advances and changes to herself. You both can truly learn from their examples as they chose not to waste their potential but to make the best use of them. Sai turned and started walking off, leaving the two girls with much to think about. Later that afternoon, many miles from Konoha, the Uzumaki mother and her son were making haste traveling through the glass land and trees, hurrying to reach Konoha as fast as they could. They knew it would be a few days before they reached that village, so they would continue their traveling until it was late, with them needing to rest. The man they were supposed to meet up with informed them to start a journey to Konoha and that he would meet up with them along the way. They had been on the road for 2 days now and had been making good travel time. Soon, though, they stopped to rest briefly before continuing on their way. All the while, a lone figure was traveling through the woods along the route that led to Nami no Kuni. The traveler wasted no time in hurrying over to Nami no Kuni, receiving intel on Uzumaki's being found and making their way to Konoha. Stopping, the traveler looked to see the Uzumaki mother and child eating together while talking together. From what he could make out, they seemed to be waiting for someone's arrival, whoever it was. Hearing enough, the traveler pulled out a scroll with written seals on them and opened it. Setting it down on the ground, the traveler formed a hand seal, resulting in the scroll to burst into a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Seijiro standing where the scroll previously was. "Sir," the traveler greeted. "What's your report?" Seijiro asked. "Look," the agent advised as he pointed to the red-haired woman and child. Seijiro took a good look at the woman and was shocked by who he was seeing. "It can't be," Seijiro said in disbelief. "She's alive. You know that woman?" the traveler asked. "From long ago," Seijiro confirmed, and then said to his agent, "You have done me a great service. This will not go unrewarded." Seijiro took out a pouch and handed it over to his agent. After accepting and opening the pouch, the agent saw that it was filled with valuable gold coins. "Thank you," the agent said. "I'll continue my services to the best of my abilities. Summon me anytime, Seijiro-sama." The agent shunshined via wind and dust, leaving Seijiro alone. Cautiously, Seijiro approached the woman and child as they were still each and talking. After another moment, the child looked to see Seijiro approaching them. "Mommy!" the child called out in alert. "Someone's approaching us." The woman stood up to see who her son was talking about. When she looked to see Seijiro standing in front of them, her eyes filled with disbelief and immense joy. "Seijiro-kun," the mother said, "is that really you? Hataru-chan." Seijiro greeted as he smiled happily. "I can't believe it. You survived the attack and escaped like the others." "Seijiro-kun," the mother, now identified as Hataru, tearfully shouted as she ran and embraced Seijiro affectionately, leaving her son confused as to who Seijiro was. She hugged him tightly as he hugged her just as affectionately in return. Soon they released each other from their embrace and looked at each other with smiles on their faces. "I never thought I'd see you again," Hataru complimented. "I didn't know if you were killed or captured when our homeland was under attack. It was chaotic and we lost many of our people and loved ones during that tragic night," Seijiro said. "I didn't know if you had made it out either. So much has happened since we last saw each other." "Mommy!" the boy called out, grabbing both Seijiro's and Hataru's attention. "Who's this man you're hugging?" Hataru gestured to her son to come over to them. Obeying, he went over to his mother as she reached out and gently pulled him over to her side. "You have a son?" Seijiro asked in surprise. "His name is Uzumaki Hatsuma," Hataru said. "He's my only son." "So you're married now," Seijiro figured. "Congratulations." "And I'm widowed," Hataru corrected. "My husband died a long time ago." "What happened, if I may ask?" Seijiro inquired. "Uzumaki Hayashiro was my late husband's name," Hataru said sadly. "He was killed before our son born. He kept me hidden after a group of ninjas from IWA discovered us. I was nearly 9 months pregnant, and was unable to help him fight. He killed all of the IWA ninjas, but he himself was fatally wounded and lost too much blood before I could heal him. It's just been me raising and training my son Hatsuma ever since, until a few months ago, when we ran into another Uzumaki who's been helping us." "Another Uzumaki?" Seijiro asked with his interest sparked. "Who?" "That would be me," a voice from a short distance said, causing Seijiro, Hataru and Hatsuma to turn to where the voice came from. The newcomer looked to Seijiro with a smile and said, "Seijiro, it's been a very long time. You've grown a lot over the years since my time teaching and training you during our time in Yuzuno Kuni." Seijiro's eyes widened upon seeing who was in front of him as he called out, "Roka-sensei." Seijiro stood there in absolute disbelief at seeing the man in front of him, an Uzumaki who was once his teacher and trainer during the final decade of Yuzu no Kuni. In their company was also the Uzumaki woman Seijiro knew from his youth, who also was once his subordinate after his promotion to Chunin. "Roka-sensei!" Seijiro exclaimed, "I had no idea you along with Hataru-chan survived the fall of our homeland. It was by Ashina-sama's good grace and sacrifice that I'm still alive," Roka revealed. "I was in the front line by his side along with our other veteran SEAL grandmasters and ninjas while buying some time for our other brethren to escape our homeland's destruction. I was 100% sure that I was going to die alongside Ashina-sama in order for the younger generation Uzumakis to escape and live. Ashina-sama, though, had other plans for me. He wanted me, as his clan deputy, to live and ensure that his heir through his bloodline lived on. But I was in a deep coma for years as a result of my severe injuries and emotional trauma and seeing so many of our brethren, young and old, lost. I only awoken from my deep coma 2 years ago, and have been traveling and searching the shinobi world for my surviving brethren and master's next heir. Ashina-sama's great-grandson, Uzumaki Naruto, is alive and is the new clan leader of the reviving Uzumaki clan," Seijiro revealed, which immediately caught Roka's attention. "He's alive?" Roka asked. "Alive and strong," Seijiro stated. "I also served as his clan deputy like how you used to during the time Ashina-sama reigned as clan leader and ruler over Yuzu no Kuni." "You haven't changed at all, Seijiro-kun," Hataru remarked with an affectionate smile. "You always talked and proclaimed to everyone how you were going to become Roka-sensei's successor as the next clan deputy and right-hand man of the future clan leader." "And I finally fulfilled my dreams," Seijiro replied. "We Uzumakis never go back on our word." "And speaking of our other brethren that Uzumaki Naruto is proclaimed to be clan leader of," Roka implored, "are they in Yuzu no Kuni? We must meet with them and Naruto." "The re-established Uzumaki clan is currently residing in Konohagakure," Seijiro said. "The ninja village Kushina was sent to in order to become its next Jinchuriki?" Roka asked. "And speaking of Kushina, what became of her?" "It's a very long story," Seijiro said, "but we'll explain everything to you, Hataru and Hatsuma, after we return to Konoha." "We're about a 3 days' journey from Konoha," Hatsuma said. "We'll arrive there in good timing if we head out now to Konoha." "I have a better idea than that," Seijiro suggested before he formed a complex hand seal and said, "Ninpo, Kuchios." There was a burst of smoke that appeared in front of Seijiro and the other 3 Uzumakis briefly. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Naruto standing in front of them. Naruto turned to Seijiro and was about to inquire of him about why he summoned him, when Naruto was suddenly hit with waves of sensations and emotions that was triggered from his soul union abilities. He immediately turned to see Roka, Hataru and Hatsuma standing around him. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized that in front of him were 3 new Uzumakis he never met before. "That was my reason for summoning you out here," Seijiro stated happily. "One of my agents found Hataru and her son Hatsuma and summoned me out here." "Seijiro," Roka asked, "who's this young man you summoned here?" "I'm Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto greeted. "I'm very happy to meet all of you." Naruto turned to the woman and her child and said, "I'm assuming that you're Hataru and Hatsuma." "Yes, we are," Hataru said. "My son and I were traveling from Nami no Kuni to Konoha after learning about you and Anoka from Tazuna and his family. The other natives of Nami no Kuni also speak very highly of you as their hero and savior after liberating them from some crime lord named Gato," Hatsuma added. "Tazuna told us where we could find you and Anoka." "That's great," Naruto replied before turned to the oldest of the group. "And what's your name?" "I'm Uzumaki Roka," Roka introduced. "I'm Seijiro's teacher and trainer." "So you're Roka," Naruto stated. "Seijiro-ji-san told me much about you." "Now that I remember," Naruto looked over at Hataru. "Seijiro-ji-san also told me about you too, Hataru. Your son, however. He didn't tell me anything about you having a son." "I was married later after the fall of Yuzushiogakure," Hataru elaborated, "but my husband was killed protecting me while I was pregnant with our son." "I'm sorry about that," Naruto said, "but his sacrifice wasn't in vain as he protected what was precious to him with his life. He was an honorable man." "Thank you for your kind words," Hataru replied. Naruto then made a hand sign and suddenly there came a large burst of smoke that surrounded their immediate vicinity. After the smoke cleared, Roka, Hotu and Hatsuma came to see the rest of the Uzumaki clan from Konoha surrounding them. "Everyone," Naruto declared, "meet 3 surviving Uzumakis who were found thanks to Seijiro-ji-san's spy network." That was when they took a good look at the newcomers whom they never met before. "These new Uzumakis are very young like yourself, Naruto," Roka commented as he now removed his hood off his head, revealing his long braided red hair that had some sleek streaks of black and white in his hair. "As it stands, I'm the oldest Uzumaki here." "Could have fooled us with your young appearance," Arisha remarked. "You're not hiding your true appearance under a genjutsu, are you?" "Don't mock me," Roka retorted. "I have no need to hide my true face like a coward." Tsunade felt a vein appear on the right side of her forehead as she felt the indirect verbal slap to the face from Roka's remark, though it wasn't intentional. Why would you even ask me such a stupid question? Roka inquired. Erasure was about to say something when he saw from the left side of his eye Tsunade cracking her knuckles with a toothy, sinister smile that promised him broken bones and misery in ICU. No reason really, Erasure said nervously, as he knew it would be wise to drop the topic now. Youths, Roka remarked after quietly catching the look and actions coming from Tsunade and putting two and two together. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and extended his arms out towards everyone and instructed, "Each of you hold me my arms and hands with one of your hands." Why? Hatsuma asked with a confused look on his face. Soul union, Naruto stated. You'll understand after everyone joins in arms with me. The other Uzumakis who had experienced this before nodded their heads and complied quickly. Roka, Hataru and Hatsuma decided to follow their example to see where Naruto was going with this. As soon as they complied, the soul union initiated between the clan members. The three newcomers were experiencing large loads of sensations, emotions and thought processes that they never felt before in their entire lives. They felt entirely connected with their brethren as they were sharing and communicating each other's life, understandings and bonds. Roka, Hataru and Hatsuma in all their years had never gone through an experience as that before. The love, the warmth, the loyalty, their understandings, so many ways to describe their new connections with their brethren. They finally found home, family and security and new bonds worth protecting with their lives. For Roka, having many years of experiences in Yuzuno Kuni and past personal ties and experiences with Ashina, he developed a new sense of loyalty to Naruto as he was Ashina's descendant and great-grandson. Roka formed a solemn commitment to carry out his new role among his younger brethren, seeing himself as their surrogate grandfather figure and protector. Hataru felt she found now just her distant nephews and nieces with the young Uzumakis, whereas with Tsunade, it was like she found an older sister. With her connection with Seijiro, she felt old sensations and emotions she had before starting to resurface. Hatsuma felt he found older brothers and sisters, aunts, a grandfather, and towards Seijiro, he felt like he found a role model and father figure in him. Naruto and the rest felt new attachments and bonds forming with their three newcomers. With Roka, they also sensed a strong power from him that was either Uzumaki or Senju. Naruto, after tapping further into Roka's being, however, was made fully aware of what that power within Roka was. After the soul union was concluded, all of the Uzumakis slowly pulled their hands away from Naruto, taking a moment to process everything that just happened. That was amazing! Hatsuma exclaimed excitedly. It felt as though I knew all of you my entire life and that mother and I were never alone. It was such a wondering experience. Hataru remarked, I never felt anything like it in all my life. You children truly are Uzumakis, Roka remarked. This new generation has talents that I wasn't expecting to see. And you have a heritage that's not common among the Uzumakis, Naruto stated as he looked directly at Roka. That is until the era of my ancestor Ashina. You're half Uzumaki like me. What are you saying, Naruto? Tsunade asked curiously. Like you, Tsunade Bacon, Naruto replied. He has mixed heritage. Only it's not Senju, but Uchiha. All eyes were now on Roka, who stood there unfazed by Naruto revealing his deeply kept secret to everyone there. You're half Uchiha? Seijiro asked in disbelief, catching everyone's attention, even Naruto's. You mean you didn't know Seijiro-ji-san? Naruto asked in surprise. I'd have told you had I known about this, Seijiro made clear. I would not have kept that a secret from you. My Uchiha heritage was a long-guarded secret, Roka revealed. Very few knew about my mixed heritage. How did you figure it out so quickly, Naruto? Through my soul union with you, Naruto revealed. While I connected with you, I felt an unusual power within you, a power I became very familiar with after my encounter with Uchiha Itachi some months ago. Not to mention that I have an Uchiha for a teammate. So you had an up-close encounter with that missing Nin before? Roka replied, It truly must have been an enlightening experience seeing that it helped you in figuring out my Uchiha heritage. Itachi is strong and formidable, Naruto admitted. I was careless when I first fought him and the Sharingan is something I'll be on guard on next time. Roka activated his dojutsu for everyone there to see and said I'll be more than happy to teach you and everyone here about the Sharingan. Cool! Hatsuma praised. I didn't know you have such amazing abilities. Neither did I, Seijiro said. And I was his student during my earlier days as a genin and chunin. An Uzumaki with all of the abilities of the Uchiha clan, Tsunade commented. My grandmother Mito never mentioned any marital union between the Uzumaki and the Uchiha clan. Mito-sama was aware of it as were the older generation of our clan, Roka said. But most of the younger generation Uzumakis weren't aware of it, and the older generation chose to keep it as a hidden secret from Konoha. Roka deactivated his Sharingan and changed his eyes back to normal. Tell us everything about yourself and who your parents were, Naruto said. Everything. No secrets. Why was your heritage guarded and kept secret from the rest of the Uzumaki clan? It was to keep both me and my mother safe, Roka revealed. My father was Uzumaki Kenshin. He was one of the most feared and strongest swordsmen and seal masters Yuzuno Kuni ever produced, trained by Ashina-sama himself. My father fought in many battles, and he also fought alongside our cousin clan, the Senju clan, with our other Uzumaki brethren during the Shinobi clan wars. His speed, strength and caliber were rivaled by Senju Tobarama-sama, who would later become Konoha's knight. My father and Tobarama-sama would occasionally have their spars, but it always became fierce between them as they were always trying to prove who was swifter, faster, and more skilled with the sword. Their rivalry pushed them to always improve and hone their skills as far as they could push them. Some of our brethren and some of our Senju cousins at first thought that both my father and Tobarama-sama hated each other. But that wasn't the case at all. They later learned that both my father and Tobarama-sama actually had the utmost respect and admiration for each other and their abilities. But in spite of all of their improvements, their matches always ended in a draw, as they were never able to topple the other. Never once did they ever take their matches with each other personal, as some used to believe. It was those matches with Tobarama-sama combined with Ashina-sama's training and his earlier training with my grandfather, Uzumaki Seijiro, that helped him become one of Yuzuno Kuni's strongest S-class swordsmen and seal masters. On the battlefield, my father was swift, stealthy, deadly, and brutal. His enemies and others who feared our clan had known him, not by his real name, but by his alias, Hidokiri Batasai the Manslayer. That's an interesting history lesson I'd love to teach to my class, Anoka remarked after a long period of silence. I'd love to narrate the lesson myself if you ever get the opportunity to teach your class, Roka replied. I'll arrange for that, Anoka said happily. I remember hearing about your grandfather sensei, Seijiro recounted, Uzumaki Seijiro. He was a legendary grandmaster swordsman and the one who originated the Batajutsu. Our homeland and people praised him as one of its best protectors. Seijiro-sama's skills during the revolution was one to the primary instruments in bringing about the end to the Shinobi clan wars. He was a living legend well known throughout many nations for his surreal mastery of swordsmanship. You haven't changed at all, Seijiro-kun, Hataru remarked with a grin. You were always a fan of our sensei's family's legacy. The boy had good reasons to, Roka stated. My grandfather's and father's legacies and accomplishments were nothing to sneeze at. My grandfather trained and taught my father his signature Batajutsu. This cloak that I'm wearing was made by my grandfather, and it used to be worn by him. It's comprised of several heavy materials that weighs down the wearer, as well as countersprings in the shoulders that constantly apply a pressure of roughly 200 pounds. The garment acted as a training device, helping him to maintain his strength and speed. It was given to my father as an heirloom, and my father always wore it before and after he became the Batasai. In time, I inherited it in succession of my father, Cool Rokujizan. Hatsuma praised. My father's mastery of that skill and reputation for defeating his foes in a single blow earned him the moniker, the Batasai. Roka continued. He was able to effortlessly cut through steel, and one of the few last master swordsmen able to perform the act of Moto Shujiri, in where an accomplished wielder of the sword wielding the best of blades were able to cut so neatly, the target can be reattached as if it was never cut. The focus point of his style is enabling him to move at God's speed to its fullest, striking and running about at speeds so immense and suddenly that he routinely outpaces the human eye and even dodges enemies' lightning jutsus. In the unlikely event his first strike misses his enemies, my father was equally adept in dual sword combat, using his sheath as a secondary weapon, able to use his ambidextrous swordplay to instantly unleash a secondary strike from his sheath, making it almost impossible to beat him once he takes the Batajutsu stance. My father was able to engage in prolonged battles, using a variety of techniques, enabling him to fight practically assault. He was able to use his environment to his advantage, flipping about and jumping off the terrain to confuse his foe and find an opening, even running across walls. He was also well known for his remarkable battle instinct, able to instinctively adapt to his opponent's style, letting him see through their true nature and read their attack patterns. That allowed him effectively counter an enemy's attack after seeing it once, if not neutralize the threat completely. While specializing in swordsmanship, my father also skilled in hand-to-hand combat prowess, able to calmly fend off a large group of foes with jujitsu and aikido maneuvers. Your grandfather and Ashina-sama taught Kenshin superbly, Seijiro remarked. Even Ashina-sama praised Seijiro-sama's accomplishments and contributions to our clan. During my father's time, Roka added, he did his best to live up to my grandfather's reputation and legacy. Uchiha clan during that time, however, tried to copy my grandfather's Batajutsu to incorporate it into their clan's Kenjutsu style. But as hard as they tried to, however, they were never able to truly copy it, and were only able to develop a bastardized version of it. Itachi learned that hard way recently when he encountered me, assuming that I was using sword techniques very similar to the Uchiha clans when in truth, the Uchiha clan were only able to develop a weakened lesser quality version of my grandfather's Batajutsu. I'm sure it must have been a humbling experience, Naruto remarked. Why was Itachi and Kisame after you? Itachi wanted to verify my Uchiha heritage since like all of Konoha he wasn't aware that I exist, Roka answered. He only knew me as Roka the Rogue Slayer. Whereas your father was the Manslayer, Akio pointed out. What became of Itachi and Kisame after they found you? Itachi and his partner Kisame however lived and got away, effectively escaping my wrath, Roka said. Lucky them, Naruto commented. As feared as my father was however, Roka continued, he later came to have a secret admirer, Uchiha Kaoru, the woman who eventually became my mother. She was one of the strongest and most polished female jounins produced by the Uchiha clan. She befriended Uzumaki Midosama and spent a lot of time with her in order to learn more about the Uzumaki clan. Why was Kaoru so interested in our clan? Akira asked. My mother, while growing up, heard many things about our clan and our reputation as one of the strongest and most feared clan, Roka explained. Though she was aware that Madara and Senju Hashirama were fierce rivals, she knew and understood why Madara never challenged the might of our clan in mortal combat. I always wondered why Madara never did despite how powerful he was, Tsunade asked. I mean, the Uchiha clan and Senju clan had warred against each other for years. Hell, Madara even went as far as to give my grandfather an ultimatum, and that was after he lost to my grandfather in a battle between just the both of them that lasted for 24 hours. Say what? Akira asked and then stated, that doesn't make any sense. Madara lost that battle and he presumptuously thought he was within his rights to make demands from Hashirama-sama? Madara wasn't known for modesty or humility, Tsunade replied, plus, he hated that my grandfather was always stronger than him. What was this presumptuous ultimatum Madara gave Hashirama-sama? Seijiro asked. The ultimatum was that he either kill my granduncle or kill himself if he wants the Senju clan to be trusted by him and the Uchiha clan, Tsunade answered. Madara lost that battle and he arrogantly thought he was within his rights to make such a preposterous demand from Hashirama-sama? Erasure asked. That's ludicrous, Karen stated. Madara, even with the eternal Mangekyo and all his might, couldn't beat my grandfather in that battle, Tsunade added. Madara was a very proud and arrogant man, and even to my disbelief, my grandfather almost went through with committing senpaku himself in front of Madara and my granduncle just so the Uchiha clan and Madara could make peace and trust the Senju clan. Almost? Naruto asked. What stopped him from going through with it? Not what, Tsunade clarified, but who? Shockingly, it was Madara himself who stopped my grandfather from actually gutting himself open after seeing how far he was willing to go to stop the clan war between the Senju clan and Uchiha clan. Ironic, Akio remarked. I guess Madara respected Hashirama-sama's lack of hesitation in being willing to even sacrifice his own life if that's what it took to gain the Uchiha clan's trust. My grandfather's actions that day also led to a truce between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan before Konoha was founded by them, Tsunade added. Ashina-sama told me about that incident after Hashirama-sama related it to him, Roka revealed before his tone turned somber. However, Ashina-sama also explained that he told Hashirama-sama how he vehemently disapproved of his actions in nearly committing senpaku just to appease Madara, who lost to him in battle. It was the only time that Ashina-sama was truly pissed at Hashirama-sama, and it was the rarest occasion Hashirama-sama feared what Ashina-sama would do to him for pissing him off that badly. Comical, Naruto remarked. The Shodai didn't fear death, but he feared my great-grandfather's wrath. I suppose death would have been an act of mercy, Anoka commented. Ashina-sama was not a man to cross or underestimate, Roka stated. From what I know, Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sama and the Sandaime Hokage feared him for good reasons. Not to mention Ashina-sama was a Seo Grandmaster who was a lot older than all three of them, having lived more than 100 years. Yeah, Hatsuma remarked. That's definitely reasons to fear him. What was Ashina-sama's explanation for his anger and outrage at Hashirama-sama, if we may ask? Hataru inquired. Several weeks before that decisive 24-hour battle with Madara, Roka elaborated, Hashirama-sama had married Uzumaki Midosama after receiving Ashina-sama's approval and blessings for her hand in marriage. He explained to Hashirama-sama that his actions that day were foolish, irresponsible and reckless regardless of Madara's later actions. Ashina-sama also told Hashirama-sama that he would have left Midosama widowed only after being married for a few weeks without having a chance to conceive a child with him if he was allowed to go through with that senpaku. He made it very clear that to Hashirama-sama that no victorious noble clan leader with dignity and self-respect should bow to such ridiculous demands of an enemy clan leader who he defeated in open combat just to gain their trust and that of their clan. Ashina-sama stated that he would have killed Madara before burning his body to ashes on the spot had he been in Hashirama-sama's position that day, especially if Madara dared told him to either kill one of his closest Uzumaki brethren or himself if he wanted the trust of the Uchiha clan for the Uzumaki clan. Ashina-sama found Madara's presumptuous demand as an act of great disrespect and insolence regardless of the fact he stopped Hashirama-sama from going through with it. But it was the fact that Hashirama-sama was willing and was about through with it that Ashina-sama found truly insulting to him and the Uzumaki clan, since he had recently given Mito-sama's hand in marriage to Hashirama-sama. Ashina-sama's actions were like a father-in-law who got pissed off at his son-in-law's stupidity, Sejiro summed up. That's it in a nutshell, Roka confirmed. Ashina-sama did eventually forgive Hashirama-sama's recklessness and never brought it back up. Ashina-sama was more than strong enough to kill Madara in one fight. Even if Madara were to use his Susanoo and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at full power, Ashina-sama would have still beaten him completely, and taken much lesser time doing so. As for why Madara never challenged the Uzumaki clan, that's because of what happened many years ago while Mito-sama, Hashirama-sama, my mother, and Madara were young teenagers. Roka then looked at all of the Uzumakis waiting to hear his story as he took a breath and continued. Madara's uncle, Uchiha Sejiro, was tasked by his older brother Uchiha Taijima, Madara's father who was the Uchiha clan leader at the time, to lead a team of 12 Uchihas, 6 men and 6 women, all of them high jounin level, on a secret mission, infiltrate the Uzumaki clan and acquired as many secrets of the Uzumaki clan as possible, from advanced jutsus to advanced seals. They were only able to get to a certain point when security seals stationed around Yuzushiogakure alerted our sensor-type Uzumakis that unauthorized intruders infiltrated our village. Before Sejiro and his team could get further in locating where our most treasured seals and jutsu archive was located, our brethren intercepted them. Realizing that they were compromised, some of those Uchihas battled our brethren while Sejiro and his remaining team members escaped so they could continue their mission and find where our archive was kept. But they were all caught one by one and all 13 of them were detained. A couple of our brethren were injured, some a few seriously, but thankfully there were no casualties among them. Sejiro and his team of 12 were later brought before Ashina-sama who would decide their sentence. All of them paid severely for their crimes. How so? Kansui asked. Ashina-sama allowed them to live and return back to their Uchiha brethren, Roka said. Why would Ashina-sama consider letting them return to their clan as a penalty for their crimes in invading our village? Akemi asked. He didn't, Roka corrected. As punishment, Ashina-sama sealed away their dojutsu and permanently disabled their ability to pass on the Sharingan to their descendants. For the Uchihas, losing their bloodline limit and not being able to pass on the Sharingan to one's own future descendants was a dreaded fate. Even if they married an Uchiha who wasn't affected by Ashina-sama's actions, it wouldn't make a difference as that seal would be passed on to their descendants like a curse. Ashina-sama sent them back to their clan in disgrace and as living warning examples to the Uchiha clan. He personally warned and made it clear to Taijima that he'll declare open war and do the same to the entire of the Uchiha clan if they dare challenge and try to steal jutsus and seals from our clan ever again. Madara's uncle, Sejiro, was one of those Uchihas who suffered that humiliating fate. Unable to live with the dishonor and shame of permanently losing their bloodline limit, they all committed suicide. That served to enforce both fear and respect for our clan by many other shinobi clans. The Uchiha clan never challenged our clan again since that incident, fearing that Ashina-sama would cause the Sharingan to go extinct if he were to go through in declaring open war against them. How did your mother Kaoru react to seeing what happened to her brethren by Ashina-sama's hands? Hatsuma asked. She held no ill will towards our clan after she found out what they did to merit their tragic fate, Roka said. She saw that it was entirely their own fault for attacking the Uzumaki clan in first place. She and rest of the Uchiha clan blamed Madara's father Taijima for what became of them and his own brother. It was that blood guilt and shame that Taijima carried with him to the grave. It wouldn't be until years later when my mother met and befriended Mito-sama. That took place sometime after the Senju clan and Uchiha clan declared a truce and founded Konoha. What drew my mother's attention to Mito-sama was how beautiful and elegant she was, especially with her majestic long red hair. Before she and Hashirama-sama got married, Mito-sama accepted and took on a solo S-rank mission to wipe out a battalion of ninjas from an enemy clan that swore a blood oath to destroy our clan. Hashirama-sama, after hearing about that dangerous solo mission his fiancée was sent on by Ashina-sama himself, rushed as fast as he could to where she was. But he was shocked by what happened and what he saw. What was it? Hataru inquired. There was a massive earthquake that was felt for miles, Roka explained. After the earthquake subsided, Hashirama-sama continued on his way to see if Mito-sama was alright. When he arrived, he came to find that the entire mountain that the enemy clan resided in had completely collapsed on top of them. Mito-sama had destroyed and collapsed that entire mountain and wiped out that entire clan with that mountain after entrapping the mountain in a seal barrier to prevent their escape. How did she manage that incredible feat? Naruto asked. Mito-sama was a very gifted kunoichi. She had mastery over chakra control and she was an exceptional seal Grand Mistress with monstrous super strength and chakra reserves, Roka said. It was the combination those attributes that were utilized to wipe out that entire clan with their mountain in one attack. She became the first princess of Konoha after marrying Hashirama-sama. She was inspirational role model for many young kunoichis in Konoha. Tsunade spoke in. She also taught me chakra control and how to turn that into super strength after I became a chunin. Plus she had incredible healing abilities as she was able to heal her injuries just as fast as my grandfather. It was one of the reasons why I decided to take up medical studies and advance in it. But she never mentioned anything about Uchiha Keiru to me. My mother also saw Mito-sama as an inspirational role model and wanted so much to be like her, Roka revealed. She eventually approached and introduced herself to Mito-sama. They quickly became good friends as Mito-sama saw how much my mother deeply respected and admired her. My mother's friendship and sisterly bond with Mito-sama heightened her interest and fascination with the Uzumaki clan. Months later, Mito-sama and Hashirama-sama invited my mother to watch a spar match between Tobirama-sama and the man who'd later become my father, Uzumaki Kenshin. My mother was attracted to my father when she saw him, though she hid it well from him as he greeted and respected her as Mito-sama's dear friend. During the spar between Tobirama-sama and my father, my mother couldn't help to watch in amazement and awe at seeing how my father was able to hold his grounds and go toe-to-toe with the man who'd eventually become Konoha's knight. She saw and understood why my father was given the feared alias he was known by. Talk about first impressions, Arisher commented. As skilled as my father was, however, Roka said, Ashina-sama had often referred to my father verbally as his idiot apprentice. Everyone blinked for a moment as that caught all of them off guard. Say what? Naruto remarked. That's news to me, Seijiro admitted. I never knew that and I was your apprentice. I wasn't aware of that either, Hataru revealed and asked, why did Ashina-sama consider your father an idiot? As to why? Roka replied and then explained, I heard that there were times when my father, despite his intelligence and abilities, was rather dense and clueless. Wow! Kansui remarked, I hope that's not a shared trait for all of us Uzumaki males. Still, Roko continued, that didn't deter my mother's interest in my father or changed her views of him. Mito-sama was aware of my mother's growing attraction for my father, but she knew my mother was just too nervous to confess her feelings to him. Whenever my father was in Konoha on business or just to have his occasional spars with Tobirama-sama, she would spy and secretly follow him around while hiding from his sight. It's funny as it is amazing how we Uzumakis have that ability in getting our future soulmates into behaving that way, Naruto remarked. But one day, something happened, Roka stated. After completing a solo mission from Konoha, on her way back, my mother heard the sounds of a fierce battle taking place. She turned and hurried over to the direction the sounds were coming from and came across my father batting a squad of mercenary elites called Anawabansha led by a man named Shinomori Aoshi. With them was also 10 Kumo ninjas. Their mission was to track down and kill my father by any means necessary. Rather than jumping in, my mother hid atop in one of the trees to watch and see how my father would fare against those Kumo ninjas and the Anawabanshu. She promised herself that she would jump in at the very moment she saw that he was going to be overpowered by those ninjas and mercenaries. But then she saw him also perform jutsu that she had never seen before. That being? Naruto asked. Kagebunshin, Roka revealed. Ashina-sama developed it and taught it to all of our brethren, and my father had taught it to Tobirama-sama before he recorded in what Hashirama-sama called the Forbidden Scroll of Sealings. I know about that scroll, Naruto interjected. I read through it once and memorized a lot of jutsus and seals from it. So what happened next? My father summoned a large squadron of Kagebunshins, Roka continued. The Anawabanshu and those 10 Kumo ninjas were surrounded by an army of Hitokiri Batasais. It was brutal slaughter. When the battle was over, my mother, still hiding atop the tree she in, saw that all that remained was only my father standing in the middle of the battleground that was covered in blood, gore and body parts everywhere. Not so much as one of those sent assassins survived or escaped his wrath. What she saw that day added to her understanding as to why our clan was so feared for our unrivaled mastery in seals, and why my father was known and feared as the Batasai. What startled my mother, however, was when my father called out to her to come out from hiding in the tree she was in. Kenshin knew Keiru-san was there the entire time? Seijiro implored. She was spotted by one of his clones who was surveying the area for any possible enemy ninjas hiding and looking to ambush him, Roka said. The clone dispelled itself and gave all the information to my father after his surveillance was done. So what happened after that? Karen asked, wanting to hear more like the rest of her brethren. My mother explained how she was on her way back to Konoha from her mission being completed when she heard sounds of a battle happening, which led her to where she found him battling those mercenaries, Roka continued. She said how she had never saw that Kage Bunshin jutsu before and how amazing it was when he combined it with his caliber as the Batasai. But to her surprise, Kenshin decided to teach it to her, something she happily accepted as it opened the door for her to spend time alone with my father. Rather than immediately returning back to their respective villages, my mother and father stayed together for a couple of days and got to know each other better. They camped out in the forest far away from where the battle with those mercenaries took place. During those days, my father taught and trained my mother and sparred with her before they eventually parted ways and returned to their respective villages. But that wouldn't be the last time they'd meet secretly and train together. Over the next few months, my father trained and taught my mother kenjutsu and some seals. Her enhanced skills, speed and prowess reaped amazing results, especially since she carefully and discreetly used Kage Bunshins to help her in her advancements. In time, she became one of the most formidable elite kunoichis of her clan, but that was what gained Uchiha Madara's attention and interest, as he had been carefully watching over a period how much she changed and improved in such a relatively short time. He saw her as not only very beautiful, but very strong and skilled among the women of their clan. As a proud clan leader, Madara wanted the best female Uchiha at his side as his wife, much like how Mito-sama was to Hashirama-sama. With his eyes and desires set on my mother, he made an official clan leader decree that he would take and marry my mother at a future time. Thus comes the inevitable love triangle between her, your father and Madara, Akira commented. Far from it, Roka corrected. My mother had no interest or love for Madara. She completely despised him, and wanted nothing to do with him. She was already deeply in love with my father and wanted to be with him, but she knew she couldn't risk Madara finding out that she had been secretly seeing and dating my father, especially after he made an official clan leader decree that she was to become his future wife. She knew Madara wouldn't allow or stand for her being with any other man except himself, let alone that man being an Uzumaki. Madara would have forbidden her from seeing my father again if he had found out about her secret relationship with my father. How did your father react to learning about Madara's decree? Hataru inquired. My mother didn't know how to tell him, Roka answered. She didn't know what to do, and she certainly didn't want to marry Madara, let alone have his children. She knew she couldn't keep it a secret from my father for long, as she knew that Madara would eventually set a date to marry her. She had to tell and explain everything to him. She just didn't know how or when. But one day, as my mother was returning from another mission while thinking about how she was going to tell my father about Madara's decree, she found my father in the woods wounded and half-conscious. Shocked and horrified, she hurried over to him before he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself resting inside a tent my mother had set up after she had cleaned and bandaged his wounds. How was he wounded? Naruto asked. From a fierce battle he had with a long-time mortal enemy, an assassin named Makoto Shishio, Roka answered. Though my father was wounded, however, from what he explained to my mother, the battle ended when he impaled Shishio to a wall with his own sword and then burned him alive. It wouldn't be until much later when my father found out that Shishio survived their last battle, but sustained severe body disfigurements beyond the healing skills of the best medics of that time. Shishio had sworn terrible revenge against my father for his humiliation and irreversible body disfigurement, which forced him to cover his entire body with bandages to conceal his disfigured body. Your father truly lived up to his name as the Batasai, Hatsuma commented. So what between your father and mother in meantime? They went missing for a couple of days as my mother nursed and healed my father's wounds and injuries, Roka continued. She wasn't the best medic but knew things about healing herbs and ointments that aided in my father's recuperation and recovery. She stayed by his side the entire time and made sure they both had food to eat. This drew them even closer together than before as they fell more in love with each other. That's so romantic, Akio remarked, with her other triplet sisters and other female Uzumakis agreeing with her. I never thought a romance between one of our brethren and an Uchiha was possible considering the bad blood that existed between our two clans. During their time alone, Roka went on, my mother finally built up the courage to tell my father about Madara's decree to take and have her as his wife later on that same year. She openly cried while explaining that to him, as she didn't want to live or spend her life with Madara and that she knew Madara wouldn't give her his blessings or his permission, no less to marry and live with my father. She also knew that Madara's pride wouldn't allow him to live with the embarrassment of retracting his decree to allow her to marry another man other than himself. And if Madara were to find out that she went and marry my father behind back despite his decree, it would lead to an international incident, as he would cause political problems between Konoha and Yuzushiobikure. Wow! Karen remarked, I had no idea it was that big a deal. Trust me, young lady, Roka stated, we men will move mountains and take down armies when it comes to wanting and winning that one woman who we desire to have at our right-hand side. I can attest to that, Naruto agreed with his right hand raised to the air. Likewise, Erashur chimed in as he also raised his right hand and grinned and winked at Karen as she unconsciously blushed in return. How did your father take to hearing what your mother explained? Akemi inquired. This ought to be good, Tsunade remarked as she, like the rest of her Uzumaki brethren, wanted to hear more of Roka's story. My father said he'll fight for her, Roka answered. He didn't care about Madara's decree as Uchiha clan leader. He stated that if he has to face Madara in combat to win her over, he'll do so, even if it means fighting Madara to the death. That's how much my father loved my mother. That's the kind of man every good woman desired to have in her life, Akira said with dream-filled eyes. If a man isn't willing to fight and protect the woman that he proclaims he loves at all costs, even if it means losing his life, then he's not worthy of her, Naruto stated sagely. I know this from my own experience, which is one of the reasons why my girlfriend Hinata is loving and very loyal to me. I'm happy to hear that, young man, Roka said. My father would have been proud to hear that from you if he were still alive. And speaking of my father, he reassured my mother not only of his love for her but that he would fight and protect her no matter the cost. And that proclamation was put to the test. That now got everyone's attention. What happened? Seijiro asked. When my father didn't return to Yuzuno Kuni as scheduled for days with no word sent to the village about his whereabouts or what became of him, Roka explained, as Shino-sama personally went to search for him and track him down. After a few days, he found them together at their campsite. When he found them, he saw my mother sitting on my father's lap making out with him outside their tent. Before things escalated between them, my father realized Ashina-sama was standing and looking right at them stoically. Ashina-sama's greeting words to my embarrassed father, with my mother being equally red-faced and embarrassed, was, "Idiot apprentice. This better be good." That had to have been very awkward for your parents to be caught like that, Anoka figured. I can only imagine the look on Ashina-sama's face on seeing his student making out with an Uchiha. Ashina-sama at first wasn't receptive of the fact that his apprentice was romantically involved with a female from a clan that he, Ashina-sama, made warming examples out of after they crossed both him and his brethren. My mother explained that she knew of what her brethren had done to offend to the Uzumaki clan years ago, as she was there when they were returned to her clan in disgrace. But she made it known that she had nothing to do with it. Ashina-sama replied to her that he was aware that Madara stated that he wanted her as his promised wife. My mother and father were surprised that he already knew about that, and that he was well aware of their secret relationship. How did my great-grandfather find out about that? Naruto asked. Ashina-sama revealed that he had been keeping tabs on my father's activities and on his more than frequent trips to Konoha and his unusual longer stays there, Roka answered. But he was waiting for my father to come clean and explain to him his involvement with my mother. My mother told Ashina-sama that it was her fault that my father didn't reveal to him sooner about how they have been seeing each other for some time, as she didn't know how he would react to them being in love with each other. She added that as Uchiha clan leader, Madara was within his rights to seek her hand in marriage, though it's not something she wanted, as she didn't love him but wanted to be with my father. My father spoke up and told Ashina-sama that he'll take Kaoru as his wife regardless of what Madara does in retaliation against him, and even if he, Ashina-sama, as Uzumaki clan leader, disapprove of their marital union. Ashina-sama looked directly at both of them and saw how serious they were about defending their love and bond with each other, regardless of both clan leaders choosing to disapprove of allowing them to marry. What was my great-grandfather's reply to Kenshin? Naruto asked. Idiot apprentice and silly woman, Roka answered, causing everyone to chuckle as he continued. Ashina-sama told them that he said nothing about ending their relationship and that he simply wanted an explanation for their secrecy from him. He promised that they would be allowed to be married and live together. However, Ashina-sama said that in order for that to happen, Uchiha Kaoru had to die. In other words, Seijiro deciphered, Kaoru would have to stage her own fake death in order to deceive Madara and the rest of her clan in Konoha that she was killed in battle. You catch on fast, Roka remarked. You taught me well, sensei, Seijiro replied, but it was a very dangerous gamble as anything could have gone wrong, Roka continued. Also, planning her own fake death wasn't as easy as cake as choosing which mission would be the most believable and conceivable for her demise, considering her caliber and prowess as a jounin and elite Uchiha wasn't easy to choose from either. 3 months had gone by and they still were no closer to devising a plan to stage her own death with her body never turning up. And the timing couldn't be any more worse, as Madara had set the date for his marriage to my mother, which was in 6 weeks' time. Talk about pressure under fire, Kansui remarked. What were they able to do to stop Madara from marrying her and prevent an international incident? Ashina-sama had a secret meeting with my parents and with Mito-sama, Hashirama-sama, and Tobarama-sama at an undisclosed location outside of Konoha. After everything was explained to the three of them, together, they came up with a believable plan that would convince everyone that my mother was killed on a mission. A week later, my mother and her team were assigned by Hashirama-sama to carry out a secret S-rank mission against one of Kumo's bases of operations, as Konoha and Kumo were at war with each other. They were to infiltrate and destroy that base as it was one of their major points of operations in providing supplies and weapons to their ninja forces. At some point in the mission, my mother told the rest of the team to continue with the mission as she would keep the main Kumo forces distracted. Her team was successful in taking out that base, but when they went back for my mother, the only thing they found was her damaged sword with traces of her blood on it, and around a small area she was last in. From what one of the ninjas of the Inuzuka clan with them smelled, my mother was ambushed by one of the Kumo ninjas' summoned beasts, a massive bear of some form. From what that Inuzuka ninja smelled, he believed that her body was completely devoured by that bear before teleporting away. After returning to Konoha, they reported to Hashirama-sama on the mission's success and of my mother's grisly demise with her damaged, blood-covered sword as evidence. Madara didn't take the news of her reported death so well. He angrily blamed Hashirama-sama for sending her on that mission which led her death. He even accused her teammates of sacrificing her for the mission's completion. Hashirama-sama argued that my mother volunteered to stay behind and hold back the main forces so the rest of her team could complete the mission. He made it clear that the Inuzuka ninja with them confirmed she was killed via ambush by one of Kumo's bear summons, and that no one could have predicted that was going to happen. Madara took her damaged sword and left the tower to return to his clan's estate. He stayed in isolation for some time, and it was believed that my mother's believed death was one of the factors that served to fuel Madara's distrust and hate for Hashirama-sama and the Senju clan. But what really happened after my mother separated from her team was that one of the Kumo ninjas summoned a massive bear to chase after and killed her teammates, who continued on their way while they dealt with my mother. Seeing the danger her teammates were in, she went after the bear and chased it down as the Kumo ninjas tried to overpower and kill her. She deflected their attacks and successfully got in front of the bear as it looked ready to strike her dead. But it eventually stopped and calmed itself down as he looked directly at my mother, confusing the Kumo ninjas who were out to get her. What happened was that my mother placed that summoned bear under a genjutsu with her Mangekyo Sharingan. She had the Mangekyo Sharingan? Tsunade asked. When did she achieve that? The same night she cried and told my father about Madara's official marriage decree, Roka explained. She was in great emotional stress and traumatic turmoil that night, and expressed that she only wanted to be with my father, and no other man. It was then that my father declared his love for her and readiness to fight and die protecting her at all costs so he could have her as his wife. It wasn't hatred or traumatic loss, it was my father's declaration of love for my mother that awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Madara wasn't aware she had achieved an awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan. There's a lot about the Sharingan we don't know about, Naruto said. You'll have to enlighten us about it at a future time. Roka nodded his head in agreement and continued. With her newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, she used it also on the Kumo ninjas who had pursued her and slaughtered them. She purposely damaged her sword and cut her left palm to pass some of her blood on her damaged sword and around a few nearby areas. After bandaging her left hand, she had the bear place her inside his mouth before he teleported away from the area and to the location where she was to meet up with Ashina-sama and my father. They were surprised by the giant bear's sudden appearance in front of them. They got ready to attack and kill it until my mother appeared from out of his mouth to stop them from attacking. She explained what happened and then had the bear return to its domain with no memories of what happened or that it was under a genjutsu. My mother and father returned with Ashina-sama to Yuzuno Kuni. Ashina-sama summoned our entire clan and made them all aware of Kaoru being an uchiha who left the Uchiha clan to become a member of our clan and that she was to marry my father. They were told the whole story of how it all happened. Ashina-sama had my father explain everything himself to our entire clan if he wanted our brethren to fully trust her. It helped that my father had the backing and support of not only Ashina-sama, but also of Hashirama-sama, Mito-sama and Tobarama-sama who appeared and vouched for my parents. Seeing all of them together gave our brethren 100% confidence that my mother could be trusted as a new member of our clan, especially after she disowned her birth surname and took on our clan's surname. When she married my father, she became known as Uzumaki Kaoru. A year after their marriage I was born, the first Uzumaki Uchiha offspring, son of Hitokiri Badasai. My parents educated and trained me while growing up. My father also trained me in his signature Batajutsu. They told me everything about their past, how they met and my mixed heritage. Roka took a couple of steps forward so he could stand in front of everyone present, and then continued with his back facing everyone. My mother thoroughly trained me in the use of the Sharingan, and because of my Uzumaki heritage, she knew my Sharingan abilities would be stronger, and that I would surpass those of her own one day. And that will aid me to better explain things to all of you in another way. What way would that be? Sidrio inquired. A moment later, Roka turned to face his brethren with eyes closed. And as soon as he turned around, he opened his eyes again, only to reveal to them his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, catching everyone with his dojutsu. Everything suddenly went black in an instant. A moment later, Everyone now found themselves no longer in the forest they were in, but in what was clearly an old civilization. This can't be! Hataru exclaimed while not knowing what was going. It's our homeland Yuzu no Kuni. This is our village, Yuzushiogakyur. No! Naruto corrected, this is Tsukiyomi. Yes indeed, Roka said as he materialized in front of everyone. I have what the Uchiha clan refer to as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is the strongest known form on the Sharingan. And one of the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities is creating this illusionary world called Tsukiyomi. An illusionary world? Karen asked, like a genjutsu? No, Naruto corrected. Tsukiyomi is far stronger and more potent and influential than common any standard genjutsu, and it has lasting psychological effects on the recipients who aren't strong enough to break out of it. This is if the user doesn't have ill will toward the recipients of his Tsukiyomi. But Roka clearly has good reasons for resorting to this ability. Which is why I brought you all here, Roka elaborated. In Tsukiyomi, I control time, space, and matter. 1 second in the real world can be like hours, days, weeks, months, or years here. In Tsukiyomi, everything here and your experiences here feels real. I brought all here to show you what life in Yuzu no Kuni was like from my point of view, years before its destruction. Seijiro and Hataru will recall a lot of things that I'll now reveal. Soon everyone started seeing people appearing going about their lives and business. The village was bustling and active with everyday life, with some kids either playing and getting involved in play mischief. Every man, woman, and child all had red hair, either short or long, in whatever hairstyle they chose. They were seeing many kinds of department buildings, stores, shops, and homes that were in Yuzushiogakyur during its prime years. Roka also showed them a particular 7-story building that Seijiro and Hataru were all too familiar with. I remember this building, Seijiro recalled. It was where Ashina-sama resided and took care of all affairs concerning our clan and homeland. That building was known as the Vortex. Our clan and country also had its own shinobi council and hierarchy, Roka revealed, and then he went into further details. Ashina-sama, Seal Grand Master, clan leader, ruler of Yuzu no Kuni and highest-ranking commander of the Uzumaki ninja force. I was clan deputy and council spokesman, second to Ashina-sama in rank and authority, and placed with the responsibility to see to it that official decrees and regulations made by Ashina-sama and the council were carried out and fulfilled to completion. Uzumaki Naoto, the clan treasurer and council secretary. Uzumaki Izuka, the archiver and record keeper of seals. Uzumaki Takashi, the coordinator of civilian and domestic affairs. Uzumaki Hirokazu, the coordinator of commercial trade and foreign affairs. Uzumaki Kazuyuki, the Ninja Academy headmaster. Uzumaki Yuji, the overseer of the Uzumaki Mask Temple. Uzumaki Oshima, the clan medical director. Together, we were known by our people as the Governing Spiral. The Governing Spiral? Naruto repeated, I like that. It's catchy. I have to remember to re-establish that order again. It should be noted that all members of the Governing Spiral were S-class ninjas and proficient experts in seals, Roka added. Together, the Governing Spiral made sure that everything within Yuzu no Kuni and Yuzushiogakyur operated smoothly. Roka then took them to another building, turned out to be the Ninja Academy that the Uzumaki children were sent to, and how many of them became ninjas at various young ages depending on their skills and caliber. But their passing to become ninjas depended on their abilities to read and write intricate seals and demonstrate that the seals work, form adamant and chakra chains from out of their bodies, and execute ninjutsus alongside water walking and tree walking. I remember my days here this academy, Seijiro recalled. Ninja training at this academy wasn't to be taken lightly. It makes the training we saw at Konoha's Ninja Academy look like a joke. You always stood out as one of the best students during our time there, Seijiro-kun, Hataru said. I always saw how determined you were in fulfilling your goals and dreams of becoming the next clan deputy. Some thought it would be a very difficult goal to fulfill, Seijiro remembered, but that's what made me all the more determined, to prove that it could be done. Yuzu no Kuni made sure to have strong successors to surpass their predecessors, Roka spoke in as she started show scenes of his life growing up. Over the years I grew up in Yuzu no Kuni. I became one of our country's best prodigies with the goal of becoming clan deputy. At the age of 14, I was taken under Ashina-sama's wings and trained by him personally, like how my father before was. Having Ashina-sama as a sensei was no walk in the park. He was a hard teacher, some things brutal. But that was one of reasons why my father, and others trained by Ashina-sama himself, became such badasses during our prime. Sweet. Anoka remarked, that's something certainly I'll add to my history lessons at the Ninja Academy. Be that as it may, Roka remarked, but then added, Ashina-sama knew it would find use for me and my Sharingan one day. But being of mixed heritage also placed me in danger. My parents knew that if Konoha and the Uchiha clan ever found out that I exist, they would demand an explanation and reasons for the deception of my mother's supposed death. Therefore, I was forbidden by both my parents and Ashina-sama from ever going to Konoha or meeting any of my Uchiha brethren. It wasn't up for negotiations. They were very strict on that. It had deeply saddened me that I would never meet my mother's uchiha brethren or step foot in her homeland in Konoha where the other half of my heritage was. But I knew that my parents were protecting me, and they made me aware of Madara, who would have tried to kill me on the spot in pure rage if he found out I was my parents' son. At my young age, there was no way I would have survived Madara's wrath without my parents and Ashina-sama's protection. Even though I always wanted to see my mother's homeland, I never disobeyed their warnings and stayed as far away from Konoha. I can relate, Naruto remarked. I'm half Uzumaki myself like Yuroka, and I never got to step foot in my mother's homeland either before its tragic destruction by enemy forces. Of course, there are major differences between us. You knew your heritage all your life, whereas Sandaime-jizan and the Shinobi Council and hierarchy hid my heritage from me for most of my life. I had to investigate and find out my heritage on my own. Konoha had a lot of misgivings they had to atone for, and so it's been going our way. That's good to know, Roka replied. Do you recall when I said Makoto Shishio swore terrible revenge against me, father? Roka showed them scenes of what he was going to discuss next. Well, he was a man who sought to live up to his words. When I was 17 years old, Makoto Shishio returned to settle an old score with my father. That would be my father's final battle, which cost him his life, as Shishio was seeking to kill not only my father, but me and my mother as well with newly team of assassins he hired. My father died, killed those assassins, and Shishio as well to protect me and my mother. His body was brought back to our homeland where he was mourned and given honorable burial. 7 years later, I married a woman named Uzumaki Reiko and had twin daughters soon after. Their names were Asaka and Rukia. 2 years after that, when I was 27, I was assigned to teach and train Seijiro when he was 7 years old. Having Seijiro as my trainee was like having a miniature version of myself. He mirrored everything I did, and that made teaching and training him easier. You became the clan deputy by that time, and I had set my goals on becoming your successor as the next clan deputy after you stepped down, Seijiro said. It only made sense to me that I imitated you and how you did things. And it worked for you in the end as you got to fulfill your dreams. Roka agreed and added, Seijiro was my prize student, and after he became Chunin, he was given 2 Uzumakis to be under his command, Hataru here and Satoma. I won't hide the fact that Hataru, while under Seijiro's supervision, fangirled over Seijiro. It was more than clear that Hataru had a huge crush on him. Roka-sensei! Hataru exclaimed with a darkened, embarrassed blush on her face as Roka showed what he was talking about as everyone watched how Seijiro, Hataru and Satoma interacted. Seijiro was shown leading his team out of main entrance of Yuzushio-gakure with Hataru and Satoma following from behind him. Hataru looking dreamingly at Seijiro with hearts on her eyes, while Satoma shook his head with disgust with a look that asked, why does he and Seijiro have to be stuck with the violent fangirl? This is embarrassing. Hataru wailed as her son and a few others laughed at her behavior during her younger years. While I knew Hataru-chan respected and admired me very fondly, I just didn't know how to respond to her feelings, Seijiro said under his breath, which was unfortunately heard by Roka and others. You were a teenage prodigy with a focused mind and spirit, Seijiro, Roka replied. But you were so focused on fulfilling your dreams that you didn't pay attention to the number of girls who were interested in you. But in spite of being a prodigy, you were completely clueless back then and not knowing how to reciprocate a girl's feelings for you, just like my father before you. You don't have to rub butter to the burn, Roka-sensei. Seijiro frowned at being told something he never knew or realized back then. Hold up. Erasure realized. You mean to say that even now you never once had a girlfriend, Seijiro-ji-san? You're still a virgin, and what of it? Seijiro replied with an annoyed tone. It's just not what I expected, Erasure said with a shrug. I thought you of all people had experiences with women before in some form or other. I'm not surprised this is coming out of you, Erasure, Kansui remarked. The truth is that Seijiro, as skilled of a ninja as he was in his youth, was actually shy and timid when it came to females, Roka revealed. He didn't have a clue how to approach and talk to girls despite the number of them who liked him. What Hataru didn't know was that Seijiro secretly did like her a lot. But I was waiting for him to make a move or at the very least tell Hataru that he really liked her. Roka-sensei. Seijiro growled as he hated how his former teacher was revealing his and Hataru's embarrassing past that they didn't want the younger Uzumakis to ever know about, let alone watch and see through the Tsukiyomi that Roka was producing. Thought the mental link he had with them. Hatsuma was seen laughing at his mother's behavior as a younger girl, with the rest of the Uzumakis looking on in amusement with some chuckles escaping their mouths. It's so true that the older generation always know how to embarrass the younger generation. Hataru groaned before she turned to look back at Seijiro, who looked like he just lost all of the colors to himself. He looks worse off than me. Roka, having enjoyed embarrassing his former student and the woman who had a crush on Seijiro heavily in her youth, decided to change the scene to more serious ones. They saw when the Uzumaki clan ninjas went into battles against enemy forces from other villages and clans, when Mito temporarily returned to aid in exterminating the Chitsurugi clan. Seijiro, Hataru, Roka said, I'm sure you both recall Ashina-sama declaring war on the Chitsurugi clan for their crimes against our clan, yes? As clear a day, Seijiro said. We were all part of that war, Hataru recalled. Ashina-sama called it spiraling death, meaning every member of the Chitsurugi were to be completely wiped out, without a survivor. I'm sure Seijiro informed you all about the hatred and feud that existed between our clan and the Chitsurugi clan because of their crimes against our clan and attacks on our allies, Roka said. But it was what they did against my family that was the final straw that led to that clan's destruction. What happened? Naruto asked. My wife and 2 daughters were sent on an envoy to an ally clan that was going to give us a supply of rare minerals that were available in their land, Roka explained, but our allies messaged Ashina-sama, informing him that my wife and 2 daughters never arrived as scheduled. When I was informed of this, I took Seijiro, Hataru, and Satoma with me and hurriedly went in search of my family. After 2 days, we found them, stripped of their clothes and lying on the ground lifeless. I didn't allow Seijiro, Hataru, or Satoma to follow me closer to their bodies as I suspected what happened to my wife and young daughters. They stayed at a respectable distance as I went to identify their bodies. Upon reaching and examining them, I found that they weren't only ambushed and murdered. Everyone saw how Roka's mood changed to one of deep sorrows and regrets, as there was more to his story. But they were also drugged and gang-raped repeatedly by their attackers. My wife and daughters weren't ninjas. They were trained and skilled medics and specialists in healing and in developing healing medicines. My wife and daughters worked under Uzumaki Oshima's supervision, who I mentioned earlier was our country's clan medical director. The envoy was for our clan to be given a supply of those rare minerals and special herbs for their medical research. We never anticipated that the Chitsurugi clan got word of their work and intercepted them to stop their research and future completion of their project. How did you find out that the Chitsurugi clan were responsible for those vile crimes? Akira asked. My youngest daughter confirmed it, Roka revealed. When I found her, her older twin sister and mother had already died, but she held on long enough to tell me what happened and who were responsible, but she died in my arms. I wept bitterly at that moment, which in effect awoke in my Mangekyo Sharingan that very same hour, and I wrapped their bodies in sheets before sealing them in a scroll. I had entrusted the scroll to Seijiro and his team before instructing them to return and bring back the scroll to the village and explain to Ashina-sama what happened. For my part, I went in search alone for my family's murderers and rapists. You see, the Chitsurugi clan were once close allies of Makoto Shishio and his band of followers. This also led to the Chitsurugi clan becoming my father's enemies and eventually enemies to our clan as a whole. After learning of Shishio's death by my father's hands, they swore to avenge Shishio by making sure my father's family line doesn't continue and eventually die out. It was one of the reasons why my family was attacked by them besides them learning about their medical research. It didn't take me long to find them. They were high-ranked members of the Chitsurugi clan. They were a half-day's journey from their clan's land. But I didn't allow them to return to their clan as I ambushed and bound them with my adamantine chakra chains. But I didn't kill them. Instead, I brought all 6 of them back to Yuzuno Kuni as proof that they were the culprits responsible for what they did to my wife and daughters. They stood condemned before our clan and clan leader as Ashina-sama not only sentenced them to death, but he allowed me to be their fitting executioner. How did you deal with your family's murderers and rapists? Karen asked. Fittingly, Roka replied as his tone turned darker and colder. I disabled their abilities to move any part of their bodies before taking them out of the village to the woods and stripping them of all of their gear and clothes until they were completely naked. After burning their clothes and destroying their gear, I left them with their sense of touch and feeling, but I made sure that they wished I hadn't. After pouring honey all over them, with my Mangekyo Sharingan, I placed them under a Tsukiyomi where in their minds they spent a week reliving the experience of having their genitals sliced off with katanas again, and again and again. When that was over, I released a herd of wild boars on them. I stood there and watched as they screamed loudly and begged for help as those boars attacked and ate them alive. I wanted them to suffer, painfully and agonizingly before they died. Roka then showed them a funeral featuring 3 graves and the entire Uzumaki clan present at the funeral. If I may ask, Tsunade spoke up, what were your late wife and daughters researching that required rare minerals and special herbs? They were developing new herbal vaccines and medicines infused with Uzumaki healing chakra, Roka answered. They were on verge of a breakthrough, but certain resources that weren't available in Yuzuno Kuni were required. It turned out that our ally clan's land have plenty of those rare minerals and herbs they needed to perfect their project. While I'm no doctor, but my wife and daughters were unrivaled medics in a class of their own. Were any of their notes and research preserved? Tsunade inquired. Funny you should ask, Roka replied. Their research and everything they worked on were safely saved and sealed away. I made sure of that as I didn't want their legacy to be lost with their deaths. If I may, Tsunade requested, I would like to finish and complete their work. As you already know, I'm a world-renowned medic, and thanks to Naruto, Seijiro and Jiraiya, we set up our own medical training institution and corporation owned and operated by our clan, with me as its headmistress and executive director in charge of the entire institution. We call it the Uzumaki Medical Training Corporation. Also, Naruto made it clan leader law that every Uzumaki become a medic ninja, meaning you'll have to follow in your late family's footsteps in medical practice. I'd be honored to help you finish and complete what your family started. We owe it to them. Roka wasn't one to shed tears openly, but he saw this was a great opportunity for his brethren to not only benefit from his late family's work once it was completed, but for his family's medical legacy to thrive through his brethren by Uzumaki law. Consider it done, Roka agreed, and thank you. This would have been what my family would have wanted. Tsunade nodded her head in agreement. The story doesn't end here though, Roka said as he returned the attention back to his explanation. After the funeral, Ashina-sama sent what was left of those men's eaten bodies back to the Chitsurugi clan as the Uzumaki clan's declaration of war. Ashina-sama's orders were clear: leave no survivors. Take no prisoners. That entire was to be completely wiped out. Roka showed them the scene of all of the Uzumakis along with young Seijiro, Hataru, Satoma, and Mito mobilizing and ready for war, with Ashina taking the lead. He next showed them the war between the Uzumaki clan and the Chitsurugi clan and the mass genocide carried by the Uzumaki clan before they burned the entire estate to the ground. I regret that one of the Chitsurugi members had survived my attack when I thought I had killed him, Seijiro said. He lived to hunt down and slay our scattered brethren over the years until I finally tracked and ambushed him with Akio, Akemi and Akira at my side to avenge their family killed by him before I gave him the death blow, making sure he finally died. He was the last surviving member of that clan, but now he and his clan are no more. I see, Roka said. Well, it's in the past now, so all is forgiven. Roka then showed them the scene of him being in a hospital room with his aged mother Kaoru resting on a medical bed. She was sick and looked very tired as young Roka was standing next her medical bed. My mother was reaching the end of her life, Roka said. She was suffering from a rare and terminal disease that ended all prospects of her living a longer life, a sickness that my late wife and daughters were working on curing. That was also one of the reasons why the Chitsurugi clan intercepted and murdered my family, to prevent them from succeeding in finding a cure. Now I see the whole picture as everything is coming in full circle, Tsunade remarked. It all makes sense now. One of the reasons why your family needed those rare minerals and herbs for their medical project and research was because they were not only seeking to cure your mother of her terminal illness, but chances are that her sickness could have been hereditary. Like cancer, Roka remarked, and sad to say, you hit the hammer on the nail. It was hereditary, as my oldest daughter had the same illness but in its dormant state. My family were studying and researching both my mother's blood samples and those of my oldest daughter. They were also researching what could be the possible chemical chain reaction to cause the dormant illness to awaken and wreak havoc with my eldest daughter's body. Our best mineral resources in our homeland weren't potent enough to produce the desired results my family was looking for. My mother knew she didn't have long left to live, but being of Uchiha descent meant that she could give me one last gift to ensure my survival and defense against future enemies. She gave me her eyes and had me transplant them as replacements for my original eyes. You did what? Hatsuma exclaimed as he was creeped out by what he heard. You literally have your mother's eyes in your eye sockets instead of your own? It's what allowed me to upgrade my Mangekyo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and keep my sight, Roka patiently explained. Had my mother not done that for me, in time, continuous use of my Mangekyo Sharingan would eventually lead to me suffering permanent blindness. To avoid that, I have to be given the eyes of another Uchiha who possesses the awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. However, my mother never lost her sight despite the use of her Mangekyo Sharingan over the years. Why was that? Tsunade asked. Like I explained earlier, Roka reminded and clarified, her Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't awakened through emotional trauma, hatred or loss. My father's love for her, and her deep love for him and our clan awoken it, and because it was triggered by positive emotions and energy, her Mangekyo Sharingan was more potent and didn't suffer the negative drawbacks and eventual blindness that would have resulted had it been awakened through negative emotions and severe trauma like mine were. After giving me her eyes, my mother passed away not long after, succumbing to her illness. She was buried alongside my father by his grave. Though she was an Uchiha by birth, she was acknowledged by everyone as an Uzumaki and a great contributor to our clan. Roka then changed the scene to another one, that being of Ashina preparing to leave for Konoha with young Kushina, with Roka being left in charge until Ashina's return. Ashina-sama personally took his granddaughter Kushina to Konoha to become the new Jinchuriki of Kyubi as Mito-sama was reaching the end of her life. Ashina-sama explained to me the meeting he had with Konoha's Sandaime, and the hierarchy days earlier before Kushina's journey to that village. What happened that required him to escort Kushina there personally was that one of the members of the Konoha's hierarchy took an unwelcomed interest in Kushina. Shimura Danzo, Naruto and Shijiro said at the same time. Not surprising, Tsunade remarked. I take it that some of you heard of that man, Roka concluded, seeing the reaction of all by two Uzumakis, those two being Hataru and her son. Who's Shimura Danzo? Hatsuma inquired. He's very bad news, Naruto stated. He's one of the high-ranked members of Konoha's government, and our enemy. He runs an underground ninja military organization called Root. They're known for taking the most dangerous of missions and spying on the most dangerous of ninja and enemies. Most of them have unwavering loyalty to Danzo, though a few manage to escape becoming his most loyal puppets. He's a very ambitious, power-hungry warhawk who's been trying to recruit the strongest and most promising members of each clan in Konoha. And from what Shijiro-san and myself found out, Danzo has been trying to recruit members of our clan into his organization for years. And that leads to my next point, Roka remarked as Naruto allowed him to explain what he means. Before Kushina was sent to Konoha to become Mito-sama's successor as the Jinchuriki of Kyubi, Ashina-sama journeyed to Konoha to explain to the Sandaime Hokage and the hierarchy why Mito-sama needed Kushina as her successor, and how his granddaughter was chosen to become her successor to prevent Kyubi's rebirth and revival if Mito-sama was given a suitable successor. Danzo, however, saw this as an opportunity to try to manipulate the meeting to his advantage. He verbally undermined Ashina-sama's wisdom and understanding of Kushina's abilities and potential in front of everyone. He painted Ashina-sama as reckless and incompetent in choosing young and inexperienced Kushina as Mito-sama's successor, adding that Kushina at her level wouldn't be capable of being Mito-sama's worthy successor. He had suggested to Ashina-sama to give Kushina into his custody so he could properly teach and train her to become Konoha's ultimate sword and shield. Ashina-sama was not only insulted by Danzo's presumptuous arrogance and actions, but he saw through Danzo's scheme. Danzo was looking to weaponize and turn Kushina into his personal weapon and puppet. Ashina-sama didn't take too kindly to the idea of his granddaughter being anyone's tool, as he personally immobilized Sandaime and the rest of the hierarchy before resorting to his adamantine chakra chains to wrap and nearly squeeze Danzo to death in front of them. Ashina-sama then warned Danzo that if he got so much as one report from Kushina that he, Danzo, approached her in any way that made her uncomfortable, that he would personally return to Konoha and kill him and destroy his entire Root Umbu organization before taking Kushina back to Yuzuno-kuni. That's a piece of history I was not aware about, Naruto remarked. Nor was I or anyone else outside the hierarchy for that matter, Tsunade commented. It was an undisclosed secret meeting that wasn't made public to all of Konoha, Roka stated. Also, the Sandaime and the hierarchy covered it up as they didn't want it made public knowledge about how strong of an influence and hold Ashina-sama had over them. After brutally knocking Danzo unconscious, Ashina-sama made it very clear to Sandaime and the other two members of the hierarchy that he wanted Danzo to stay away from Kushina, otherwise he would return to kill Danzo and every member of Root and take Kushina back home, leaving Konoha without a Jinchuriki. And I would have never been born had that happened, Naruto remarked. No, you wouldn't have, Roka agreed, but thankfully it didn't turn out that way. Sandaime and the hierarchy deeply apologized and promised to make sure that Danzo stayed far from Kushina and tried nothing suspicious towards her. They were in no position to negotiate, as Ashina-sama had it within his abilities to put all of them to death despite his advanced age. Not surprising, since neither Hashirama-sama nor Madara ever challenged Ashina-sama, Kansui commented. That warhawk Danzo was always untrustworthy, Naruto stated. He tried spying on me and our brethren many times, but Shijiroji-san and I managed to keep him in his place. Roka now fast-forwarded everything and showed everyone the scene of the invasion of Kumo, Kiri, IWA, AIM and their allies in their combined attack on Yuzuno-kuni. It was a massive coalition of ninjas with one objective: wipe out and destroy the Uzumaki clan. The number was literally in the tens of thousands. With the exception of Konoha and Suna, Roka explained, the other three elemental shinobi nations and their allies and a few other shinobi villages sought our country's and people destruction. Our clan always had enemies and many hated and feared us, Hataru commented. I had a number of close calls myself during my time under Shijiro-kun's command. Yet you handle yourself rather well, Shijiro replied. You're still alive and had a son as a result. A son who grew up without his father, Hataru remarked lowly under her breath, but it was still within Shijiro's hearing range, so he heard what she said but gave no reply to it. Ashina-sama and all of Yuzuno-kuni found out about the massive international ninja coalition that was mounted against our clan and country. Roka said they were coming from different directions and setting up barricades in their effort to prevent our escape and trap us. With them were armies of different summoning beasts ready for war and our extermination. I remember the dark hour when they attacked our village, Shijiro said grimly. There was mass fighting and carnage everything that night. I know, Hataru spoke in. I remember trying to find you amidst the chaos and slaughtering. I didn't know where our teammate Satoma was either, and assumed that he was lost to the genocide. I wanted to stay and fight against our country's attackers and invaders, Seijiro said. I wanted to hurry and regroup with you and Satoma, but I was intercepted and pulled away by my parents as they fled. They had to literally force and drag me away from all of the fighting. I wasn't able to go back to find you or the others amidst the darkness and chaos. We lost a great deal of our people that night, Roka said. Our ninja forces were being overrun by mass legions. At that time we, along with the other members of the governing spiral, were doing our best to buy time for the surviving non-combatant civilians to escape the country. Ashina-sama saw that we were being overwhelmed not only in numbers by the legions of ninjas rushing at us but also by the sheer forces of the summoned beasts brought against us. They were hell-bent on wiping us off the face of the earth, Hataru remarked. I remember being knocked unconscious as I was looking for Seijiro-kun and my family. When I woke up, I found that I was miles away from Yuzuno-kuni with Uzumaki Hayashiro and his family. They informed me that my family was lost and that Hayashiro saved me from the Kumo ninja who knocked me unconscious and nearly killed me. Roka then revealed, extreme measures had to be taken to lower the casualties of our people. Roka showed them the scene of his younger self and Ashina commanding him alongside his top-ranked ninjas, under Ashina-sama orders, combined with my Uzumaki chakra. I used my Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to cast a massive genjutsu that had everyone, our enemies and people alike, believe that almost all of our people were slaughtered and killed. While a considerable number of our people did tragically die that day, however, the truth of the matter is that many men, women and children, civilians and ninjas alike, actually escaped our country's destruction that night and went into deep hiding all around the shinobi world. I can understand casting a genjutsu over the invading armies, Hatsuma asked, but why place the same genjutsu over our people? Because time was short, Roka explained, and there was no way I could have selectively chose who would be immune to my genjutsu or not. Plus, it gave our people the incentive not to look back and to keep running until they were far beyond our country's borders. As for the invaders, it gave them the incentive to stay and see the battle and invasion to the very end. They were expecting to take our country's riches, resources and secrets back to their nations as spoils of a great victory against our country and people. They were also planning to take back bodies of our fallen ninja forces to learn more secrets about our clan and abilities, with the idea that they could use and implement whatever discoveries they found to augment their ninja forces. Ashina-sama, however, was allowing none of that. He made sure that the invading coalition with its legions did not go unpunished or to freely hunt down and wipe out the rest of our people who fled and got away. My genjutsu brought our people enough time to escape past our country's borders under night's darkened skies. With our people now out of the country, our enemies remained to gather what they were expecting to be their spoils for victory, not knowing that Ashina-sama had sealed their fate. How so? Naruto asked. He initiated a Forbidden Master S-class contingency plan to wipe out our attackers in one strike known as Whitewash, Roka answered. Whitewash? Seijiro asked. What kind of contingency plan was that, and why was it forbidden? It was forbidden for major reasons, Roka explained. It was tremendously costly and extremely dangerous, even by Ashina-sama's standards. Only members of the governing spiral knew of that plan, and we swore to secrecy to never reveal its existence. It was that dangerous that no one outside the circle of the governing spiral was allowed to know of its existence. Hataru asked. It was an all-out last resort if all else failed to stop our enemies, Roka stated grimly. Like I said earlier, we had to resort to extreme measures to save and protect our surviving people and clan's secrets. Ashina-sama and the other members of the governing spiral chose to allow me to live as a surviving member. But I protested vehemently against that decision. Why? Naruto asked as he and everyone there wanted to know his reasons for disagreeing with Ashina and the members of the governing spiral about letting him survive. Because as a member of the governing spiral, Roka answered, I felt it was my duty and responsibility to be among my fellow members to wipe out the invaders, at all costs. I was ready and willing to die alongside my fellow members to protect our people. But Ashina-sama and my fellow members knew that our people would need someone with great understanding of our country, its civilization's infrastructure, and its rich history to be there to help re-establish our clans and our country's greatness. Ashina-sama neutralized me before placing me in a protective barrier before he returned to the rest of the members of the governing spiral. I was unable to do anything but be an eyewitness to Operation Whitewash. Roka paused for a moment before showing them through Tsukiyomi what Operation Whitewash was. Naruto and the rest of the Uzumakis saw Ashina and the other governing spiral members initiating Ashina's contingency plan. Roka began his explanation. Ashina-sama activated a wide barrier and trapped most of the invaders and their summoning beasts within Yuzuno-kuni. The other 7 members then gave Ashina-sama their chakra so he could combine them with his chakra. And that's when, suddenly, a gigantic and very violent earthquake that was felt for many miles rocked the entire country of Yuzuno-kuni. It was an extraordinary earthquake that was never felt before. It lasted for a while and slowly died off, leaving enemy ninjas who weren't hurt by the earthquake to get back on their feet and help their comrades who were injured by the earthquake. An earthquake? Seijiro inquired and then confirmed, yes, I remember now. There was an earth of colossal size that happened after my parents and I reached past our homeland's borders. But we were never able to make sense of it since our homeland isn't seismically active. I remember also that there was a violent earthquake that ripped through our homeland, Hataru recalled. Hayashiro, his family and I couldn't understand how an earthquake could have happened when there were never earthquakes in our homeland before. That's because that earthquake wasn't natural, Roka revealed, it was artificially generated. Those members of the governing spiral gave every last bit of their chakra to Ashina-sama, all of it, self-sacrificially. With that much chakra at his disposal, Ashina-sama triggered a massive, powerful earthquake deep under the ocean bed, which in effect triggered not just a tsunami, but a mega tsunami. A mega tsunami? Akemi repeated questionably. What makes a mega tsunami so different from other tsunamis that happened in other parts of the world? Akira inquired. Look! Roka directed as he pointed to the ocean and showed everyone what he was talking about. Oh shit! Kensui cursed after seeing what Roka was showing them. What the hell? Anoka screamed frightfully. What? The fuck? Tsunade said in a soundless whisper. Even though it was a Tsukiyomi, everything felt entirely real, which startled and frightened everyone. For everyone, especially Seijiro and Hataru, they couldn't help but absolute terror when they saw from Roka's point of view Yuzuno Kuni's final moments, under a bright white full moon, a mountainous colossal tsunami that stretched for miles with the terrifying height of 1,720 feet was traveling at 500 miles per hour from the ocean. The group then saw Ashina and the other governing spiral members give young Roka their final goodbyes before dying of extreme chakra exhaustion. All of the invading enemy coalitions and their armies of summoning beasts soon saw the mega tsunami coming directly at them with all its force, and there was no way to stop it. Run! Many of them yelled as they turned and ran as fast as they could from the deadly mountainous wave of ocean water. Naruto and everyone there saw and felt the power that mega tsunami was coming with as the enemy forces ran and screamed in fear for their lives. The colossal towering tsunami then rushed in at seemingly lightning speed and swept them away while young Roka remained safe within the protective barrier Ashina placed around him. The dome around him floated and carried him safely on top of the mega tsunami as he eyewitnessed all of the devastation and destruction the mega tsunami was wreaking in its wake. By the hundreds the deadly tsunami engulfed and destroyed the invading armies. Some attempted and used earth jutsus to create high barriers of walls to stop the tsunami, but it was of no use as the mega tsunami broke right through them effortlessly. Over on the other side of the towering mountain-like hills, the other remaining legions were hearing loud roaring noise while wondering what was going on. Their answer came when they looked to the mountainous hills with widened eyes filled with shock, disbelief and horror as the ocean's waters rose high above the hills and rushed down into their path in a colossal devastating surge. Run! Several of the invading ninjas screamed as they and the rest of the armies abandoned their posts in an effort to escape the tsunami's onslaught. They had felt the earthquake from earlier but had no idea that it would result in what was now going to be their deaths. Unreal! Naruto remarked with absolute shock and horror as he and all of his brethren were watching the destruction from Roka's point of view as though they were there when it happened. The summoning beast tried to escape via teleportation, Roka said, but the barrier that Ashina-sama activated and surrounded all of Yuzuno Kuni with cancelled out any sort of teleportation. All of the invading legions trapped within the barrier tried futilely to escape for their lives, but it was to no avail as the mega tsunami submerged all of Yuzuno Kuni underwater. This is so hard to believe, Hataru said with a breathless tone. So this was what happened from that earthquake, Seijiro remarked. That mega tsunami was what destroyed Yuzuno Kuni and left it in ruins, Roka explained. That night, Ashina-sama made sure all of those invading legions and their summoning beasts suffered his wrath, and that of all of Yuzuno Kuni. The mega tsunami eventually subsided, causing all of the ocean waters brought miles inland from it to recede back into the ocean. After all of the waters returned back to the ocean, I found myself standing on my 2 feet again, in front of the calmed ocean. Ashina-sama's barrier around Yuzuno Kuni and the one that was around me deactivated, having fulfilled their purpose. I stood there alone, quietly with only the full moon shining ever brightly above the ocean and the clear night skies. In his death, Ashina-sama plunged and dragged all of those invading legions and their summoned beasts with him down to the bottom of the ocean. And all of the bodies of our fallen people and the governing spiral were also taken down with Ashina-sama, buried with him deep under the ocean. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, If you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.